Testing. Are we live? Wait for it. There it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts bootcamp and real estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, today's a very big day. We're already getting a couple reactions out of the ECB. You may get a follow-up. There's good news for Nord Stream, so oil is kind of reacting to that. Pretty much Nord Stream has been turned back on to 40% capacity, so that was big news there early on in the morning. And then, it's actually still very early right now, but still, now you have the ECB. I was just listening to it. I don't know if you guys want to listen to it a little bit. It's honestly like super boring, but the ECB did decide to raise 50 basis points. This moved the dollar, this moved the euro. You even had the Bank of Japan and the yen move, but here's the fun part. This is the first time the ECB has raised rates since 2011, and this is the first time they have been non-negative interest rates since about 2014. So, very, very interesting. You're already getting a little bit of a reaction. It's kind of already fading it. You're barely at break even now. We're coming off of Tesla earnings yesterday. Elon selling Bitcoin and a couple of other things. And then you got Snapchat and a few others. AT&T came out with some bad guidance this morning. They lowered free cash flow. And there's a couple of others. But it's going to be a wild one. We still got to wait. I'd wait till European close to really see the full effect. We're going to see if we get another 4 or 5 day rally. So I hope you're ready. And good morning. Oh, what's up, Byron? How you living, baby? What's up, Thrills? Boomer. Mr. Salesman, Marlo, good morning. What up, Heisted? What up, Colton? What's up, Crow? Oh, good morning. Monday Boxing, good morning. Oh, what's up, Matt? How you living, Lasagna Fizzle? Is that like a Frizzle remix? I like it. Brock, good morning. Ty, good morning. What's up, Carissa? How you living? Eric Gordon, good morning. Good morning. Oh, Mr. Silverio. We in here and outside, baby. Oh, tell him. What's up, stock trader in Miami? Javier Mota. Oh, what's up, baby? Good morning. J.R. Daniel, another day, another dollar. Tell him, what's up, Jeff Kent? How you living, baby? You feeling good? You guys ready? You ready at 6 a.m.? Oh, you ready for the day? Oh, what's up, Oscar? Yo, so what's up? Saucier, Mr. Cuckwood, good morning. Blue and yellow, blue and yellow, blue and yellow. I know it's black and yellow, but the guy's name in Twitch is blue and yellow. They don't feel me. You remember when that song was a hit? Y'all remember? I bet you half of y'all were just in here walking around on black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow. You know what it is, black and yellow, black and yellow. Okay, so anyways, good morning, baby. I hope you guys are locked and loaded. Let's have some fun today. Call out any plays. Let's source that info and just get ready to, though. Like I'm saying, at least we got the Nord Stream news out the way. But let's see what this ECB thing, Taylor gang. Black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow. I know it was hype. It was hype. I don't know. I just saw blue and yellow and blue and yellow, blue and yellow. Oh, yeah, the outfits. Don't remind me. Don't remind me. You're bringing me back to my not-so-glory days. Don't remind me. Don't remind me. I'm going to go listen to that song today. But let's get to the news. The ECB, they have delivered a surprise 50 basis point rate hike. It is the first in 11 years and ending the era of negative rates. It said further normalization will be appropriate. The bank unveiled an unrestricted tool to contain debt market jitters called the Transmission Protection Instrument. More details will come later. Traders are now betting on a 60 basis point increase in September. The euro rose and yields gain. Christine Lagarde speaks at 8:45, aka right now. And honestly, this is another part about it. The interesting part about the ECB today, they did what happened with us pretty much last meeting. Essentially, at the beginning of the week, the Fed futures or the Euro futures for their rate hikes, it was only pricing in a 10% probability, but coming into yesterday, it was pricing in 60%, and then the ECB did a supersized hike that they weren't necessarily forecasting. So, very interesting, but why I'm bringing this up, it gives us more evidence that all of the central bankers are going to do what the futures say. So keep that in mind, but that's the first big piece of news. Number two, Russia has restarted gas flows to Europe via Nord Stream, providing some relief as the continent races to store fuel before winter. Orders indicate pipeline flows may return to 40% capacity, same level as before maintenance. European gas prices fell. The U.S. sees a price cap on Russian oil by December. Hot dog. Vladimir Putin is said to plan to absorb occupied Ukraine land into Russia by September. So we will see what happens. We will see what happens. Futures in European stocks fluctuated after the ECB decision. Italian bond yields jumped as Mario Draghi resigned. Benchmark treasury yields rose. The dollar edged lower. Oil slumped and gold fell as commodities tumbled. Bitcoin retreated. Blackstone cashed out of big deals last quarter to counteract write-downs on investments and market tumults. Distributable energy surged 86% on a year to $2 billion. That was driven by $29 billion generated from deal sales, up $19 billion from a year earlier. Write-downs on holdings, including those tied to tech and industrial sectors, contributed to a net loss of $29 billion. Tesla turned in a solid report. EPS beat. June was the best production month to date, and Elon Musk signaled potential for a record second-half volume. Company stuck to its forecast of 50% growth in deliveries over a multi-year horizon, dependent on overcoming what Musk called supply chain hell. Tesla also sold 75% of its Bitcoin, adding $936 million to its balance sheet. Shares were up pre-market, and I don't know if this is true. I saw people talking about it in the Bloomberg chat, but apparently Elon sold at 30,500. So I believe that is his sales price on Bitcoin. We will see. We will see. More earnings, AT&T, they beat on profit and wireless subscriber growth as it lowered free cash flow forecast. Philip Morris posted solid beats. American Air beat on passenger revenue and expects to be profitable this quarter. Later, Snap will give insight into the online ad market. Microsoft is slowing hiring in security and cloud on a weaker economy. China fined Didi more than $1.2 billion after wrapping up a cybersecurity probe. Blockchain is cutting a quarter of its staff, around 150 people, CoinDesk reported. Boeing wrapped up the Farnborough Air Show with the deal for 25 of the 737 MAX from Qatar and the option for 25 more and a commitment for cargo lux for the 778 Freightliner. Ford secured enough battery supply to build 600,000 EVs annually by late year. One company is eyeing new U.S. investment-grade bonds today. U.S. and China. Joe Biden expects to speak to Xi Jinping in the next 10 days as the U.S. mulls lifting some tariffs on Chinese imports, but an official downplayed that, saying that talks would focus on bilateral, regional, and global issues. Biden said the U.S. military believes Nancy Pelosi planned a trip to Taiwan isn't a good idea right now. Hot dog. Central banks, the BOJ kept rates at 10 in the 10-year target unchanged, holding fast to stimulus policy even as the yen weakens. Inflation spikes and other central bank hikes. Haruko Kuroda said that the monetary policy wasn't targeting the yen, and he doesn't think that the focus on the yen yield differential will last. Turkey stayed put. The SRAB may raise by 50 basis points to 5.25, with some seeing 75 basis points. Cotton volatility is spiking, rolled by eroding output prospects and demand woes. West Texas, the biggest growing region, is suffering its second week temperatures above 100 degrees Fahrenheit, with more extremes expected into Sunday to Tuesday. Crops in parts of Kansas and Oklahoma are getting blasted. The USD has cut projected national output for 2023 by 6%. So cotton might be a hot commodity. Interesting. So Elon had to have sold back in May. I think so. He had a lot of child support payments. So it happens. That one wasn't mentioned. But 8:45, Christine Lagarde speaks. 10 a.m. U.S. June leading index. 11:30, 4-week and 8-week bond auctions. 1 p.m., $17 billion of 10-year tips. 3:15, Biden speaks on further reducing gun crime. And then 8 p.m., January 6 panel resumes public testimonies. Earnings include PPG, Alaska Air, Capital One, Mattel, and Snap. So let's see what happens. Amazon to acquire One Medical. Biden will propose a crime prevention plan, including a $15 billion grant program for cities and state, as polls show his handling of gun crime and gun safety is weighing on Democrats' midterm election prospects. Weekly jobless claims climbed to 251 from 244 prior. Consensus was for a dip to 240. Continuing claims went to 1.38. Philadelphia Fed business outlook plummeted to negative 12.3 in July. New orders fell from negative 24 to negative 12. Employment dropped from 19.4 to 28.1, and prices paid dropped from 52 from 64.5. That seems like a big drop. Mario Draghi resigned as Italian prime minister after key allies withdrew support, threatening political turmoil and raising the prospect of snap elections in October. The euro fell and Italian yields jumped. Bloomberg Intelligence said the upheaval will increase pressure on the ECB as it unveils its crisis-fighting tool today. The UK is borrowing billions of pounds more than forecast as inflation drives up the cost of servicing debt. Ukraine's central bank kept rates unchanged at 25% after devaluing the official hryvnia exchange rate to protect its foreign currency reserves. The bank said the economy shrank 40% year-on-year last quarter. Inflation will top 30% by the end of the year. I did not know Ukraine had 25% rates. That is a very aggressive rate. That is like Paul Volcker, Zelensky. It's amazing. Indian economic activity showed early signs of cooling in June as price pressures, rising rates, and falling rupee dampened sentiment. According to the gauge of 8 high-frequency indicators compiled by Bloomberg, softer gains in factory orders helped push the needle on the dial, measuring animal spirits back to 5 from 6 earlier. More from the BOJ, the bank raised its inflation forecast more than expected in a move that will keep alive of speculation of potential policy change. The ADP cut its 2022 growth forecast for developing Asian countries to 4.6 from 5.2. European gas latest. E&I said Gazprom will deliver 36 million cubic meters to Italy today. Sharp rise from deliveries of around 21 million in recent days. OMV gas flows via Gazprom rose to half of contracted values, and the Australian press agency has said Britain's spot gas prices tumbled the most in more than a month after an unplanned shutdown of the key export pipeline between UK and Belgium. The outage will last until tomorrow morning. Europe faces more setbacks in the managing energy crisis if there's a revival in China's demand for LNG. Bloomberg Commodity Index fell the most in a week as crude to clean funds and metals declined. Gasoline tumbled as much as 7.7 in the latest month. In almost 3 months, WTI fell towards 95. Gold extended its drop to the lowest price since March. Base metals retreated while corn dropped to the lowest in 2 weeks. Hot dog. Blackstone is in the final stages of raising a new real estate fund that would be the biggest vehicle of its kind. The Wall Street Journal reported it's closed on commitments totaling $24 billion for Blackstone Real Estate Partners X, the latest iteration of its main real estate fund. Amazon will buy One Medical for $18 a share in a deal valued at $3.9 billion. China Vanke, the country's second largest builder by contracted sales, sold $440 million of offshore bonds. Local Chinese bad debt manager sold 500 million won offshore bonds as the firm helps funds for developers to complete housing projects. Starbucks China rival said to seek funds at 1.2 billion value. If that's Luckin Coffee, oh man. Pre-market movers, Alcoa rose after its EBITDA beat and announced an extra $500 million buyback. United Airlines fell after cutting growth plans. Carnival dropped after launching a $1 billion share offering in one of the year's largest equity raises to date. And then Las Vegas Sands rose after sales beat, helped by Marina Bay Sands in Singapore. HSBC formed a Chinese Communist Party committee at its investing bank venture in the country, Financial Times reported. Apple's pivot to subscription-like model creates a clear path for more than $3 trillion, according to Morgan Stanley. Bro, look at the time. I didn't even see the time. I don't know why. I was like, this is late. For some man, I'm going to blame Christine Lagarde. I'm going to blame her for listening to her in the morning. It was like a cross between Janet Yellen and Jerome Powell. Honestly, it's the most confusing shit I've ever experienced in my life. Okay, but ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, here at the Cult, you know it's not confusing. Our love and admiration for those who have sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will, and that is the veterans of the United States of America, baby. So before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to those people who have made that sacrifice. So on behalf of the Cult, ladies and gentlemen, we just want to say thank you and big shout out to all the veterans, and God bless you, and thank you for your service, baby. And Shout out to the police officers, the firefighters, the doctors, the nurses, the teachers, all the other public service out there as well, too, baby. God bless you, and thank you for your service and doing what you do. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send in the Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Oh, no. Let's go, baby. Oh, let's go. Good morning. Good morning, baby. Oh, yes. Oh, we made, why does it, oh, it's like, why is the flag still showing up? I didn't take it down. Oh, there it is, baby. Yes, it is game time. So, we got a couple of things, and if you didn't know, on this day in history, Ernest Hemingway was born in Illinois, so that's a fun fact. But as far as stocks, AT&T, they guided down on cash flow, had earnings, they're down 2%. Alcoa is up 4% pre-market. Blue Apron gains 10% after getting initiated at buy with a new price target. CSX, travel stock or transportation, they're up 4% after beating on revenue and EPS. Carnival down 12% after that offering. DocuSign is downgraded by Piper Sandler. Shares are down 4%. Las Vegas Sands is up 4% after Singapore performance. NetEase jumps 4% after a report that Diablo Immortal is scheduled to launch on 25. Palantir shares are up 2.5%. It got started at a buy rating at Raymond James and a price target of 20. And then UAL is getting clapped. We got, 2 minutes? So I got a couple of plays. Again, the TAN play. That's the one I'm looking at. I think it's very, very good. We talked about that yesterday, so be on the lookout for that climate emergency action bullshit. I mean, Microsoft is the next play. I like that one. Like I said, if the premium gets a little crazy, it could be very good from here, but we'll see. But I do like Microsoft. Looking for part 2, then Pinterest and Snapchat. Snapchat has that earnings today. That one's going to be big, but watch out for Pinterest as a sympathy. And then XLV, we haven't seen defensives do good in the last 3 or 4 days, so depending on how they operate, I'm going to be keeping my eye on that. Then Alcoa, again, post-earnings, CSX, and UAL, all continuation plays. So, Chattadonia, call out the place. Hit that thumbs up button. Get ready, especially by Euro close. Again, that ECB news is big. Yeah, watch out. There's still a couple of post-earnings. Again, Tesla, and then we have even the pre-earnings as well, too. So, let's have some fun. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Call out some plays, and get ready. You have 5 seconds. The market will close. Round 1, fight. Well, there it is. Tesla launching at the cash open. All right, give me a second. And let's get this popping. I don't know. Dollar came back up. I want to see how that's going to play out. Market actually came back down to red. Snap is selling off. Tesla. I wonder what the Tesla play is at. I guess we missed the pledge. No, we did the pledge, bro. We did the pledge, man. Stop playing me. Yo, why is the Tesla up? What the hell? Yo, that's actually fascinating. The Tesla's up to 1,700. No way. No way. Look at this. You could ghetto spread it at 815 and walk away with 1,500 max gain. That's crazy, actually. I thought that play was going to get clapped. Oil tanking. Yeah, oil is not looking good right here. So keep an eye on Tesla. That's a nice move again. Snapchat is up 1%. Where's Pinterest? Oh, yeah. And Airbnb co-founder, he's no longer full-time at the company. That was news this morning, too. Pinterest is going up. They're still down 0.5%. AMC gushing. Credit spread is up 90 on Tesla. Hopefully that doesn't flip. Where's Netflix, too? Again, don't forget about that. And then there's a bunch of plays like CSX and UAL. CSX is holding up. UAL down 7. That could continue lower possibly. And then Alcoa. Alcoa did actually very good. Dollar red pre-market. Yeah, again, a lot's going on with the euro, and that's going to be the next thing to watch. Again, all the way up until euro close. Again, I think Lagarde is still speaking right now. Puts on Tesla. Honestly, I mean, Tesla's report, people found a way to like it. I would just get a put on Bitcoin at this point. I mean, I think that was the biggest loser from Tesla earnings. Alcoa on the low. Lulu up 1.7. DD Global. I forgot you could still trade DD. And then airline plays, I don't know. I was looking at UAL. Kind of expensive there unless you want to play the daily. Alcoa just got 2 big candles. Netflix is on the low. Remember, that continuation is still in play. Cano on watch after Onem and Amazon takeover. Canoe. Oh, Cano Health. Snap is 100% dollar. I think mostly, but they do make money from overseas. So they will have some of the dollar impact. Nucor up 6. That's probably sympathy to Alcoa. Yeah, AT&T's clapped. VWAP is up. Dude, Tesla still, this is so weird. $1,700. I don't know what to do with that one. I think it might hold kind of. Oil news is, well, one, demand is dropped overseas and even here. Again, we had crude inventory data, but then Libya is turning on their spouts. I don't know what to call it. I'm a little teapot. Anyways, but they had Libya is adding about 700,000 barrels a day to the market, or they're about ready to in the next day or so. This is so weird. Dude, I thought that contract was going to get crushed. Like, I'm surprised that Tesla moved just under expectations and out of the money for next week went up 30% in value. Absolutely wild. I guess I just have low expectations at this point. EWI, EWG. SPY hasn't moved at all. All right, let me get my dollar back up here. Nucor. Dollar's kind of climbing a little bit. Microsoft's down 1%. Apple's up. Amazon's down. Meta is down too. Tesla making another move. UAL still at the bottom again. Plays are kind of expensive. CSX is holding up for earnings. Alcoa flipped. Airbnb pop. So I get filled on that? Oof. This one's not bad. This one's interesting. All right, I'm down with this one. I just put in there was a fat spread on this. I put in an order, but we'll see. I mean, the report was good. Lagarde says ECB won't hesitate to use bond crisis tool. Good morning. Does the ECB hike only apply to EU countries using their euro? Yes. So ECB is different. And then I think the UK, they got their own central bank, like the United Kingdom, England, all that. But yes. So EU move affects like Italy, Greece, any of those guys. Dollar popping big. So don't trade this. Not a recommendation. I think it's an interesting play. I did an Alcoa call. So it was already up 4 or 5% this morning. It came right back down. They had good guidance and all of that. So, but I grabbed a call for next week. I spent about $60, but just be careful. If you go look at the option chain, you'll notice the option chain is literally 100% spread. So be very, very careful on that one. And then dollars back up to a quarter. We're actually coming down this time around. It's about 0.4. Dow is the leader on the downside. NASDAQ's only down 0.3. Again, we should still have some earnings. Snap just took a fat candle. So did Pinterest. Solar ETF dropping. Again, EWI is about to go negative. Twitter dropped, then pop. Yeah, Twitter's popping up right now. Good call out on that one. It's interesting because everything's still kind of finding its footing. Walmart like bull. So literally only healthcare and discretionaries are up. Consumer staples are break even, and then energy and communications are down 2 to 3% today. Twitter pop in. Shopify on the high. Oh, I don't want to look at it. I don't know why I sold that play. Those Shopify's are in the money. I have no idea why I sold that play. That was beautiful. Very, very beautiful. Very, very beautiful. Tesla, Twitter's popping though. 2 big candles. Twitter back up to the highs. Alcoa's for next week. And then dollar, just 2 quick candles on the downside right there. Netflix bleeding, good call out. I keep forgetting about. I always forget about day 2 of Netflix because day 2 it can still move. SPY, nice little bounce right there. Qualcomm, AMAT leading the chips, yeah, up 0.5%. The Alcoas are bouncing now a little bit, so the spreads are tightening, but we'll see. Hopefully that bounces. I have tan calls. Yeah, I bought those yesterday. I'm convinced LT's play hit because your curls tickled his ear. Listen, man, I don't know what you're talking about, man. Okay, I don't know what you're talking about, man. I'm not responsible for what my curls do. They just being curly, like what you want. Like, come on, man. This guy. Roll blows up, 40. Airbnb sold off there. LOL, what? I don't know, man. I don't know. It's a long story. Why is Walgreens down 3%? I think there has to be news. I haven't checked yet. Let me double check on that one. I mean, that's interesting. Could be. I mean, you had AT&T earnings. I don't think they're similar. Where was it? Veritas in talks to buy NCR. No, that's old. Honestly, I'm not seeing any headlines. There was a price target cut the other day. That's about it. Love you, Josh. I love you. God bless you. You sold the Tesla. Good work. I'm still riding it out. I mean, I feel like, should I call Lending Tips and ask him? It's up to 2,000 now. It's up almost 100%. 1,200 to $2,000. I kind of like it though. I kind of like want to push it to the limit. You already know it, Elon. I almost called Lending Tips Elon. He gonna say the same thing. He gonna just say, hold it. He said sell and give me back my silver. Are you sure you want to sell, bro? Come on, ride it out for a little bit, man. Ride it out for a little bit. Let's see, maybe a ghetto spread. You got 19. Let's see. No, right through 800. I mean, it's 780. It has to do a lot. He ain't answering.
Tesla.com, how may I help you?
Hey, sir, you're live on the air right now with Stock Market Live in the Colt.
Yes.
We heard that you got a Tesla play. It went from $1,200 to right now you could get about $1,945.
Okay, all I gotta say is boom goes the dynamite. That's too old school for you guys.
Yeah, they don't know that one, man. They don't know that one, man.
That was before TikTok. Okay, it's up to you guys, bro. I made the call. Y'all gotta do the rest.
Okay.
Where are you guys at?
I don't know. I think some people said, I kind of want to push it, but then I kind of like the gains because I thought that play was going to be clapped today. I thought that play was going to be dead.
Yeah, man. I mean, just get rid of it, bro. Let's take our $2,000 and run.
Okay. All right. We'll give it a second. All right. Thank you for shopping, sir.
Thank you. You can't do it.
Thank you. Goodbye. Goodbye. It expires next week. Let's just go. Let's just get it up to like 790 real quick. I feel like I'm playing Crash. Just hold on. Let me get it. You know what I'm saying? And then that Alcoa play doubled right now. That Alcoa play's hidden. If we get that bounce on Alcoa, that's going to be good. Only made $100 extra off of that one. It's running again. We waiting here. I'm playing Crash, bro. I'm playing Crash. You're about to get humbled. You're like the kid in high school who, like, I don't know how you ended up in the friend group. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like you were just like this low-key hater all the time. You know what I'm Relax, bro. We already made it this far. We should have got humbled at 9:30 in the morning once it was out of the money still. So it's still good, bro. It's still good. You know, but you know what I'm talking about, right? You know exactly what I'm talking about. He's like the dude in your crew, but he's just like, why you always hating all that? He's like, you gonna die, son. You gonna die. I don't know, though. I could kind of do a ghetto spread. Ghetto spread is really compelling. Ghetto spread is really compelling. All right. Do you want come get some? Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. I thought that said one. Okay, now I got to sell it out for cheaper. Okay, 2150. So just under 100% on that one, but I have an idea. I have an idea. I'm going to wait till it comes down, and then I'm going to roll over to another one. But hopefully I don't miss the opportunity. Still very, very early. Yeah, I'm just going to run another one with like $200 or something. But let it come down. Let it come down a little bit. And you know what I'm saying? Let him do his thing. It's still very early. The Isabia is doing his thing. How about you treat him like the person who sold your Lambo, sell his contract, and offer him low? Why you got to bring up old wounds, man? No, I don't know how I could do that in this case. Then ghetto that one, end of day. The ghetto spread is good on that one, though. Like, if you really wanted, you could ghetto spread at 8:30, get your money back, and like maybe like $100 profit, and then have like $2,000 to upside. But then the downside is that if it goes down, you just lose your $2,000 that you would have had. I mean, it's almost 100%, so it's nice. XLV, Fed funds moving. Very interesting. Again, the biggest fun fact about today is that the ECB went through what the Fed did, and that the Euro Fed futures pretty much, they started moving to 50 basis points just on this week, and the ECB responded. So keep that in mind. It seems like everybody is kind of confined to that. I wanted to drop more. Come get some. 230. I'll lose like 100 on it. Got run August calls. Costco vertical. Isn't Walmart ripping too? Yeah, 1.2. Then Walgreens down. Tajay is down. Could have got 400, but I'm more content. It's a good play either way. We were able to hit profits on that. I'm telling you, those plays should have been down. Like, those plays should not have been up. I could say that very confidently, just given the even after watching Netflix and everything else and seeing how that move was a lot less than what was priced, almost half the priced in move. Very surprised to see those calls go up like that. Yeah, UUP starting to pop a little bit. Scientific Games awarded 10-year contract with Ecuador National Lottery. Netflix down 1.4. So is this a start of QE if we do? Well, that's for Euro, but I mean, it's a big shift. The contradicting part about the ECB is that they literally announced a way today to both raise rates as well as still add support to the market, which is kind of contradicting. And some would argue the fact that they did 50 basis point kind of shows that their window is tightening up. Let's see. Gordon Haskett, PayPal, Bill Ackman note. Dollar dropping again. Okay, I got a better idea for the Tesla now. We go weekly. Call it a day. But it's still up a lot. But now at least the weeklies, you could get closer to the money, and then it'd be the same $200 risk or so. Oh, that didn't fill? Oh, thank you. I was like, you scammers. All right, I bought at 8.15, and then it just got clobbered. I don't know. Well, look at that. Literally, the stock just ripped, and then those came down. So pretty much took the $1,000 profit, then rolled over $275 into a call. At least that one is negative on the day, though. So that's kind of the good part. So that contract is down on the day, but it was a lot lower in the morning. It was 100% lower in the morning. So there's still a lot of risk. Maybe eyeing PayPal. Gordon Haskett says PayPal's moving. You got 3 candles right there. So a couple of you are talking about that. Is that coming off of Twitter? There's a price target adjustment too from Key Bank today. So watch out for that. PayPal's rocketing though. I think people might just be speculating. I think that one's coming through Twitter right there. Netflix big green. Dollar big drop. SPY starting to move a little bit. Yeah, Netflix is due 217. We're about to go break even on the one account there for the long term, but then where's that fucking contract? Netflix contract from yesterday is down though. That's so weird. Again, we caught like a $17 move. Not weird, it's just time decay, but still. That workhorse might get the USPS contract. Again, I did not. PayPal's still running. I'll look into that. PayPal, potentially people are saying someone's taking a stake in there. Geez, contracts are already up 1,000% on that though, on the dailies. Be very careful with that one. You got about 100% on the next week's, August 19th. They are up about 70%. Jeez. 90% on some of them. So PayPal is rocketing off there. Some rumors going on about that. But premiums are just juiced. If that could come down, it could be a good one. Bristow, second generation. Square could be a sympathy, but this one just seems to be, tied to whatever's going on here. Or like just PayPal. Again, Bill Ackman, PayPal, a lot. It could move as a sympathy though, but I think PayPal is going to be the bigger driver. Snap is coming up there a little bit. Alcoa came down. Those Alcoa's doubled. I don't know where they're at now. They're still up actually. That Alcoa spread is wicked. Shop going for 40. That was a good play, too. If you hit that, man, go look at the daily on that contract, and you will, bro, it's just vertical. Apple benefit from the CHIP Acts. I'm sure some way indirectly. The XLVs are coming up. At least healthcare is now green, or the other day it was not at all. Last 2 days it got clapped. But healthcare is the only green, or there's 3 green today, 4. Healthcare's up 0.6, consumer staples up 0.38, discretionary is 0.37, which is kind of good, and then tech is up 11 or 0.11. MasterCard and Visa are moving like PayPal. Affirm is even moving like PayPal. I think they're all just doing good right here. But yeah, where is it? PayPal again. Why are we green again? We're not really green. Only NASDAQ is barely green. Dow is down almost 0.5%. I think Europe is doing a little bit good, but, you had good news as far as the pipeline, and then the ECB news is just kind of I mean, it's both good and bad at the same time. It's good that they're trying to do something, bad in the sense that it's more aggressive tightening, and then they have this weird plan to pretty much ease while tightening. And then it again, I don't know if you guys are familiar. Last time Europe raised rates, the EU, the market crashed. I don't know if even then, like, I don't know if you've heard me talk about it. It's like 2011. So where was it? Like, you gotta go like way back, but it was like it doesn't even show up on a 20-year. It's like around here, like 2011, like leading into it, like 2011, 2012 around here. So the last time they raised rates, I mean, they were much higher, granted, but last time they raised rates, it created like a euro area crisis. It even factored into 2013 as well too, but it was a big deal. And then again, last time this is the first time they've gotten out of negative rates since 2014. No, it was over time, or it took a couple of days or a couple of weeks, but it slowly it was like slow and fast. I would say leaning more toward the fast side. But it wasn't immediate, but it didn't take months. Rivian popping. SPY, another big candle there. Dollar at least gave up the strength. Yeah, Rivian actually moving pretty decently. Up 3%. Big candles right there. Where's Microsoft? Alcoa. Ababasis. UUP. I missed you too, Richard. Hopefully you're living good. Twitter tumbling. That was weird. It had that dude Shopify at 40. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my gosh. That was a good play. XLV. SPY, new high of the day. Now you're green. NASDAQ is barely up about 0.15, but SPY's up at 0.01. Dow just recovered half of the losses on the day. Netflix making another move here. How are the bank stocks? Banks are going positive now. JP Morgan's coming up. Yeah, 218, bro. That's crazy. That's crazy. Who else is there? We need Snap and Pins. Pins might go up if Snapchat's up 2. Pinterest is barely moving, but they might be able to move. Workhorse run, USPS contract again. That's United States Post, not UPS. USPS could be very big. But again, I mean, we've seen that back and forth a while. But keep a watch on that. Market goes down even though all the data was bad. Jobless claims was bad. That one was, I mean, the I really think everybody's focused on the ECB today because that just caused more dollar and euro moves. Again, even the Bank of Japan. But we are also in earnings mode. I mean, again, I couldn't explain it to you. I think there's a real earnings mode if that Tesla was positive this morning. To me, it's just very, very wow, you know? Very, very wow. BA, XLI popping. Yeah, Boeing went green again. Industrial sector is green now. Brother for life, miss you, man. Mr. Nez. How you doing, baby? You got married yet? How's everything going with all that, bro? I hope you've been doing good. God bless you, my friend. Good morning. Y'all show up on ECB day. It ain't even Powell day. I better see y'all next week, okay? If y'all came in today and y'all said you miss me, I better see you on Powell day next Wednesday, okay? It's a date. I'll see you there. Mflix or Netflix? October 23rd, baby. Let's go. I hope you've been doing good, man. I'm excited for you. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Let's go, baby. Am I selling covered calls? No, I actually have an old one, believe it or not. Remember that old covered call I was down on? So it actually it went down a lot lower. So I got to just make my money back on that one. Let's go. You bought the first car. Let's go, baby. Let's go. It's game time. Where are you working now? Or did you go back to the bank or do anything with that? That's hype though, man. In New York. Mara, they actually bounced. So coin is still down, but Mara did bounce. JP Morgan 115. I'm like, I don't know, man. I don't know how I feel because I feel like this. I really don't know how I feel right now. It's just like, because like I like these plays coming up, because then I'm like, yeah, the long term, like, bro, it's hell yeah. But then I'm like, wait a minute, we just rallied from 370 to 395 in 4 days. I don't know how I feel about this. Oh man. Good morning. You're up 5K. Should I pull it for the house? The more in the account, the more leverage I have to average on my plays. So, well, do you have to have a plan first? I mean, at the end of the day, I don't know if you're up 5K on a fucking Tesla, sell it right now. You know what I'm saying? Or like ghetto spread it. But it's if like you're up overall and like this last 5 days has brought gains and you're like, okay, I want to sell out. Maybe I want to take some profits. The question is, what are you going to put that capital towards? So if you say towards a house, do you have the house lined up, or do you have something where it's just like there? Or you could even wait like 2 weeks. It doesn't have to be almost immediate, but more or less on the lines of what are you going to do with the money next? So that's all. So if you already sold out, then I mean, there's no discussion with it, but it just all boils down to hopefully you have an idea of where you're putting the money next, and just don't fall into the trap of that's what happens. You could go cash, and there's nothing wrong with cash. Again, I'm still holding cash. Again, you saw me sell out all that Bitcoin, do the real estate flip. I said I'm going to buy back in. I've been waiting a little bit, but just don't fall into the trap of you could end up sitting on that cash forever, essentially waiting for the right moment. So having a plan of where you're going to go next, that'll go a long, long way. Yeah, a lot of tech is up 20% in the last couple of days. I think Netflix lost 1 million subscribers, and then they went up 20% in 5 days. I want to learn to trade options. You recommend paper trading first? 100%. Start with paper trading, and then even when you start with options, just start with the small amount. Again, and you've seen it. I mean, I don't know. Like a lot of people like to trade big, but like have you ever been to the casino? And like you ever like go to the casino and you see like just like you think it's just like a normal motherfucker, and like they just out there just betting like $10,000, and I'm like, I could never do that. So like people do that with options, but you could trade really, really small. So even as you get into your paper trading, if you want to get into normal trading, you could start really small, like $50 plays, less than $100 plays, everything. So it's like you could definitely do that, and that's I think the good way to get your feet wet. Feels like the 2020 roller coaster all over. No. The thing is, the difference between now and 2020, you have no support of the federal government or the Fed on your side. Again, that's why we're at 395. In a weird way, we're still fighting the Fed. Last time you saw a V-shaped recovery, massive sell-off, and like rally after rally after rally after rally, they pumped up 1.5 trillion into the system, and then Powell was lowering rates and had no intention of ever raising them. So that's the big difference with this, and that's why, like I said, this is earnings mode. Get used to it. A lot of you have probably witnessed this. The market is spazzing out, but it's just responding to earnings and ignoring everything else. But like I said, next week is going to be crazy. Again, you have Powell, and after some of the biggest earnings, then we will have our answer. Yeah, Microsoft had a big pop. Apple, Tesla at 790. Yalla, ya Tesla. Oh, those went to 24. I guess I think I might make an equivalent amount on the daily now that I think about it. This one's gonna be interesting. Market all over. TD does have fractional shares. And the Masri, Habibi. And the Masri. Zayak. PayPal drop in. Still got the Airbnb in the hills. It's not Airbnb anymore. It's rented out longer term, unfortunately. Microsoftian. And then, no, soon enough, after $6 more higher than when we sold, Lending Tips has already texted me. Should have held Tesla. Ha 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 ha. And there you have it, folks. There you have it. And if we get doomsday news, the market will not care. No, it will. And then again, just the tolerance. Like, I don't know. Like, have you ever had a day where, like, you woke up and then you woke up tired and you're like, oh, this is such a bad day. I'm tired. And, like, you don't feel good. And then you walk downstairs and then you have massive diarrhea. So now not only were you tired, now you're like, oh, my stomach hurts. Right? And you know what I'm saying? And then leaving the bathroom, you stub your toe on the side of the door. You know what I'm saying? So now you woke up tired, you got mad diarrhea, now you stubbed your toe, and then like later in the day, like let's just say like your bank is like, oh man, half of your money just got stolen. You'll get it back, but now you got to deal with this, and then your job is like, hey, can you actually come into work? Oh, you're not gonna come into work, you're fired, and then they fire you, and then but like pretty much you get what I'm saying is that. Eventually, all that shit's going to happen, and then somebody going to come up to you and say, and then something bad's going to happen. Someone's going to, like, bump into your car in a parking lot, and you're going to be like, listen, man, I've already dealt with so many bad things today. It's just not, like, that's it. Like, you're just going to respond a little less. What I'm trying to say is that we've dealt with a lot of bad stuff to the point where your number one driver in the market, besides things not totally collapsing, is that it's better than feared. Or it's better than what it could have been. So that's kind of what's happening. Uncle, yeah, it does sound like a country song, huh? I woke up in the morning and I was really tired. And then I took a poop and then it came out like some fire. And I stubbed my toe on the door when I'm walking out the door. Yeah, I think we could do something with that. 100%. I could explain that as a whole country song. That's it. We just got to throw in a 12-pack or a 6-pack, and I think it'll be good. That could be a good one. The Teslas are 75%. I would check again after this red candle. We'll see. Again, that's how it's going to operate. SPY, 4 big reds here. Last little chicle right below VWAP, pretty big. Market reacts to the same shit 12 different ways. Well, maybe you see why we love it, though, in a weird way. This is why the market is exciting every single day. This is why we've been doing it for years. This is why, like, it's like you always will learn something with the market. Sometimes it makes a lot of, intuitive sense. Sometimes it doesn't. And this is where you get to really just learn a lot of different things, but ride with it. But overall, you got to realize every single day you look at, like today, is micro. It's just, that's it. You're looking at minute at a time, 6 hours at a time, 1 week at a time. Even a week is very small. That's why the macro indicators have been such a guide right now. You know what I'm saying? It's like the bowling alley. It's like the bumpers. And if you focus on the macro, you'll get a better idea of what's kind of going on right here. And that's what I would use. Again, it's like you could talk about what the market's doing. People want to tell me about a bottom. But on the macro scale, it's like, hey, what is the Fed doing? Why would you try to fight the Fed right now? Especially after what they've shown us. You know what I'm saying? So it's like we could go down the list of so many things. It's like micro this, but then what's the macro saying? Right? It's like micro is that, okay, at least inflation isn't getting worse, but macro inflation is still the worst in 40 years, and they still have to respond, right? It's like, okay, we have earnings mode, but then macro is that, wait a minute, the ECB is actually responding today in an aggressive manner and doing something that they haven't done in almost 20 years, or at least a decade. You know, what's going on with that. But it's like there's macro factors, and then we also have the micro on a day-to-day. So just keep learning with it and vibe with it. I mean, honestly, it makes it exciting, but it just depends on what you're focusing on, right? You could focus on which card are you looking at pretty much. Mm-mm-mm. You like pre-earnings on SoFi? Maybe, but I don't know about. I've never invested in SoFi, but I like financials, so kind of in the middle, and I don't like SPACs. So you see what I'm saying? Companies are either missing their earnings or hitting, but they were heavily guided down before. Exactly. 100%. And the fact that they were guided down so heavy, like, dude, we panicked last quarter. I don't think y'all don't remember that whole Snapchat, Target, Walmart philosophy. The consumer died all of a sudden. Everyone started freaking out. Like, it was nuts. And then the guide downs were, again, Snapchat literally lost 37% or something stupid because of a guide down. So now, again, even Netflix as well too. Netflix dropped again 30%, guiding down to 2 million lost subscribers. So it's like the guide downs were bad last quarter if they guided down. Not everybody did, and that's why the ones that didn't guide down, they're not guiding down yet or as of yet, and we still have a lot of earnings on the way. But then the other stuff that like Netflix surging, they guided down very, very low. So we'll see, but it doesn't make me it doesn't make me more like, I don't know. I'm not as bullish as you would think, but I'm also not as like, I could accept this in terms of, yeah, I see some broader bearish stuff, but this is totally like, I don't know. I feel like, Chad, how many earnings have we seen? And does this not give you deja vu of just being in the middle of earnings season and the market ignoring everything? I feel like we've seen, I personally have seen this a lot in my life. So that's where I'm like, I don't know. It just crept up on us in a weird way, considering we had so much other things going on. Can you explain on a 2-3 week option how theta decay eats into a profit? If is it low up until the last week, or does it screw you the whole time? It's like it's a perpetual effect. More or less, it screws you the whole time, but early on, the moves of the stock could defend against it better. But then as you do get closer to expiration, and usually as you enter in like the last week of expiration, it starts to fall off a cliff. I feel like soft landing will be achievable. Oh man, maybe. I think part of the soft landing has to do with investor sentiment. So I think you could get a soft landing if you could get majority of Wall Street to believe it. Does that make sense? So it's like, I personally like looking at the broader picture of it and stuff going on and kind of how it's been. It looks like a lot of windows are closing and things aren't looking good. That's a great way. It's a lot. Theta's nonlinear screwing. That's a very accurate comment. But it's like, I think if you could get people to believe it, and if you could get confidence up, I think part of it is psychological. Exactly. If you could get analysts and you could get retail to kind of like, and if like, again, commodities come down, if earnings don't go too much and the hope kind of increases, I think you could achieve it. But without that, I don't think it's looking too hot. Mm-mm. Is the escape aisle clear if the window is closing? Yes, if you could talk everybody into being calm. Does that make sense? So literally, just imagine it's like you're on the plane, whatever, but it's like there's one aisle to get in and out, and now the window's closed. Like, okay, it's again, people don't like, they call it soft landing or hard landing, but that shit means that shit's landing. You know what I'm saying? But it's like if everyone's freaking out, that aisle is gonna get packed up and you won't be able to achieve it. But if you could get everybody to stay seated and be calm, you might have a chance. Google, some candles here, down 1.9. Google's the first one selling off, it looks like. Microsoft hasn't hit a new low yet. Apple is, though, actually. So it looks like tech is kind of giving back here, even though Dow and S&P are the leaders on the downside. Morning, baby. Good morning. Michael Scott screaming, stay calm. Stay calm. Roblo on the high. Look at you. We're snappy. 42. Peloton on the high. Shopify is just terrorizing me. Tesla's still holding. J Powell speaks next week, next Wednesday. 100 basis point would have helped the Fed case, but then it would have made the case for any other bad thing increased. Again, if they did 100, it would have been the risk of over tightening. Again, just remember, here's the simple fact. Ever since we started pricing in 100 basis points, the yield curve has left a scar. So that's the part you got to take from that. So you got to realize 100 basis point could slow down inflation. A lot of people would have liked it. Again, we're still going to get 75. It's not as if 75 is a small number, but just think about that. The scarring from when we priced in 100 basis points, it still exists on the yield curve. So right when right when we started pricing in negative and then the yield curve plummeted, it hasn't returned back. So the Fed futures came back. Everybody calmed down. The bonds chilled out a little bit. The dollar chilled out a little bit. But notice the yield curve did not. So that tells you something about the short-term rates. But now, I guess 100 basis points and the effect it had on that relation, it's still aggressive. It's still there pretty much. So we'll see. But, 75 is a big rate hike. I think that's something that we have to take into consideration. And that's the fine line you got to walk, because if they over-tighten, that increased the risks of a recession caused by an error of policy more so than economic slowing down. So SPY, new low on the day. Apple, Microsoft, Google, they are all giving up. I think Amazon as well too. They're about to. They're all hitting lows. They're all down 1% even though the NASDAQ's up. So not everything's reacting to it, but still quite interesting. Even Alcoa gave up. Netflix holding a little bit better, but it came down. And they needed to normalize the curve. Well, they'll need a cut rates, or if they could somehow control the long end, or if they could, that's the thing, you could control the long end of the curve by not over tightening or by not scaring the market. That's the whole point. Anytime the market gets scared of over tightening, policy error, even inflation to a degree, depends on what it is, but more so policy error, that's moving the yield curve. That's moving the 30-year. That's moving the 10-year and anything plus. UVXY on the high. Oh, SPY, new low, the 392. We go back to 392 so fast. This was the lows of the volatility yesterday, or that little freak out. So very interesting level to be at. Yo, bro, what is this? Bro, hey, Seuss, did you make this? This is crazy. Yo, this is fly, bro. There you go. Bro, have you seen this? Look at it. I saw it, bro. On Twitter, bro. This is like the UMAD. This is the UMAD document. Oh, my gosh. Look at this. Bro, this is from the Watchlist. This is notes on the Watchlist. Oh, yes. Look at that, bro. You getting even screenshots from there. You getting all the plays listed. You getting, oh, look at that. This is beautiful. You get some notes. And then, look at, you got an econ calendar. You got earnings on here. Oh, my gosh. Look at, you even got his own watch list, man. I like this. This is fire, bro. Oh, that's very fire. Damn, son. I'm going to retweet that one. That one's fire. The Twitter is Real Cult News. Brought to you by Tesla. Post your Twitter. My bad. Okay, there it is. There it is. I retweeted it. And then if Jesus does them, I'll just keep retweeting them. You know, you don't want to put too much pressure on people. You know, that's a lot of work. I don't think y'all realize how much work goes into the watch list. So that's why I'm like, damn, if you making a watch list of the watch list with that, that's a lot of work on there, man. So that's it. But that's, if he keep pumping them out, I'm going to keep retweeting those. Those are nice. VIX up 2, we panic. Nah, we good. Nah, we good. It's watch list inception. It's like a minutes of the watch list. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So if you don't know what the Fed minutes are, this is a good analogy. That's literally like the minutes of the watch list. Yeah, bro, that's fire, Jesus. Fire. That's literally the minutes. All right, little bit of a bounce here. Bro, Tesla's still holding up, man. It's looking good. It's looking good. That's my Twitter. And then even then, too, if you go on there, if you go down to like my third retweet, you'll see Fast Stock Market News, too, and that's Troy's account. And you can follow him for Fast Stock Market News. It's actually very, very good. Did Bill Gates have to cover the short? I don't know. Honestly, Tesla was interesting, but most people they liked it. Do you guys know why they liked it? There's one thing about Tesla, even though the Bitcoin shit was weird, the cash flow shit was weird. Again, there was a couple of weird parts with it, but there was one thing that I was seeing consistently across every analyst. There was one big thing. There it is. You guys got it. 50% growth. That's it. Not only are the margins killer and they kept that up, but it's just the 50%. They are still guiding 50%. I think the day that Tesla has to pull back from that guidance, that's the day that you'll see it go down. But that seems to be what everybody was what everybody was on. They were just saying they kept the 50% growth rate. If your stock is trading at this much of a premium, that's at least you're still staying, you're growing. Again, I don't think anybody of that market cap is forecasting 50% growth. You see what I'm saying? Apple, Amazon, Netflix, Google, any of these companies making that much money, I don't think any of them have a 50% growth target. EVFM short squeeze. And you try to get ONEM. Is that the one that was this morning or the one that got bought out by Amazon? Teladoc has earnings, I think. No, they're Wednesday. They're on the Fed day. Uh-oh. Biden tested positive for COVID-19. Uh-oh, hot dog. Biden is tested positive for COVID. I don't see it's coming in on the wire, but I'm not seeing it. There it is. U.S. president tests positive for COVID-19. Wow, bro, that was wild. I just saw the first one. Oh, he has a speech today, too. That's crazy. When was the last test? I don't know, man. I mean, I just had it, and that shit was wild. So I don't know how Scranton's going to do. But that's actually, I guess, Trump got it. Was that in November? But that's the news right now. I'm sure you're going to hear about that for a little bit. Good news for the markets? I don't think so. Biden has begun taking Paxlovid, White House says. Is Paxlovid Pfizer or who is yeah, Paxlovid's at Merck. Yeah, yesterday he accidentally said he had cancer on the speech. A lot of you noticed that. But now he has COVID. That one's confirmed. I think Pfizer's popping off of that, huh? Is it Pfizer? Is Paxlovid Pfizer? Yep. That's, bro, Pfizer's popping on that. Is it bad if we play that? Straight down. Is it bad? I'm buying one. I mean, let's see. Why not? I grabbed a daily for 20 cents. I only grabbed one, $20. If it could pop on that and the market's going down and it's been down all day. Yeah, Biden has COVID. It just literally announced like 3 minutes ago. 2, 3, literally right when Pfizer started popping. Market's pricing in Camelot. No. My professor got COVID last month and he's older and it hit him hard. Bro, I'm young as hell and I benched 215 and I got clapped. I'm like, hold up. You better get the man some water, get him a Pedialyte, get him a Gatorade. This man better not be traveling. You better get him a nap and an ice cream ASAP, bro. Like, man, nah. But did you die? Honestly, I thought I was. That's just me being dramatic, but you know, bro, I get diarrhea and I think I'm gonna die, bro. You know how many times I thought my bowels were gonna kill me? You have no idea. So I'm not the one to ask. But still, like, it's a very interesting one. My pops said, no, Biden does not have cancer, okay? That everyone's like, wait, he have cancer and COVID? No, he was speaking yesterday, and he was talking about people who got cancer from, like, environmental pollution and stuff like that. And, you know, it's Biden. He just, he accidentally said he has cancer. I mean, but he does not have cancer. But he does have COVID. That is confirmed by the White House. SPY's dropping a little bit now. Even Tesla's giving up a little bit. No, yeah, he said he has cancer, but doesn't mean he has it, right? Like, he said that he was going to bring inflation down and he didn't, right? So there you go. So what are you worried about? Okay, just, they say things and then it doesn't mean that it's true. Okay, they said that everyone's incomes are going up and real wages are down 5%, okay, year over year. So I don't know what the big issue is. It was just one of those things, Pfizer. Like, you don't remember when he said, like, yeah, we need to get rid of Putin, and then said, nah, I didn't mean that, even though I said it. I could go, bro. I just paused for like 30 seconds. I was like, bro, I could give you 100 examples of this. So relax. This one was just another one of them. Just another one. The COVID thing's hitting CNBC right now. Pfizer's dropping now. Got 10% on the play. Yeah, he said he would help Taiwan. Bro, you could literally snap on SNA, snap on pop. SNA, it's off of earnings because they reported this morning. So this has to probably do with the conference call. Definitely an earnings reaction. I'm pretty sure 949. No, they said they got hurt by currency. But this could be one of those like middle of the day like guidance things. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. It's not doing much on it there right now. Call started at 7. See, again, remember what play was it last week? Remember last week there was one, I think it was like NTR or something, and they gave guidance middle of the day, and we called it out, and then I remember it popped, came down, and then it ended up going nuts. So just keep that in mind. UNG is going positive again. Watch any relation to the euro, as well as like even EWI in Europe. Again, euro close still an hour, and ECB news is still kind of one of the bigger drivers on the day. Tesla calls clapped. Yeah, we're down $100 on them now. We were up 100 for a little bit. Now we're down. But again, hopefully you see the main strategy. We're only putting down 275 out of the profit that we took earlier. But let's see. I might buy another one. What? The LT spreads are doing Gary. CLNN? What is this? This news network? Who's CLNN? Cleany? Clean? Cleany? Klein? Clean? It's up 8%. 3 big candles. My take on UVXY is that he got laid off and the dollar took his job. That's my take on the UVXY. I don't think it works. Bro, I had to explain this to my girlfriend. My girlfriend was asking me about the VIX the other day. And she was like, how come it's not moving? And like, I literally, bro, it was a very weird conversation. I was explaining to I said, when we talked about it, she's like, but why would the dollar then? That makes no sense. But I'm like, it does, but like, just go look pretty much since the beginning of the year. Markets went down, dollar went up. You can't say the same thing about the VIX. And pretty much, yeah, I was explaining to her, like, do you guys remember back in the day, like 2015, 2016? Does anybody remember slamming the VIX? Does that phrase sound familiar? Have any of you ever heard of that? Like slamming the VIX? Does it sound familiar? Let's see. Sounds like a drug. Kind of, a little bit. Yo, man, you slamming some VIX, bro? You got any VIX I could slam right now? No? Oh, UNG. Damn, bro, what the hell is happening with that, dude? He's done that twice, 3 times. Bro, these are fat candles when we're already up 30, 40%. EIA says, there it is, EIA numbers. It's off at least yesterday we didn't have an EIA report. EIA, they say natural gas stockpiles rose 32 BCF last week. And that's it. There's a couple other headlines, but that's the main one. So literally inventories increased and they're going up on that. But anyways, so with the VIX, like back in the day, like in 2015, back in like Janet Yellen days, pretty much, and even a little bit of Powell, but there used to be this phrase on Wall Street called slamming the VIX, because a lot of people notice, like on the days, like, you know, when the day's like really volatile and you're down like 2%, and then all of a sudden the stock market just shifts and then you end up closing up 2%. That would happen a lot, but then people notice that what would end up happening is that people would come in and they would just sell the VIX and short the hell out of the VIX. So you could blame a computer program. You could say it was the Fed. You could say it was these type of actors, whatever it was. But the whole idea was at any point you would just short the VIX and drop the VIX down. And when the VIX would just out of nowhere start dropping. But then once the VIX would drop, the stock market would just rally. It had to, pretty much, by it's just how it's just kind of like a gamma squeeze and like kind of some GameStop shit, but with the VIX. But ever since then, it kind of really hasn't Like, I think ever since like 2018, 2019, we really haven't seen it too much. But that's what I was kind of explaining. It's like that didn't, like back in the day, the VIX used to have way more of an impact on the market, and they would manipulate the VIX to get bullishness out of the market. You could easily do it, but not anymore. So it's not really on that type of logic, and literally it's just like the VIX has been kind of broken, especially for the last year or so. It's just like it hasn't been working as you would expect. So you could hypothesize maybe they are still slamming the VIX to a degree, but it is it's a very weird concept. But pretty much the VIX has not been it just has not been working this year, and it's really not what it was back in the day, and that's why it's like really the dollar. You've seen more of a hedging effect from the dollar than the damn VIX, which is wild. That's 30% miss on NG over consensus. But it's still an increase. That's the thing. I feel like, bro, there's the amount of just inventory has been increasing so much. But I'll take it. I will take it. So again, we should be like a solid, $4 or $5 in the money on that play now. Yeah, so now you have 500% on the UNG. No, we don't need an emergency meeting. Nah. Yeah, Biden got COVID. That was like 10, 20 minutes ago. And then SPY's at the low. We're kind of chilling out. Give it an hour here till Euro close. We'll see what happens. American Airlines CEO.
Yeah, well, first of all, Tom,
I'm going to go to the bathroom.
For having me here.
Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Baba's on the low.
I just wanted to say,
I love you.
Congratulations to our team. It's been an incredible time the last 2.5 years, and to be able to get the company back to profitability, which was one of our major goals as we went into this year, to get the company back to profitability is really a great feat for us. So that's number one. Yes, we did pull capacity in the third and fourth quarter. We are seeing some, the demand is still strong. Demand is really off the charts. So the demand is still strong. But, we have some operational issues and things that we need to resolve. So what we've done is pulled the capacity down to give some relief to our team. Mm-hmm. We've pulled down about 2.5% in the third quarter and about 3% in the fourth quarter. So down about 1.5 points for the remainder of the year. That's to give us some relief to match the resources with the operational difficulties that are out there today. And, we don't know when we'll be out of it. So what we need to do is make sure that we have capacity that matches what the resources we have and what the operation issues that are out there to make sure that we fly what we need to fly for our customers.
Hey, Derek, Delta said today they're going to hire and train more than 2,400 pilots this year. That seems to be one of the biggest constraints when it comes to capacity. Do you guys have any clarity on what you have to do on the pilot level? Yeah,
there's two sides of it for us, because you have the regional fleet and you have the mainline fleet. We're hiring over 2,000 mainline pilots also, and we're ahead of schedule for that. So that's all about, on the mainline side, it's all about getting people through training and make sure that we get people all the way through training. That'll take a little while as we build up the training. Last year we had about 1,000 pilots that we hired. This year, 2,000 pilots. So you have to have the infrastructure to be able to do that. We're growing into that. We're going to be through that by the end of the year and hopefully beginning of next year to make sure that the mainline flying is back where it needs to be. On the regional side, it's going to take a lot of time. We have a big regional fleet about.
Thank you. That's American Airlines CFO. And then Nat Gas, 32 barrels or BCF. Median estimate was 43. And then Bloomberg forecast was 40. Estimate was plus 62. Oh, man. So pretty much this came in below the lowest estimate. So natural gas inventories were as low as possible, or at least lower than anything anybody estimated. So I guess it could justify that. Wild. That's bad. I mean, it's going to increase UNG. Kind of goes against some of the demand destruction stuff, but for the most part, it depends. I mean, overall, the last month, the last month of commodities, energy, they've been absolutely destroyed. So it's very interesting. It's like you're getting some demand destruction, but it's like little areas. Like we may watch some of the supply issue build up again, but we'll find out. Tesla trade for lending tips was good. We sold out at 2,200 or 2,100, and then I went and rolled over to another Tesla right here. And then we're down on it. I don't know which one is it. I guess I'm only down $60 on it. It came back up a little bit. This seems fun. No emergency meeting. No, why do you keep asking that? I love you. It's okay. No emergencies. You're safe. The market's in earnings mode. Buy the dip. What? Oh, why buy the dip? The market's crashing. Ah. My Qualcomm puts are up. Mine are down still. I want to follow your trades, but I want to trust you. We'll just go to the latter. Don't trust me. And then I think you'll be good. I don't trust anybody, man. On fucking in finance either. Are you kidding me? You gotta trust yourself. You gotta get a long term. You gotta read Intelligent Investor. You gotta build that framework. You gotta make your because again, if you don't trust me, let's say you trust me, but then at another point you're like, I kind of doubt him a little bit, but then you don't have a basis to trust yourself. Like, bro, you gotta fall back on you. You know what I'm saying? So I feel you, but it's like, and I hope I can just make you have a good experience and all that. But at the same time, you can't trust anybody. You gotta let the trust be earned. But then that way you don't have to take my trade. Don't trust me. Don't take the trades. You learn. You can take the ideas. You can learn from the ideas. It's a good launch pad and go from there, and you'll be great. Be your own Miss Cleo. Amen. Amen. Amen or amen. Tesla, that play is actually still kind of holding up. I trust Josh, but he is not your savior. I listened to that song like 4 times yesterday. Straight bonkers on TLT. Why do I have the UVXY up? This thing doesn't even work. Ooh. That's because of the euro. It has to be. Has to be because of the ECB. Dollars, barrel. Where, dude, that's why I like the yield curve, man. The yield curve. Where is it? I thought I had the yield curve up. Yeah, bro, that's why the yield curve is still deep. I mean, again, I think that's a very good point. We may have to talk about this. Maybe I'll make another video on it, but like there's scarring on the yield curve, which makes this so much more interesting, but the bonds are going nuts. Yeah, the Pfizer's up 40% after. I feel bad for playing the Biden COVID news, but it went red to green. Not getting alerts on the notifications. Shoot an email with where you signed up on it, and you will be good. Or again, if it was just recently signed up, it takes a little bit of time. The Diamond song by Uncle is on YouTube. It's only on YouTube. Dollar's moving higher slightly, and then because now the other part was that the BFJ, the Bank of Japan, that also moved the euro, and then it moved the yen and everything else. So very interesting day, to say the least. Not as confusing as yesterday, though. Yesterday was wild. Oh, TLT went up. I'm assuming it's because of what's going on with the ECB, because that moved a lot of things with bonds. It moved a lot of currencies today. So again, and there's even a lot of people do swaps between stuff related with U.S. bonds, UK bonds, EU bonds, and then even the euro dollar and all of that. So I'm assuming this move would, again, this is a massive move on TLT to the upside. at least in the last couple days. But it's I think it's more indicative of something with what's going on with Europe. That's why we'll find out by 8:30. I think let the Euro close come in. We'll see where things are at, and we'll go from there. Cancel on SoundCloud. It's a good one, right? SoundCloud. They don't know. They don't know. Any books besides Intelligent Investor? If you haven't read Richest Man in Babylon, you are doing your future self a disservice. It's not really a stock book, but it's more about money and management and growing it. And I would accredit it as a stock book. I think it's helped me out a lot. And then see if UNG is either going to come down or it's going to make leg 2 on that. Are you familiar with accelerated depreciation? Do you use it? I think it depends on what you could use it for. I need to talk to my tax guy. I don't know if we did, but are you talking in reference to like how like on even like commercial buildings and some stuff? I think there's restrictions on it. I think my tax guy was getting me to wanted me to buy certain things so that I could do it. Any news? Biggest news is ECB and the Nat Gas or the Nord Stream stuff. But then there's also the what's it called? Yeah, DWAC popping big. But that and then Biden got COVID. Oh, yeah. Shout out to Laura, baby. Good morning. We're glad you brought Laura on. There you go. I got the whole family involved now. Let's go. DWAC's still popping. We get Powell next week. Yes, on Wednesday. You get Wednesday Powell. And next week you also get Amazon, Google, Facebook, and Microsoft and Apple news. Or Apple earnings. All of them are earnings. They did reopen the gas to the EU. It looks like everything is chilling at 40% capacity, which is higher than the 20% expected yesterday. So for the most part, there was a collective sigh of relief for natural gas in Europe. People really were like, ooh, that was close. So we'll see. It could change. And again, the U.S. today, they said that they plan to do the price cap on oil by end of the year. So that's not good. And then yesterday, Putin also said, if they do any price caps or if we try to do anything and escalate from here, then there's a potential they could cut Nord Stream. But for the most part, the Nord Stream stuff is good. 40% is bad, but we were already at 40% before they went into maintenance. So that's good. At the very least, it's not. Again, as of yesterday, some people thought literally Putin said it was going to be 20%. So it was at least a sigh of relief that, one, it turned on, and then it also came in above 20%. Uber says they're launching refreshed grocery offering on Uber Eats. And no news on DWAC. Uber, I don't know. I don't know if Uber's popping off of that news, but it's moving up. Uber is offering a new grocery option. That was breaking news on Biden. Now they're going crazy. I mean, it's a pretty big deal if your 97-year-old president gets sick. You know what I'm saying? It's not like it makes sense why people would react. It is breaking news. I'm even surprised. But still, 94 or 84, I don't know, whatever it is. Okay, competing with Instacart. Shout out all the cult moms out there. Hold it down. We appreciate you. Amen. Look at Twitter puts. Well, I mean, I think the open interest is probably insane from people buying it before the deal, you know? Because, again, you could play those really well. UNG winding up again. Snap, but yeah, dude, Snapchat moved 10% yesterday. So that kind of got in the way. Yeah, Uber went up, but DoorDash or anything else didn't respond to it. UWMC. Let's see what their earnings is going to be. WABC on the high. Then SPY hit, VWAP been coming down about like what, 45 minutes here till Euro close. It seems like we kind of chilled out. Everything's red still. Dow is almost down 1%. SPY and NASDAQ around a third to a fourth, or a third to 0.4. Tesla earnings, it wasn't the best. It wasn't the worst, but a lot of people just seem to like the maintained guidance of 50% growth. Dash put. It's not reacting though. Oh, excuse me. It's surprised. Like it looks like Uber was like running up on the news, but then Dash is like, nah, I'm good. UNG wants it. Yesterday was a weird one. Yesterday there was a lot going on. I think it was just earnings mode. That even today, I would even argue is that everything. I mean, everything up until Powell opens his mouth, it's going to be all about earnings, and really equities are just ignoring everything. Yesterday was a really confusing day. It was just rally. Market was focused on earnings. The dollar went up a little bit. The news wasn't good, but it just wasn't enough to like it just market didn't respond at all. Like that's it. Tan losing steam. The website, you go to tradingeconomics.com. A lot of good economic data and even an economic calendar to see what's going on. Yeah, Veru, Chicle. I don't know. It seems like the market's kind of fighting up here, but it's still struggling a little bit. Snap. Pinterest didn't move too much. The plays are kind of cheap, but it's still I'm still waiting on it. Volume, I'll see. $17 million, it's kind of low. I mean, you might hit the average. You might do what it did every other day. Pretty much we hit like average volume and then it slows. It's like average in the morning and then it slows down. I went against you on Tesla and got a put. Yeah, even though Tesla drops, I'm still down. Well, Tesla's up right now 6%. So it didn't drop. But the thing, like, I'm surprised, though, that calls even went up. I thought that since it moved less than, 7%, pretty much right now it's moving what it priced in. I thought the calls were going to be down, but they weren't. So, honestly, I think Tesla is more of just a reaction, and maybe it was cheap. I mean, we were talking about it not pricing in much, but sure enough, it was very, very surprising to see this morning. Yeah, AT&T's down 9. They had earnings, and then they forecasted a $2 billion less amount for their, $2 million less in free cash flow. U.S. First Lady Jill Biden tested negative. Will keep her schedule open. Thanks, Jill. Did this week options get clapped? Not on Tesla. I mean, the weeklies got clapped. So, like, the weekly, well, no, you're still up 50%. As long as you didn't go, like, if you took the same weekly, the strike price that I did, you would have been down. So we had 830s for next week. Those went up 100%. but these ones dropped 40%. But then if you had like the 800, 795s, you're up 83% from yesterday. So it's like some of the weeklies came down a lot, but that's pretty much it. Union Pacific drops after 4-year outlook disappoints. Russia moves to annex occupied Ukrainian land by September 1st. We heard that this morning. Dividends. I mean, I like Abbeville. I would just like it a little bit cheaper, but I do like them. Like, whoa, that was the first sanction. $100 barrels there in the 80s started tanking. But as it got deeper, more producers started cranking. It's a long story. It's a long story. Tam plays dead if no emergency meeting. Actually, that's actually quite interesting because, yeah, I don't know. How is he going to do the executive order for climate? Maybe Kamala does it. That's actually a good point. Well, I think it's just going to get delayed, but that play only has till August 19th. No, Jill didn't get it. They said Jill did not get it. So her schedule will remain open. And quit your shit ass music, bro. Every time I hear it, it makes me want to throw up. Thank you. I honestly, I thought that country song I did today was very good, but I appreciate the constructive criticism. You may be talking about my uncle because like I don't really like rap as much either, so I feel you. But I don't know, that country song was good. I woke up with diarrhea, and then I had to poop, and then I stubbed my toe when I went outside on the stoop. And now I got a car accident in the parking lot. And my AC stopped working and today was really hot. You know, so I don't know. I think I could work. I think I could get better at it. But I think the first take was a little better. But I don't know. But it's cool though. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. You like Pooh Shiesty? How you going to ask me if I like Pooh Shiesty after I go on my little country album? To be honest, a good motivation to work out. Maybe take my shirt off outside more than once a year. Let's go, baby. Elon. Bro, I swear Elon listens to this stream too. That's what we were saying yesterday, man. I was like, imagine how sad it is that like we're going to lose like our greatest mind to like diabetes. Like, that's it. It's just straight up. That's it. Like, wow, good job. Hell yeah, Elon. I'm going to retweet this for you, bro. Hell yeah, let's go. I got you, bro. That's what I want to see. For real, that's what I want to see. No, that's good. I support that, bro. Like, bro, I support anybody who wants to get into the gym. I get so hyped. So now imagine if it was like Elon, bro. If I saw Elon Musk just like going to the gym, like not knowing how to work out, like starting, you know? Mm-hmm. That's good. I'm excited. That'd be so dope, honestly. Would I train with Trump? Probably not. I think you'd get in my way. Like, you know, I don't like, bro, it's not like Trump is in physical, like, that's the one thing I've always, like, with Trump, I've always just like, I don't know, like nah, man, he ain't got it going on like that. He would get in my way, and then I feel like he would just like, he would be the guy who you like work out with, and like they just talk too much. Like that's it. Like, I tell you this. Let me tell you about the bench press. I remember I was in New York in the bench press. You know, I met Rami, the other Egyptian. He was a big, heavy Egyptian. He did heavy weights, big weights. I love weights. I know that I did. I start with 5-pound dumbbells. Oh yeah, but still, I'll tell you the story about the. I'll tell you a story about the bench press. It was great. You sound intimidated by an apex. You like it just. I would be like, dude, like let's go, knock this set out. We gotta go. Let's go. I'll tell you about a set. Anyway, super set. What about Super China and Super Tariffs? You know what they did? I came in. What? Simple. I'm like, oh my God, bro. CNC, Centene on the low, big red. It's not loading up there, but that low ticker, it looked big. There it is. How come it looks so aggressive on the low ticker right there? AMD coin, Tesla breaking down. That was terrific. Totally terrific. It's amazing. AMD started rocking it up. SPY's above VWAP now. You are right back up to open. NASDAQ is green again. Amazon popping. There you go. And then Tesla is somehow still just doing its thing, man. Doing its thing. Yeah, Biden announced he's taking Paxlovid. Yeah, that we played Pfizer within like 2 minutes of the Biden COVID news. It went up a little bit, but that's it. Yeah, I still have the SAM play, just stock down on it a shit ton. We'll see if they could come back on earnings. But like that is a company, man, I have never seen somebody, dude, it's been like 2 years of them just missing. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. I hope they could change the game, but I don't know. My hopes are very low. Big Rami, I know, right? Shout out the Egyptians. British spy chief says no evidence Putin is suffering from serious ill health. Yeah, he had a speech yesterday at like some conference. Physician to Biden. Biden has fatigue and dry cough. No, like what are his symptoms for like this? He's always like that. Yeah, I think everyone. No. Tell us the symptoms. No, like, come on, like, what's like? No, what are the news like? What are the symptoms? Overstock. Let's check Snap. FedEx on the high. Been selling some of your houses. I've been flipping houses, but like any of my houses that I have on extremely low interest rates. Or that I've held already for a long time and rented out. I haven't done much with them. Danish central bank raises key rate to negative 0.1 from negative 0.6. So dang, Danish is still negative. But they raised another European aggressive rate hike. Double dip Pfizer. You could, but I don't know. I didn't even know if it was going to even move like that. I think the play went up like what? It's only up like 10, 20% right now. This is the reaction of jobless numbers and abysmal Philly Fed. No, that happened today, but the market, again, it's like being at the poker table and you have a straight, but the ECB is a full house. Or you have a flush, but ECB is the full house. So it's give it time to digest. Again, if y'all, I mean, I'm just saying, I see this every day. Everybody pulls out one micro factor, tries to say, does this explain the day? But come on, I know you guys are being critical of it, but just at the end of the day, it's like, if you're really trying to understand, like, are you truly trying to understand or are you trying to vent frustration? You got to figure that out because it's at this point, all of that happened, but that doesn't mean it's necessarily the only cause or only explanation on what we're seeing on the day. Europe closed in 30 minutes. Rip it, Lotto. Rip. United take more than 46 737 MAX this year. There could be, exactly. You might get you're more likely to get a delayed reaction than not. Yes, a myriad of variables play out daily. Very seldom is one thing. And it's just like, it's confusing with earnings. There's a lot going on, but then it's like just what we've been dealing with. You're getting a bunch of different stuff on a day-to-day basis, but they're all having different effects, and we might even get a delayed effect. Pelosi speaking to reporters. Pelosi asked on Taiwan. She says she won't discuss travel plans. Oh, Tesla. There you go. So our play's up now. You made $100, almost 50%. Tesla Q all-time lows. You just started UUP drop. Yeah, let's see Meta. Spy kaboom. I mean, we're back. We're getting to the higher levels. Nasdaq's up 0.14. Spy's still red though, and then Dow's still struggling. Good thing my long term sitting on quads. Amen. 4 of a kind. God bless the long term. LT play. We sold it out. We took about just under 100%. Got 2,100, and then I rolled over to a daily, pretty much, a weekly, instead of next week. YOLO Tesla Q. I would just play the options on Tesla. Call Bloomberg. They're sending. Why did they take so long? But let's go. Yalla. He who has the long term shall prosper. Amen. Why do many people are certain the Fed is going to pivot, and that's bullish, but you say if they Fed pivot, you're going to go short? So if they pivot after the yield curve, if there's a difference in, there's many ways to pivot. It's like if you stop raising rates, that's a pivot in a way, but that's a different type of pivot that I'm looking for, right? So like if they go and they pick up their dribble and say, hey, we're just stopping now, we're going to slow down on raising rates, that would be bullish because now the rates would still be high, but then they're going to stop moving the rates, right? Ex-Coinbase manager arrested in U.S. crypto insider trading case. I don't know if Coinbase will react, but ex-Coinbase manager arrested, insider trading. But pretty much, if you you can pivot by not raising rates. Does that make sense? Like literally, that in and of itself is a pivot. By going from raise to not raising, that's a pivot. But that's not the bearish pivot. A bearish pivot would be if they go from, because eventually they're going to raise rates, and eventually Powell is going to stop. He is going to stop, and then the next level after he stops, if he cuts the rates, that could be a sign that the aggregate demand in economy is slowing, and that would be negative. So that's how you could kind of interpret it, and that's how some people, again, the bullish part would be the pause, but then if he goes to negative, it could be bullish in the sense of, you know, spurring activity, but I take that as a very broad negative if they cut rates while the curve is still inverted, and then that brings it back to normal. So then another one would also be just in general where this logic comes from of people expecting this is simply the Fed has done this many times over the last 100 years where they do something, make a mistake, or things get worse, and then they change direction and pivot. Or like 2018, Powell said he was going to do this. The market freaked out by tightening, and then he eventually said, nah, just kidding, we're not going to do it. And then eventually cut rates a year later. But the yield curve wasn't inverted. So that's why the yield curve is very, very tricky. ACAM takeover interest. Oh, ACAM, big pop. We got to verify that one on the wire, but let's see. Premiums are already nuts. Let's see. ACAM. It's not coming across the wire. It looks like it's a rumor at this point. ACAM PE firm said for financing potential ACAM bid. It's already due. It's 480 everywhere on that option chain. Honestly, the next weeks aren't too bad of a price. But I don't know if you're going to get filled on anything. ACAM 113. No, I'm trying to snake random ones, but I'm just throwing in low bids. Jovid-19. Yeah, I don't know. ACAM, you got the buyout rumor, but the plays are quite difficult. TOT Raw. Yeah, man. It's going. I'm trying to snake some of these, but unless literally just 480 across the board. I guess the August aren't too bad. They're up 100%, but nah, I don't think it's there. Don't forget about pins. It is coming back up. Where's Snap? Snap is doing, maybe pins actually might be able to. Doesn't look, it might. I think I'm just seeing if Snap goes up and if Snap runs, leading into earnings, Pinterest could get a big run. Ghetto on TD, you just short the other contracts. So take a look. We'll go to the Tesla ones. So take a look at the Tesla play. We bought the weekly. We have the rollover, right? So I bought it for $270. It's worth $390 right now. So if I wanted a ghetto spread, I would just go to a contract that's the same price that what I paid, or I could go any other one. But now all you got to do is just click the bid, make sure you sell the amount of contracts, and then just sell the contract. So in this case, I would do it, and you'll notice it doesn't change my buying power since we own the right at 830 or 815. So Tesla, a little bit of candle there at the top. DHI's on the high. The high ticker is still pretty active, honestly. Pretty interesting. GoDaddy, Amazon, Net, sympathies to ACAM. GoDaddy is, really? ACAM again. Oh, man. So I got it out on the stream alert there. The plays are just really, really hard to hit unless you want to take the risk. But now they're all starting to launch. Somewhere at 100%, but that was just another $2 candle. ACAM buyout rumor or takeover interest. It's not. It hasn't came up on the wire. I think it's on Twitter. Troy posted it. Got it very, very early, though. So let's see. Wow. FCC orders the blocking of auto warranty robocall scam campaign. Wow. That's crazy. Last time I exercised that option, I mean, I got forced to randomly, like on accident with some plays. Like the other day, like I had a SPY daily, and then they exercised me and gave me 100 shares of SPY. But other than that, the only real like exercise I had, I exercised Netflix back in like 2014, 2015. I had a crazy Netflix play, and I exercised some of the shares. Oh, even Amazon too. DOJ 3 charged in crypto insider trading tipping scheme. Yeah, CAMI is up now. That's hitting the wire. People are talking about ACAM, but no one's bringing up the buyout thing. They're just saying it's up most since February 2024 or February 24th. Yeah, Airbnb co-founder stepping down. He's not leaving the company. He's still on the board of directors. EA next. It's little. It just looked bigger on the high-low ticker, but check news. Not seeing anything on that. But yeah, with Airbnb, he is not leaving the company. He's just stepping down from full time. He just doesn't want to work there anymore. Like, he doesn't want to work. He just wants to be on the board. And then his reasoning, he said that he was like, Airbnb is the only company I ever got to found. And now my mind is racing. And pretty much it seems like he's going to start his own company. So I don't know what he's going to do, but so it didn't seem as bad, but he has been selling off. But he still owns, I believe, about like 200,000 or 2 million shares. I'll have to double check. Could be. There was pre-order like on FIFA's too, but I don't know if that's why EA's moving. FCC orders blocking of auto warranty robocall scam campaign. But ACAM, though, now those contracts hit. Dude, it's still going. Oh, ACAM, man. Mm. 100% still. I'm trying to see if there's any way to finesse it, but it's kind of difficult. There's some decently cheap options near it, but just be careful with the dailies, because even if it's a takeover, by the end of the week, if nothing goes through, then you're clapped. Yeah, but people are FOMOing into the contracts. I'm watching. I'm seeing people buy them at like 480. EA again? We had it up there. Yeah, EA, do we have news on that one, though? So EA's running, but we don't have the news. ACAM, AKAM is the ticker for the other one. Oof, dude, ACAM. Dirty. Oh, wow, someone bought 1,000 of those? Oh, wow. Oh, they got it on the first candle. Microsoft, they're seeing Netflix and Tesla. Snap could run up. As long as if Netflix could guide or Snapchat could guide up. EA still going. That one's starting to pop off now too. ACAM's insane, bro. That play was nuts. If you were able to get filled, I mean, I was bidding early, like literally. Like I was putting in mad orders, but none of them, they were just too expensive. They weren't getting filled. Very cool though. Fed bids for 4-week bills totals $3.5 billion. You got filled 92s at 150. Oh, that's fire. That's fire. You think Snap will get hit on the spending side with companies reducing spending? We'll find out. It's hard. Again, Snapchat already guided to fucking hell, to Hades. Now, you ever see, what's that movie, Hercules? And you know when they go through the river and shit like that? That's Snapchat right now. So Snapchat already, they guided already to the lowest point possible, I feel like. So I don't know. It's we'll see how the ads get affected and if it really is as low as what they guided last time. VWAP dropping a little. Actually, yeah, it's kind of calming down. That's why I feel like it won't go down after earnings. It might not. That's what we've seen. Anybody with really bad guidance, it's been kind of hard to beat. But that's the thing. That one's gonna be bad if it is bad. Because again, if Snapchat is bad and goes lower, then it's just gonna get even worse for everybody else in the social media space. Dollar market, I think it's like 60%, I think, 70% dollar. The rest is outside. Or let me double check. Baba. Let's say geography. 69% of revenue comes from North America for Snapchat. So they're good. They've actually increased it a lot. Here's her flight. Whose flight? Oh, Kylie Jenner. Yeah. Yeah, she took it was like a 3 to 17-minute flight from one end of LA to the other. She's just chilling, man, living life. Living life. You know what I thought about the other day? It's kind of sad. But I was like, was that this year where all those people died at the Travis Scott concert? I feel like we all forgot about that. I was like, dude, was it this year or last year, man? I don't know. But yeah, that's other than that, man, she could ride her jet. That's fine. My sister and all her friends bought Snap subscriptions. No way. What? Wait, what is the Snap subscription? I've seen it, but like I didn't like. I don't look at them. I wasn't like, yeah, I want. Wait, hold on. Why do you buy the Snap subscription? What's the point of it? And you know somebody who bought it. Yeah, they entered. It's like a $3 subscription. It's just for the web version. Wait, no, I'm confused. But what does it do? Yeah, bro, my sister and all her friends bought it. What? You could see who rewatched your story. What else? Nah, I know so many people copped it for extra views. It was $2 and I got to support Snap. You can see who views your story more than once, where other people have gone. You could change the icon. It boosts your stories. Huh. It narcs you out. It shows all travel history and who's creeping you. My brother Bilo, buy it. No way. Oh, hell yeah. That's definitely not priced in. A-Cam again. A-Cam. Bro, 90 to 98 in like 10 minutes, 20 minutes. Hold on. I need to see this Snap subscription, bro. I'm going to Google it, and hopefully it doesn't bring up OnlyFans, but officially introduces $3.99 per month that will offer exclusive features like change the app icon, being able to see which people have rewatched their stories, deliver new Snapchat features, custom app search, story watch recount, a special badge, ability to pin a friend as your number one, see the general direction of travel for where friends have moved recently. The last feature is only available if your friends have already consented to share location. Most of the features are related to profile and app appearance. Wow. I didn't think anybody was buying it. And then you guys are all like, my kids, my sister, my brother. I'm like, what? You're paying for, well, Instagram doesn't show you how many times you look at someone's story. It just shows who looked at your story. Snap already does that. But I guess it'll be cool. I guess then I can find out which one of y'all really stalking. You know what I'm saying? That's actually kind of cool. I think it could help. I mean, they're definitely gonna make like $10 to $20 million extra if they just get what, like 10%, 5% of people to get it. You don't even post on Snap. I might start to. I might stop to. Josh, open my Snap that I sent you in 2019. I got you, bro. What's your name? Is it Snoobler on there? Yeah, bro. It says you didn't send me one. I just snapped you. I said, I hope you're there. And there better not be another Snoobler on my friends list. This will be hella awkward. I just snapped him. What's up, man? I just sent him a snap. I just sent him a snap of my setup. I got you, Snoobler. I got you, bro. Okay, now you all are snapping me. Chill. Oh, there you go, Kevin. I see you. Okay. Enough Snapchat now. Enough Snapchat. I need to go get this. I need to go get this Snap Premium. That came out wrong. That came out. That's not what I meant. I meant to snap the $3.99 subscription to support the stock. No. I promise. No. My girlfriend gonna kill me now. She'll be like, give me your phone. I'll be like, what phone? I don't have a phone. What? She'll be like, you lie. I'm like, no, I don't. I swear I don't have a phone anymore. It's crazy. I only have calls on Tesla. What? No, man. I think I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get this $2.99 bullshit. That's it. I have to support Snap. And now that I know more than one person bought it, what the hell? You never friend. I've reached the friends list on Snapchat. So like I can't add any more people on Snapchat. So like I am at max I didn't know that even existed. Snap is applying 300. It's gonna it'll be a lot. Honestly, I might be down to sell premium on Snap, but if Snap does good, it could really, really move. Snap still has the $20 gap fill. You could sponsor more than one wife. Chill, bro. Relax. Okay, I don't know if it was a PHILO. I've talked about it, though. But, like, I don't know how Solomon did it, man. Like, you know how difficult it is to deal with, like, more than one person, let alone more than one woman? Like, I'm just saying, like, I don't know how King Solomon did it. Like, he had concubines for days. And guess what, though? They led him to building up Asherah poles and shit like that. And that's why you got to watch out, bro. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I'm content with my life. Like, you know, I'm content right now. That's it. You know, unless, damn, those ACAMs are going up again. So, no, I'm good, bro. We've been friends since May 2020. God bless you. God bless you. I think I'm going to start using Snapchat more. I bought it as well. I'm actually, yeah, like, no, like, honestly, I'm mad that you guys brought that up because, like, I'm, like, low-key, like, a little bit more bullish on Snapchat now. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I don't know. This one's interesting. How do you sign up, though? Like, where do you pay? I don't know how to do it. Like, I don't even see a sign. How come they're not advertising this more, though? Come on. We need more of this. We need more of this. Where is it? Manage subscriptions? No. VP Harris is tested negative. That's good. Facebook is changing the way it shows user posts and video in effort to get people to watch content by accounts they don't follow. It might be new. I think lately the latest shift, they kind of shift to chronological order, but that's it. Why Eli's been outperforming. Oh, there's something with Eli a couple of weeks ago. I'm blanking on it. But I think it was some news or earnings development. SEC sues former Coinbase manager. Case follows arrest related to DOJ charge on Thursday. Wouldn't it be wild if COVID got Kamala and Biden? No. Because then your president would become Nancy Pelosi. Like, actually. I'm pretty sure Nancy would be the ringleader. Bro, she would just buy calls for days and then executive order. Oh, my gosh. Honestly, quite bullish. I'd be very bullish. I ain't going to lie to you. You know what I'm saying? I'd be very, very bullish. Third in line is House Speaker. Yeah, that's crazy. ACAM the ruler. Dude, it's crazy. And then Tesla. What about Tesla the ruler? 415. We're I guess 275. I need like what 5 something, 625 to go 100%. Nancy Lee Blink. No way. Hold up. Yellen is way too close on that. No way Yellen is on the... No. I refuse to accept that. There's no way Yellen comes in like 7th in line or something. No, that's still too high for me. Way too high. Why you sell LT's call? Debit spread as the way. It was a good $1,000 of profit. Can't complain about it. But, and then just rolling over to the cheaper one. Honestly, I think I'm getting a similar amount dollar for dollar. I don't know. Let's double check. Yeah, because this one's up. I sold out at 21. This one went up $4. And then I went up just about $2 on this. So I'm getting like half of the gains, more or less. So it's not too bad. Did LT just give you silver? Yeah, I guess so. Because I was going to charge him for it, but now I guess I won. But he said give me the silver back now, but I don't know. We didn't have anything in writing. So, sorry. We're getting filled on Tastyworks. Anybody Tastyworks problems? Bro, why can't I find this little Snapchat bullshit? I've been trying to find it this whole time. And I can't find it. Oh, Snapchat Plus. Yeah, that's the one. All right, I got it. I think. They got a 1-week free trial. My purchase is all set. Explore features. Hold on. We the cheapskates. They got Snapchat Web too. Oh, we're going to see. Post. I am going to post. I just want to make sure we got this. There's really not that much, though. It just lets you use it on the website, which is pretty interesting. You get a best friend forever badge. That's, I mean, I guess, does anybody want to be my best friend? Is that like, how are we going to do this? 797. Yo, Tesla's about to hit 800. Yellen is lined for 5th for presidency. That's a problem. Yeah, there's a lot of day left. It's Euro close right now. So actually, this is the moment we were kind of waiting for here. Again, ECB and everything else. So Euro closed. We're running up a little bit. Palo Alto on the high. And then Tesla's still going. Our rollover's looking nice. Hey, yo, Snapchat. Do y'all still post on here? Let me know, bro. Join the. Why are you in the chat, bro? If you, how are you my friend and not in the chat? It's a bullshit. Okay, that's gonna be my first snap. Okay. Send to story. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happened. I posted my first story in so long on Snapchat. Probably been years. I don't even know how you like even see your story. All right. Shout out Snapchat earnings. Let's make this poppin'. You posting on Snap, but are you happy for me? Honestly, I'm actually very excited. New web app, $3.99 a person. I think you guys think they got at least what? Do you think they got 10 million people to sign up for that? If they get 10 million people to sign up for $2.99, that's an extra $30 million. I don't know if it's going to help their top end or bottom line that much, but still. ASML, chips are moving, SPY at the hot. Bro, Euro close were rocketing, bro. Euro close were rocketing. 10 to 30 million people for sure. Say around 2. Either that's still like 6 million. But I don't know if is it too new of a feature? Like, are they going to report that? Every month, 3 times per quarter. 2 mil seems right. It's going to be a very interesting one. I just bought that shit on Mars. Thank you. Market ridiculously bullish. I mean, Tesla's up. This is the biggest Tesla earnings move in probably like 2 years, except for the one 2 quarters ago. I guess excluding that one, but still, 395.75 plus 2 Snap weekly. Y'all got me. It sucks because the premiums are so high. I mean, we still have a massive amount of Snap shares, so that's the good part. Like, dude, what is Snapchat is probably pricing in 30%. Snap, $2. So that's 10. 1.6 would be 3.2 would be 20%. It's actually 17% or something like that. It's actually not that high. It's actually pricing in less, believe it or not. Let's see. All right. So Morgan Stanley, they're overweight on Snapchat. Price target 17. They said the firm is growing more cautious on online ad names, given macro uncertainty and modestly weakening checks. Snap is the best position and most under-monetized mid-cap online ad platform, but given messaging mistakes about Outlook and the impact of changed Apple policy, we see Snap taking multiple quarters to sustainably re-earn investors' trust. Bloomberg Intelligence, a deterioration in Snap's second quarter downloads based on Sensor Tower data points to a further slowdown in North America user growth and continued weakness in second half top line performance. So Bloomberg is saying that based on download data, they say Snap might have less users this quarter. But there's 34 buy targets, 7 holds, and 1 sell. Average price target 24.43, 58% upside from current price. Implied one-day move following earnings 22%. Is this old? Because it doesn't look like 22%. I guess 2.8 divided by 16.2. $17, yeah. But no, not. Why did it say 20? So Bloomberg, so that means I think from yesterday till today, because I think that one was from yesterday. Yesterday till today, Snap is lowered 6% in pricing. Wayfair on the low, Alcoa on the low. I wonder, Tesla has to break 800 today, right? It doesn't just get this high. You're blessed if you're reading this. Amen. COVID hysteria. I mean, the president of the United States just got it. Bro, everybody's been getting it lately. Everyone in the UK still using it. It's wave 3. Ba-da-ba-ba-bap. IV by 16. I don't do that. I just use the straight up option pricing. And with a straddle price, I mean, it's worked pretty effectively for a couple years, but it's a cool take on it. I've never heard of that. Coinbase executive. He was a former Coinbase executive, but again, I think the biggest thing that's going to affect, the biggest thing that would affect anything going on with, what's it called? Oh, am I blanking? With crypto, it's going to be the Tesla news. And for the stream, whether your long-term holds, a lot of stuff. Actually, let's see the long-term. Our latest pickup was JP Morgan, and I have a deposit still. It's kind of cool, though. I kind of like holding one extra deposit. Do you guys notice? Because it's like now we're like 1 week away from deposit, but then it's like every single deposit. Now I have 2 deposits every single time. So we're going to see. It's very good. But JP Morgan was the latest one, and then I'm waiting for Uber and Airbnb. Peach has not stopped in yet. I don't think so. So, yeah, we're back down to 12% on the big account, which is great. Long to the smaller one, 8%, and then Colt Sister, the newer one, still down 25%. But not bad. Not bad at all. Colt Sister is still depositing, yeah. So those are the 3 accounts that we have, and we've had these over the years. And again, it's like I think with the dividend, we would technically have a net gain at this point, but honestly, I think in a week or 2, we should be back. But big account, the deposit is $2,400 a month. The YouTube long term is $240 a month, and then Colt Sister is still at $200 a month or $100 a month. I don't know. It's one or the others. And then we started this one literally in October, so just imagine the timing on this one. And then these ones were all from 2019 till today. What are Plan B contraceptive? I think like EVFM was one. Hope you're having a good day. I hope you are too, baby. It's a beautiful day. In cash reserves, you keep 40% with the dollar. It's probably my strongest performer. It's a good amount of cash. I've always said it's like 10% of cash, 20% of cash goes a long way in big volatility. But I like it. Sorry, I'm chugging down this water. Some ECB officials initially preferred a quarter-point rate hike. Let's see, the Teslas are up. I don't know. I want to play Snap too. Can you mute my mic when you do that? I did mute it. You probably have the premium subscription, which allows you to hear everything. Yeah, those plays are still up on the Tesla. Days like today will destroy the premium. Yeah, it's only $2 for that. You get extra. You get to hear everything. It's dope. Secret Tesla just needs to hit above 800. That's it. That's it. Can't believe long term being down 62% from January high is back to break even. That's amazing. That's honestly great. It's honestly great. Anxiously waiting for Snap earnings. And then let me see. Okay. You buying puts? No, not puts. I mean, I'd go both ways, maybe, but I just feel like the downside's already there. Italy president dissolves parliament. Bro, they've been going crazy from the get-go at the morning. A lot of negative ECB news. Draghi flip-flopping. You know the drill. Drink that water, baby. Zero hedge. Italy president. Is that news or is he like joking? Let's see. Italy is, yeah. I mean, you guys should be aware. Yeah, Italy president dissolves parliament. But you guys should be aware of it. I mean, we've talked about Italy being the weakest link for a couple months now. But now just like little by little, it just gets worse and worse. And then Ubisoft to release smaller unannounced premium games. There goes the Italian bond market, Kodak. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's 8:30 or it's 8:47, but we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hi chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. We appreciate you. But, ladies and gentlemen, we've been here for 2.5 hours. We got 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get on your knees, do a push-up, plank the worm, anything. But get the body moving. Then, optometrist recommendation, stare at an object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. Blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh, feels good. Feels good, huh? Oh, man. Oh, wow. I needed that. Then I need your chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. Drop the shoulders. Fix that nerd neck. Nobody is attacking you, bro. You are relaxed, okay? You're good. You're good to go. It's a beautiful day. Whether the market goes up or down, you're good, bro. Just relax the shoulders, okay? Chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. Boom, baby. Oh, man, you look amazing. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. You look stronger than Powell with a commitment to fight inflation. Maybe that's a bad example, but still, you looking strong. I'm just saying, I see the progress. You kind of glowing. It's a little cloudy outside, but you glowing. I don't know how to describe it, man. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. My man, my man. God bless you. God bless you. But don't let me get ahead of myself. Legs in front of you. Don't wrap them behind your computer chair. That's really weird. You look like you're riding a dolphin. I'm nothing wrong with that, but I'm just saying you're not riding a dolphin right now. So stop riding your computer chair like that, bro. Let's go. Let's get some good posture. Stop mangling the spine, man. It's not good. Not a good look, okay? And then finally, relax the jaw. Or first, breathe in really deep. Go. Breathe out with your tongue out through the dragon breath. Go. Oh, that feels good. Relax the jaw, baby. And then that's it, man. That's it. We did it. Amen. Amen. Hello. Hello. The spy. Ooh, yeah. What is up? Maybe it's the Italy news. I don't know. That is a little bit weird. A little weird. Where my resistance at? Wonky. Very weird. It just but those candles, those little wicks are fake usually. Like when you see them. If like watch once I'm done with my resistances, I'll go and I'll refresh the screen and you'll see A-cam again. Watch out for that one. That one's fire today. Oh. It's not real. Yeah. Sorry, just getting these resistances in here, man. Just trying to get my resistance. What's FTNT and then EVTL was on the high too? Dollar Tree product recall. Are they recalling the dollar? What product? It's weird, bro. Dollar Tree, remember, Dollar Tree was the company's Dollar Tree and Dollar General. Remember, they saved everything with like earnings and all that. But man, it's just like, I guess they're still kind of up. I feel like the last couple days, like Dollar General was just really selling off. Foreshadowing. Can y'all recall the dollar and make it get weaker? I mean, maybe that's a question. Have any of you benefited off of the strong dollar lately? Would any of you say like you're in a business where you benefit off of it, or maybe you waited to invest and now you've started a big long-term, like how has the strong dollar benefited you in any way? Would you say weed? Has it got you more weed? Gas went down. Europe vacation. Did you get a Europe? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if you're traveling to Europe, you say you made 20%. You didn't make it, you saved it, but yeah. Family visited Japan, good rates. My long-term value converted back to euro is higher by 20. Oh, wow. Oh, shit. No way. So you invested in dollars the whole time? Oh, man. Yo, that's kind of fly. Sending money to family overseas. It did nothing but piss off my stocks. Remittance family in Philippines, so conversion rate is wild. Yes, damn, that's really smart, Andres. Good for you. Like, that's actually crazy. That's actually crazy. Did y'all hear that? So literally, Andres has been, he lives in Europe, but he's been investing in the long term with dollars. So since the euro is so much weaker, if he converts his portfolio back into euros, so like if he sells out and takes the dollar and converts back to euros, he's up 20% just on currency. That's pretty crazy. $7.99 on Tesla. Let's see. If it breaks 800, it might just go to like 805. We're up almost 100% on the weekly. Accidental 20% gains. Went from a forex, but conservative and more smart. Yeah, it's very interesting. It's that's something I didn't really think about for how many investors are actually like in Europe. Mm. Travelers Falls. Well, come on, I need that big 800 break. Does it cost more to start? Yeah. Well, no, because I mean back then I'm sure Andres, when you started the portfolio, the euro was stronger too, right? So you probably got more dollars at the beginning, and then now that the euro's weaker, you're like a young Putin, and I mean that in a good way, in the sense of currency swapping. But I don't know if that is that a benefit if someone's like, you like a young Putin. They're like, what'd you just say to me? So yeah, if he started, it was at 1.2. So when he started, his euros got him more dollars, and now his dollars get him 20% more euros. So you honestly probably had a 40% flip-flop if you think about it. That means because you got 20% extra dollars on deposit, and then now that the euro's down 20% from there, you're making 20% more if you convert back. Oh, and are you ready for this? I saw someone talking smack about Bitcoin yesterday, and bro, what they said, I just like it kind of like it got me for a second. I like you ever been hit with like a comeback and you're like, all right, that's facts. Okay, are you ready? So like Bitcoin is like the future of like currency, like Bitcoin's this and that. And if you love Bitcoin, don't get mad at me. Okay, I still own a lot of Bitcoin. Relax, it's okay. I know some people get very sensitive. But are you ready? How, if you own Bitcoin, how do you take profits? So if you own a Bitcoin right now, how do you take profits? Yeah. Exactly. You don't. You sell it for dollars. But then doesn't that just defeat the whole purpose? Do you get it? It's like it's supposed to be the currency, but it's like the only way to take profits is to literally turn it into $1. So I was like, I was like, that's a good one. That's a good one. Okay. Interesting. Said very interesting. That's what my brother-in-law told me when I was talking about it. You get loan. So pretty much, unless you're gonna buy everything with Bitcoin and live off of Bitcoin, it's not like the currency future. All like it's like you have to convert to fiat anyways to even walk away with anything, which is ironic and funny. Let's go. I still love Bitcoin. Don't worry. Same with physical gold and silver. Good point. That's all. So unless you're like buying everything with gold, silver, Bitcoin, you just like you still need $1. Name one other thing that is actually limited in the universe. Critical thinking, freedom, and individual thought. Tesla just the earnings. I just want to see it hit 800. Life itself, amen. Sorry, I was chugging another water bottle very intensely. And you didn't sign up for the subscription, so you didn't get to hear it. Not true. LT traded silver for an option yesterday. Yeah, but then I walked away with all the money, and now he has nothing. I told you we didn't have anything in paper. So he was like, give me the silver back. And I'm like, what? Why? We never had any agreement. So that's where Bitcoin would have helped him. Because if he could have like coded it as a smart contract and, and then there would have been verification on the blockchain, then maybe he would be in a better position. But right now, I mean, I got mad Tesla calls and I got mad silver. So you just got to watch out. Brought to you by Tesla. There it is. So we got 100% on the rollover. How do you guys want to do this? Do we ride it to tomorrow? Do we take 100% and roll over to a smaller one? Because I feel like it's still not hitting 800. Sell. You guys said sell every time. I want to sell it and go to another one, but then I'm also like, why not just hold this and then, because it hasn't broken 800. Usually, remember last time it broke one of those big levels? I think it was either 700 or it like moves like $30 after it breaks the top. So that's why I'm like, I don't like if it could hit 800, it might print to 805. Yeah, Josh and Tesla, not a good combination. I mean, fuck, man. I don't want to say it because I don't want to jinx it. So we'll just move on. Italy set to hold general election September 25th. That's bad. I think they were trying to avoid that. 800. There it is. So look at it. It already popped another $1. See, those already went up to 6, man. Yallah. I think if we get 5 more bucks, you could probably get like 800 for that contract. So look at it, just breaking above, but this is kind of what I'm waiting for. PRPH on the low. That's dropping. SPY's trying to go up to the high right now. Let's see. Just hit 801. I hit like 801.60. So only $1.50, $1.60 pop. When was the last time it was at 800? Oh, I guess it actually ran pretty good from there. That was in March and then in late May or middle of May. 802. Elon fanboys ain't selling to 1 million. I still can't believe he sold Bitcoin. That's just wild. What are you thinking on TAN? Buy more? No. Just wait. I'm patient with it. Again, the problem with TAN is that the president got sick. So how is he going to sign an executive order today? That's what sucks about that play is because like we got it literally. I was assuming we get more headlines, a little bit of hype like that, but then nah. So we'll see. But otherwise, I'd wait on it. It's 340. Okay. Okay, I sold out at 6 on the weekly. Let's give it a second. Actually, I'll just do it now. And then I'm going to roll to the 835 for $1.70. So then that way we've realized all of these profits, but then my max risk now is $1.80 and then minus the other 150 that we lost on the one from a couple weeks ago. So hopefully you guys see the logic there. We're playing the momentum. We get one play, take the big money, roll over, puts less money. I still went pretty big on 275, and then now I'm just going to cheaper and cheaper plays. So if it keeps running, we could keep hitting it. Excuse me. The cheaper plays. I could have probably ghetto spreaded that, but I kind of want to let it run though a little bit. Let's see if I could have ghetto spreaded. I had 815. I could have ghetto spreaded for the 825. It'd be like $1,000 max profit. I definitely could have. We'll see. We'll see. But I think again, if Tesla really continues today and then gaps up tomorrow, that's where I'm hoping I make the money, but we'll find out. And then Microsoft now, let me check those premiums. They're back to break even, man. These things were up 50% yesterday. The date on that is this week. So that's on Friday. Out here waiting on the beach. Hey, man, Netflix. Oh, yeah. So look at that one, Netflix. We're actually clawing back on that. So it says we're down 8% on the bigger account because remember we had a bad first order after the earnings. But then on the small account, we are now up. Oh, it's negative 0.012. So we're about to go positive on the small one. Dude, I'm saying this is a big level for Netflix. Just because now it's getting you back up to that first earnings level. It's been somewhat of a decent-sized recovery. You realistically think Tesla could gap up tomorrow? I think it's possible. I mean, I'm not really your Tesla whisperer. I'm like, again, now that I sold out, it's like I get clapped on Tesla. I don't know what it's been like the last couple weeks. I've been doing pretty decent on it, but I don't know. But anytime it's gone up above these levels, if it has momentum, if the market's good, if any stock you're going to wake up to a $30, $20 gap up, it'll probably be them. And again, last time they went above 800 leading into 1,000, they went pretty crazy. So again, my risk at this point, I've already realized over I think $1,200-$1,300 or something. And then now my max risk is like $108 or $170. Tesla. We got the Tesla. How the market go from overreacting about bad news to not caring about bad news? Well, we've seen that. I mean, we've seen the market treat bad news as good news. So That kind of has to get factored in there. But right now, it's just because of earnings. To answer that question simply, the market is ignoring everything and looking at corporate profits and what these corporations are saying. It's not going to be like that in a couple of weeks, but for now it is. As you took profits on the first chance, then get greedy. You had a streak of bad luck going after the 350. You turned it around. Yeah, that's usually how it is. I could hit them, but then it's easy to go on tilt. And then one goes crazy and the other one goes nuts. And then literally, Lending Tips is just texting me, yeah, buddy. He's like, that's for all the doubters. I don't even own it anymore. Dude, this guy's crazy. This guy, he's like, sell out, sell out, sell out. Now he's like, yeah, buddy. Oh, man. Kramer did call a summer bull run, but people don't like to admit that. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot more like, it's like a social trend to hate on Kramer. But so I feel, oh, there it fucking is. Oh, we've been waiting, baby. Oh, the chat has been waiting. You have no idea. Bro, the chat has been waiting. We have been waiting and preparing. Bradley Frizzle and the Peach, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, my gosh, baby. Oh, no, it was the snap. He saw the Snapchat. He was like, okay, we got to get on here. Oh, my gosh. God bless you, baby. There it is. Rosa, you got the peach. There it is. Wow, God bless. Peach Nation, stand up. Peach Nation, go on Snapchat. I already see. Apparently, there's 60 of you guys who have rewatched my stories. Yeah. I paid for that. I paid for that. Yeah, I know it all. Now I got it. I'm at the sea, bro. I'm seeing some people. I'm like, I ain't seen you in a while. Why you rewatching my story? What's up? It's all love. It's okay. Oh, black screen, my bad. I'm still too hyped on peach mode. 8:05. So literally, there's that $5 move after the break. Ooh, I could have waited, got an extra 200. That would have been nice. Got the OGs, baby. Amen. Amen. Let's get even the other one's going up though. 175 to 250, 230. I'll tell you. And then SPY at 3. Dude, we're going to 397. Holy shit. I didn't realize that. Again, that's a big level. Very important level. Putting it literally this 397 over the next couple days, it's either going to be support or resistance at this pace. And then Microsoft's starting to go up. The premiums are starting to move. We just had them up there again. $74. That play is so weird. Volume is insanely low. 25 million by hour number 3. Yeah, it's I mean, it's been like that though. Every single day of this run up has been big. SPY gap fill 401, then short it. Josh looking good like the dollar. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. That's a real compliment. Because that shit's strong, you know? Hasbro. Mattel earnings is today too, right? Hasbro's popping. Yeah, it kind of looks like it looks like everything kind of had this like vertical ramp. You see that? Because like Hasbro looks like it's news, but then it kind of looks like we just had a broad, everything kind of just had a little melt-up candle right there. When should we be buying energy? I mean, oil could be a good one now. The energy stocks, the oil stocks have actually gone up, but they could actually be decent. But getting closer to end of the summer will probably give us a little bit more. Dollar coming back. Snap is going to be fun. I'm excited. I really hope it doesn't disappoint. But thankfully, the floor is already set very, very low. But we're going to see. But I don't know. I think Snap only has like 90 million or 100 million people in the U.S. So I don't think they're going to get 30% on this little $2.99 shit. That's going to be the problem. But we'll find out. But it's cool, though. I mean, again, at least a lot of people... I mean, that one analyst comment, it echoes exactly what I was feeling, where just like it's going to take a couple more quarters to kind of get back to where we were at, but it's still definitely, Snap is pretty compelling at this point. Nigel, it all depends on the timing. Because that's it. What's been happening with all the earnings lately, right when the earnings come out, it's like the information is just so important. It's like I got to go through it. So Nigel is good at explaining the animal kingdom, but, Nigel doesn't really read the numbers too crazy. He don't get too into that one. Someone just said I swapped my shift next week so I could trade the FOMC. Snap seems creative in business and knows how to monetize users. Yeah, I think the only thing that's good about the like the Snap thing is that they made it cheap. So I wonder how that's gonna play. But yeah, they're one of the most creative in the game. Again, Snapchat invented stories. Just don't ever forget that. Don't ever forget that. Next time you on Instagram, just remember Zuckerberg wanted to buy them. And they said no, and then they copied the stories. Yeah, you got Snap earnings today. Yeah, Snap could cancel the recession. If Snapchat has good news on earnings and guidance and everything, it's going to be great. And they invented snaps in general. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Everyone copied the little disappear. That, of course, their claim to fame. Tesla, again, 806. So we took profits on both plays, and then we rolled over to the final one. I'm honestly just going to hold this one in tomorrow. I'm up like $50 on it. Still like 30%, but just ride it. The fact that statement is true is wild, I know. But that's what it's just testament. Snapchat's been in the game for a while, but they are very creative with how to make money on their base. Like their user base isn't as big as Facebook's, but, they're good at it. And then we got to see user growth. Remember, last time Facebook's user growth fell by a bunch, but now we want to see if they're, what's it called? If we want to see if that actually comes down. Again, that Bloomberg, the Bloomberg like tracker thing, they said downloads look to be lower. So we'll see what happens, I don't know anyone that uses Snapchat. Well, it's been about 30 minutes since I posted that, and it's like I think 1,200 of people have already seen it. And then you get my message. I can't even if every time I press the phone, I get a Snapchat notification. Y'all still on there? Y'all still on there? I don't know where. And then most of the time I go on my Snapchat, half of y'all are selling drugs. Okay, let's be real. So I don't know. Again, and these are just people who added me from the stream, but other than that, it seems pretty active. There's a lot of closet Snap users, 100%. CDNS, Netflix, Tesla, Microsoft. Again, get ready for that 397. Tesla now has an exclusive lane at U.S.-Mexico border crossing. How? You didn't add me back. I'm sorry if I didn't. It's because there's a friends list limit on Snap. So I can't really add anybody. I think I could probably add like 2 or 3 more people. Source. Tesla now has an exclusive lane at the Mexico border crossing for solely for Tesla and its suppliers. Wow. That's crazy. Tesla. Yeah, look at that. I thought it was Exclusivo Autos, but then I saw the Tesla next. I was about to be like, yeah, Exclusivo Autos. I think that's it. But, bro, it literally says Tesla. Damn, that's kind of hype. Tesla's still rocking it up here. Coinbase is on the high, too. Netflix, 2.9. Now we have to be positive on it. Come on. Where is it? Yeah, 70-cent gain, baby. I only got 1 share on this account, but I'll take it. I'll take it. We making moves. I wish that Netflix post-earnings play came back to life. It's still at break even. I sold the Tesla call, and then I rolled over to another one. So I sold out of the 815 at 600, and then we sold out of the other one for 2100. And then every time I took profits, I would just go to a cheaper play, and then we wound up on these 835s for tomorrow, and I got it at $1.70. So now my max risk on Tesla is $175. It is usually around this time something messes up the rally. Could be the dollar climbing, or maybe the bond market reversing most of the day. Again, since Euro closed, we rallied and bonds chilled out, so keep that in mind. Yalla. Oh, Senator Sharon Brown, what can Congress do to prevent Fed from making future mistakes? Okay, I need to go pee. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you.
Of course, and what that did, energy prices. But when we have a system where the big banks and big corporations have lobbied Congress to send jobs all over the world because it's cheap labor, we pay for it. And some of us have sounded that siren for a long time, and I think people are listening more now.
So, Senator, on the Federal Reserve and the mistake that, as I say, Chair Powell admits they made, is it constructive to perhaps have some inquiry, some hearings, asking them how they made the mistake? Because although they've admitted they made a mistake, I'm not sure we've heard how the mistake came about. Wouldn't that help us not to remonstrate with what happened in the past, but just to make sure we don't do it again?
Sure, I think we do that. But I also think we need to look, as we did today. We did a hearing on housing. There had not been a hearing on housing in this country for 10 years until I took over as chair. I'm not tooting my own horn here, but so I took over as chair in 2021. There had not been a hearing on housing in the Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs Committee because that committee was all about the banks. So let's examine what mistakes we made in housing, what mistakes we made in banking, what mistakes we seem to be making in cryptocurrency, and we've got a lot to do there. I'm certainly willing to bring Chair Powell in and talk about that. But the Fed, it wasn't the Fed that sent the supply chain overseas, and the Fed can't bring them back. That's up to Congress. That's a big part of the CHIPS bill. But it's also, let's quit giving tax cuts to companies to move overseas. Let's quit passing trade agreements that send our jobs overseas. We've done that with 40 years. Think about these shows like yours. You've covered Neutron Jack and Chainsaw Al and Steve the Cutter and all these corporate executives that were celebrated because they cut costs.
Chad posting it. Atlas said to wait sudden link sale for up to $20 billion. ATUS. Is it halted? I think it might be ISRG on the high, so is Charter. Chain is I think it's halted. Looks halted. Yeah, they quickly jumped it away. Sudden link sale, 20 billion. It's halted. I thought, yeah, they own it. Altice owns Sudden Link, and they're going to sell it for 20 billion. Email tradingfraternity@gmail.com. Roblo on the high. Man, how do y'all feel with this newfound bullishness? You guys feel good? Do you feel like a new person? Does it bring back memories? Huh? How do you feel? What is, like, come on. This is like day 5 of, I don't think we've seen this in so long. And then, like, I don't know, is it the hopium in the air? Like, what's going on? Like, how do you feel? False hope? It feels sus. I feel you. It's like it feels sus, but I enjoy it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. Does anybody relate? Or it's like, okay, this does feel a little weird. And, like, there's so much. There's so much. But then I'm like, I don't know. My long term just recovered like half of its losses in 2 days. You feel dirty. Yeah. Don't like it. I'm waiting on Snap. Snap is going to be big. Snap is going to be big. You're the only person I heard talk about how fast we came up. No way. Shut up. there's no way I'm the only person in this. There's like, yeah, bro, 372 to 390 in fucking 5 days. Bro, look at this. Look at this. Bro, it was this last Thursday. We were literally at 372. The last time you had Friday, there's no way. I'm not the only one. There's no way. There's no way. That's... Buy a cheap $30 put. It gets annoying. If you're long, who cares? Yeah, it's annoying on some of the trade stuff, but that's what I'm saying. It's like, I like it for the long... I love it for the long term, bro. Any of my crypto, any of my stocks, everything has just came up a ton. And, like, dude, it's been a big difference. Or at least, dude, to get an extra 10, 12, 15% in some cases is like... It's beautiful, man. It's beautiful. But then it's just like, dude, we were just about to plummet in the 370 last Thursday. All-time high in 3 weeks. I mean, I don't know, 3 weeks, like, best case scenario, I think, like, if it continues, maybe you get up to 440, but, like, 430 would be, I think that'd be the remix of all-time highs. But who knows? And then what if the next, like, 3 inflation reports come down, though? So I don't know. Lending Tips is good. He's texting me periodically about Tesla. Flexing on there. Bro, we've already doubled up on the 835s. The 815, though, at 900. Oof. We sold out at 6. So I could have made 300 more, but instead I made $100 more. So do you guys see that? I'm just tearing down. I'm tearing down, but my risk is a lot lower. But then the crazier this thing goes, the more likely we could actually hit something. LT's Play, brought to you by Tesla. Yeah, watch the chips. I agree. They're going to be very big. We sold UNG. Nothing wrong with that. Bro, you could walk away from you. If you caught the same UNG move that I did, you're fine. You could have sold anywhere and been happy about it. It's like you might have missed out again. Like, I was pissed off at the Shopify play. But overall, at this point, I mean, anything with UNG... you could be very, very happy with it. Because it's honestly, we should have made more. We're up 500%, but it's like last time I caught the exact same move, I made it 1,500%. So do you guys remember we played the break? So we played it we played it higher. UNG was like around here to here, and last time it went all the way up to 27 in the same time frame. We made 1,500%. So now the plays are up 500%. So take that with however you please. Hot take, unless Powell does 100, market will rally no matter what. I can agree with that unless the earnings are bad. So unless you get a Grim Reaper out of Apple, Microsoft, Google, or Facebook. And then even Snapchat's earnings today Snapchat's earnings today is either going to sour the mood or it's going to get people very excited for tomorrow. And then for Facebook and Microsoft and all that. PCE GDP. PCE might have a bigger effect, but no one's going to care. I don't think so. Powell is going to be more important. It's going to go Powell, then earnings, and then back to CPI, and then do we get pretty much are you finding out that inflation is actually peaking? BA some volume. A-test resumed. Everybody in the UNG. Oh, big pop. Again, they're selling a unit for $20 billion. So it might get halted again. Plays aren't. I would just go shares. Just go shares with that. Don't even waste time. Because the options are pretty crazy, but you could just literally go for the shares, and then the puts are kind of expensive. Tesla unplayable. Damn, another pop on Tesla. Yeah, lending. We sold out of it early though. You want to see what lending tips would have made, but we hit 2 other rollover plays, which was good. But now the original 800. Oh my gosh, 36. So he would have made another $1,400 off of it. But we still walking away with some money. Yeah, Tesla doing 10. Tesla's still a $1 trillion company. But, I mean, look at how it's been the last couple of weeks or last couple of months. So now it's getting back to the March levels, but then also back to the sell-off there in May. A-test. Is A-test halted again? I think it is. It stopped moving. Yeah, I wanted to do shares and then buy the puts, but might be late. Do you still post on that? I just posted on Snapchat, bro. And I signed up for $2.99. But it sounds weird when you say that out loud, honestly, because I'm a grown adult. So I don't know if I could be walking around saying I signed up for a Snapchat membership without people assuming things. You know what I'm saying? But it's cool. Apparently, a lot of y'all still use Snapchat. Y'all still use Snapchat, though. That is my assessment that I got from here. Snapchat is looking great. Do you think consumer will slow down? Well, I mean, I think the consumer already slowed down in the last month or so, but now the question is how it plays. Dude, Tesla 814. Oh, my gosh. I would have been in the money on the... Oh, man. Now I'm mad I sold that one. Shit. This is me. Risk management, I guess. I'm just trying to keep it cheap. Bro, those went up to $4 already? Oh, yeah. Let's ride this one now. 50. Wow. Bro, those went up to 12, bro. The 275s went up to 1,200. Oh, man. Damn, that was a monster one. What's yours? I'm happy. I'm totally happy. I'm totally happy. Totally happy with it. It's good. And then again, at least I'm sure somebody probably got in on any of those other 2 rollovers, so that's good. That's good. We'll take it. We'll take it. I like looking at it. I know I'm not supposed to, but I really don't. My reaction level, you're just going to hear me maybe say a cuss word, but that's about it. No, I don't think it's that deep. It's good. It's fine. It's good. I'm in a Tesla position. It's winning. I didn't lose. That's good enough for me with Tesla. that's good enough for me. Airbnb mini pop. XLV's going up. Those plays are coming back to life. It's good to see when others sell out early. Exactly. I mean, again, and like you think about what we've been taught, a lot of people have been asking that. Like, bro, there's nothing. I'm not going to get mad about trying to top tick a contract, and hopefully you see what happened, right? It's just like we still walk away with money, and then anytime if I still believed in it, I kept majority of my money, and then I put out way less. I realized that we got the $2,000, $1,000, $1,200 of profit. I put down $275. We take that $275, take it to $600, take the money, and then I go put it to $175. So I can't top tick it all the time. You're not going to ever know. There's going to be a margin of error. So this is like one, you will sell out early. Not everybody is going to sell out perfectly, but now two, ultimately my number one priority, like we've been talking about, capital safety. So when it's all said and done, there was a big risk initially with the lending tips play, but it's like every time it went up, we just made sure we protected our money, got back, again, what you could lose is more important than what you can make. So being able to walk away, not losing, and then protecting everything and then still having an opportunity to get a little crazy, it's beautiful. This is exactly what we want. Could have been better, but also could have been dramatically worse. So we'll take it, but you just keep riding on with it. Don't look at, if you can't look back at the contracts without if you take it really personally, don't look. But obviously, I hope you realize I don't give a shit. So it's just ride it out, but capital safety was there. We got a majority of the contract price. We leave a little on the table, but now the real question is, what are we going to see in a couple of days, right? What are we going to see by the end of the day? So right now we're reacting to a 1 hour time frame. Y'all don't feel me. Think about it. So all of the craziness happened in 1 hour. So you're tripping out about the extra profits on 1 hour. But then what's the next hour going to look like? It could get even more, but at the end of the day, it's like if it comes right back down, you're going to realize that was just a little mini window that you had to maximize profits, but it doesn't mean that's really where 99% of the play, 90% of the play was trading at. But we'll take it. Google could be waiting for Snap. Secure the bag. Let me check Google. ATUS unhalted again. Back at it again. Selling early feels way better than selling out too late. All that it comes with is that when you sell out too late, at least you know what could have happened. That's it. So anytime I've ever sold out late and felt good about it, at least I was like, all right, well, at least I got to see it. But you're totally right. That's a great way I don't think anybody's ever said that, or I've never heard anybody say that, really. That literally selling out early feels way better than selling out late, which is facts. But there is times where you're like, I want, I don't know. For me personally, there's times where I want to see what's gonna happen, and I'm like, I don't care. I'm worth it to take that risk. I'll pay to play, yeah. But then it does feel better all the time. That's what I'm saying. Once we look back at this, we're going to see where it ends up and then really see, okay, did we really sell out really, really early, or was there just a window and then that's it? It only lasted for 30 minutes. Pretty much, I'm not going to get mad by selling out too early if it was only an hour window. But Shopify, where it continues for 2 days, then you're going to be like, all right, that sucks. I like that. Everybody's a general the day after the war. Selling out early is straight risk management, and that discipline plays off in the long run. Amen. Amen. It's just that's exactly how that's the game of life. That's the game of real estate. That's the game of stocks. That's the game of anything, where it's exactly like that, where you can get away with speeding for a little bit, but eventually you want to be able to go to something that in the long term is always going to work, more or less. So you'll be more happy more often than not, but 100%. But it doesn't. But there is moments you could push it. That's one thing. Again, I told you that story. I had a mentor once. He taught me that, and he said if you're speeding, make sure you make enough to pay for the ticket. That's just all it comes down to. But there is moments where you could speed. I mean, just literally think about it. Does anybody in here drive more than 100 miles an hour when they're on the freeway? Does anybody like 100 isn't shit to you, pretty much? Is anybody, and don't incriminate yourself, I don't advocate it. Please drive safely, wear a seatbelt. We have police officers in here. They will give you a ticket. Oh, yeah, LA to Vegas, I know exactly what you're talking about. So think about that. I hope you know, if you get pulled over, if you get caught at 100 miles an hour, your car is getting impounded and you are going to jail. Do you know that? Right? Are you guys familiar with that? Is everybody, are you guys, do you know? I guess not always, but I think if you're like, okay, maybe like 105, 110, but usually 100, you're going to get clapped. Yeah, unless you're Andrew Tate, then it's different. Bugatti. Okay, but still. Yeah, just don't pull over. Yeah, great advice in the chat here. Great. You guys are just on top of this game right now. Yeah, there you go. So unless you're Andrew Tate or you don't stop, then maybe what I'm saying doesn't apply. But that being said now, are you ready? How many times have you been pulled over going 100? Chad? Microsoft again. 2? Oh, you're crazy. 0, never. Not once, you're crazy. Twice, you're psycho, sicko. Why you calling me out? Once, never, once, 2 times? How y'all getting caught twice, man? Get a fucking radar. No, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to advocate anything. But come on, what do you mean twice? What's wrong with you? Let's go, man. Yeah, I got a radar now. Well, pretty much there you go. Same thing applies to trading and business and life. You could go 100 miles an hour and you won't get caught every time. But if you do get caught, the consequences are high. The cost is low. Again, it's the same thing with speculation. So if you're going to speculate, sometimes you could go 100 for 20 miles, nothing happens, right? So just make sure you don't get caught, and that's what you got to watch out for. And then, like the advice that I tell you is get a radar, right? So I'm going to ask you, what's your radar in terms of the market then? How do you start to say, okay, it's getting a little risky here, and then what do you do? For me, I think radar in this case was selling out, rolling over, selling out, rolling over. Anytime I felt like I pushed it pretty fast and I'm like, okay, maybe there's a little bit more traffic, I'm going to take my money and I'm going to go to a lower speed. You see what I'm saying? And then it starts speeding up again, and I'm like, okay, I got to sell out a little bit. And then we start going from there. So keep that in mind, but I mean, you can speed on it, and let's see. Heel toe. My dad says you have to be lucky every day. The cops only have to be lucky once. Woo! Boy, you better hug your... Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. Wow. I just got a present. I'm excited. Oh, my gosh. I haven't had this in so long. Thank you. Oh, my gosh. She's too shy. She's not saying anything. My girlfriend just pulled up. But you know what she just got me? Bro. Oh, is there Chick-fil-A sauce?
We have in a fridge.
Oh, my God. You didn't get Chick-fil-A sauce?
I didn't know you have to do that for breakfast.
Oh, it's okay. I still love you, and I love this. Bro, she bought me Chick-fil-A breakfast. I have never been able to get Chick-fil-A breakfast because usually I don't wake up for the Lord's timing on that one.
Do you want sauce?
Yeah, please, actually. Thank you. Wow. Wow. Dude, I haven't had this in years, bro. I just never... Scheduling, that's it. I need a girlfriend, bro. Well, you gotta watch out. You know, some of them they'll do the opposite and they'll make you bring them food. I got lucky. So thank you. God bless you. God bless you. Wow. I like it. Now you're gonna hear me chew. Sorry. Unless you got the membership. You want the membership? Yeah, I have the sauce on lock. Wow. The Lord's breakfast, MM. The toughest weight in the gym is the front door. Damn. Facts. Well, good. We had some good analogies, good Tesla run. We got to talk a little bit. It's cool. I'm sorry, I'm talking with my mouth open now. Or with chewing. But I'm glad we got to see Tesla today because I feel like that question has been asked every day. What do you do when you sell out too early? So hopefully you guys got to witness it. And again, that speeding analogy, I really hope it stays with you. So just be wise about it. You know what I'm saying? Moving forward, just you could speed a little bit, but just be careful. Do your thing, and you'll find the answer, Habibi. Too late for SPY. I mean, if you want to go for the contrarian bet to the downside, now it might be better. It's still pretty early on the day. We still got a couple hours left, so it really depends. What do you sell out early? Cry about missing out on free money while sopping up tears with said free money. It's a double-edged sword. Stay humble. It's just you got to understand the window. That's it. It's just there's a window of opportunity, but at the same time, like you can't speed all the time. So hopefully you do it. Yeah, since the last call I had with you, all I think about knowing when to act fast since the last call. I remember that's where we had that talk. Literally, remember Daniel called. We literally had this same exact talk. I told you this, and this was just about making moves in business, in real estate, and even outside of stocks where it's like, hey, you could be conservative, and like some of you guys are very conservative. Some of you guys, and God bless you, honestly. I think some of y'all, it kind of relates to today's PHILO. I hope you recognize the foundation that you built up. There's nothing wrong with being conservative. I know how many of you guys literally watched everybody go and buy stupid hype growth plays, and then you were being conservative, and then they would make 50%, and then you would be up like 2%. You know what I'm saying? Like some of you have experienced that. Your friends were going out, buying this, buying that. Everybody was gambling. You really were not doing that. Like, again, you saved up, you worked, you did all that, and then you're going to kind of have this feeling like, oh, shit, I feel like I'm falling behind. It's like, I made good decisions, and I did what I thought was good, but then I didn't advance as much as even some other people did who did stupid shit, right? And it goes to this point where we said, like, it's good to be conservative and you stay conservative, but there is moments where you have to know how to speed, right? Like, literally, you will watch me make $20 plays, $50 plays. Again, we talked about this with energy, but then it's like if you see the right energy play, that there's a play you have to go big on. Again, I could be very conservative. I could be very super cheap, but the minute a guaranteed real estate deal hits my lap, I'll put hundreds of thousands of dollars at it. I'll hit the gas and go after it, but it doesn't mean you hit the gas on everything and then you're speeding going through boom, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, a million. No, it's know when to speed on that. So that's what it is. But I'm glad you guys got to see this one with the Tesla play. And just we've talked about this so much over the last couple days. Everybody asking, what do you do when you sell out? What do you do when you sell out? So it's one part knowing the speed. Become a good driver, literally, you know what I'm saying? Know how to navigate a little bit, get you where you need to be a little bit faster, but don't get in trouble. But then at the same time, though, too, it's like there is a part of this that is very ego-driven. I want to say psychological, but it's pure ego. That's the thing. Because when you're like, how do I not, like, again, I will go and look back at these plays, and you'll see it. You'll hear me make a little comment towards it and all that. But the real question is, how much weight are you applying to your decision in the sense of, are you letting that decision, like, are you thinking about it deep? Toyota recalls 3,000 vehicles on RAV4s, 2022 RAV4 recall. But do you see what I'm saying, though, where it's like, your ego towards it, and if you're very like, if you're just getting so into it, and then you're thinking that one play, that missing out on perfect, literally missing out on perfect, if you think that defines you, or if you like, you identify with it, then you got a problem, because that's where you're gonna get the issue from, where it's literally it's the philo of validating yourself or not. So what gives you your validation with trading? Again, I don't care if I sell out early. Why? Again, there's going to be another opportunity. I've gotten many opportunities before. Again, it's not like Tesla's. If I sell out early on Tesla, it's not the first one I sold out early on. And honestly, I just like hitting the play. So, for me to walk away, it's like, hey, I was right on it. I hit it. That's good enough for me, man. I'll take it, but I'm not. It doesn't validate me. That's why if you can make fun of me about it, you can make fun of me about a win or a loss. That doesn't give me my validation. So it's the same thing for yourself personally, though, right? So like, ask yourself, like, if somebody made fun of your trading, does that affect you? Like, let's say somebody was over your shoulder watching you trade, and then you sold out early, and they said you suck, ha ha ha. Oh, or they're like, oh, dude, you're getting clapped. Bro, you're getting clapped right now, man. Oh, so what would you do? How do you feel about that? I ask you a question, I take a bite of Chick-fil-A. Come on, how do you feel? Come on, tell me. Talk to me, Chad. I say, show me your long term. I hate that. We throwing hands. I'll be tilted if it's someone close to me, uncomfortable, annoyed. I'd be heated. That guy's in my head. Just annoying. I want to hang around that negativity. It matters. Depends on how much they matter to me. I would say Jesus walks. Haha. So, the answer should be it doesn't matter. None of you should ever get mad about that. It's going to happen, possibly. Thankfully, a lot of you do not have anybody over your shoulder looking at it, but guess what? It doesn't matter. That's it. You have to get in that mentality, because now you don't have anybody over your shoulder doing it to you. Who's doing it to you? So guess what? You need to, well, maybe we should go work on that a little bit. You guys should never care, but guess what? No one's doing that. There's somebody. It's not somebody random that's doing it. Who's doing it? Come on. Me. Exactly. I'm doing it. Exactly. And that's what I mean by the ego. So it's like, a lot of you guys are like, you guys thought about that question. You're like, oh, it depends how close they are. You're really close to yourself. Imagine that, right? Imagine a lot of you say, well, it depends who it is. If it's someone's close to me, bro, no one is closer to you than you. But that's what you're doing on a daily level. So it's like, you got to ignore that. You got to just not be you got to be in a position where it's like, hey, I'm not really focusing on that sense. If you want to entertain it and listen to it and try to get validity, does a bad trade make you a bad person? No. Does a bad trade make you broke? No. Is a bad trade mean you're a bad trader? No. The devil is a lie. People like to talk shit, but you like to talk shit to yourself. You see what I'm saying? So it's just like, at the end of the day, it's like, okay, you could tell yourself, oh, it's this, and like, oh, I think it makes me bad. I think it's, oh, I'm not a good trader, but it's like you're ignoring everything else. But then that ego, and then getting such a big reaction to this feeling of not being perfect, it's going to make you miss out on a lot of other stuff. So this is a good way to handle it, is just really just keep your head in the game. I wouldn't focus on it. Your trades do not define you, and just know when to speed, and understand too, you can't speed all the time. And that's it. I love that one. The cop has to just get lucky once. You have to get lucky all the time. So play accordingly. Get your radar up there. Don't let the trade does not validate you. And that's it. You're good to go, baby. You're good to go. CLF popping. ATUS is still rocketing. Oh, that's not even PHILO, bro. We were just talking about the Tesla trade. I mean, we sold out early on 2 different contracts. I know a lot of people did the same thing, but we're just talking about it. But now, like, this question has came up so many times. I'm kind of glad we had a big runner so that you could see it. It's just like, bro, we hit the play good. It's like we hit every single play we did good. The first play that LT got, I mean, he got lucky. The premiums, I don't know how they stayed up, but that was good. Thankfully, he got more time, and hopefully you learn from that lesson. If he went for the weekly, he would have been down until the end of the day or until it popped up like this. So that was a good learning point. But then it went up. We sold out of it, got the next one. You hit another play on there. We sold out at 6. It ran to 9. So you sell out of that one, and then we grab the other one. But it's like we got to see these opportunities. And you still made good trades at the end of the day. And then if you're going and you're walking away with money on it, it's going to be happy. We'll find out probably by the end of the day. End of the week, we'll see where those things end up. And then we're going to have a better idea of, okay, yeah, my FOMO was justified or not, or my feelings, or, again, beating myself up over something when it just really actually only lasted for an hour. Ryoshi, cryptic message on the blockchain, no VCs, totally decentralized. He left Sheeb to make this. Sheeb wasn't what he wanted. Interesting. A lot of money got used to quick money. A lot of people I think people got used to a quick dopamine rush and then ego boost. Yes or no? Because some people didn't even care about the money. You saw how, like, you can see how people even act towards it today. But I really think a lot of it was just like, it was an ego boost, and it made you feel a certain way. And it was nice. I said hard yes. PHILO now. We got a little bit of time. That was already PHILO. It sucks because I had such a good PHILO today. It does relate to what we're talking about, which I'm excited about. But even then, that was just related to straight up selling too early. D-Watt going ham. Has done good. Tesla, 10%. Is it still at $1 trillion? And I guess the piggy bank did not break. Oh, man. Tesla's not even $1 trillion. Wow. That's actually crazy. I don't want to begin short. You can go for it. No, I didn't fart. I was typing. You know, that's crazy that it's not, Tesla's not $1 trillion anymore. Any words for wisdom buying land? Just be careful. I don't really like buying land. You just got to make sure you know how you're going to make money off of it. If it has licensing, I mean, any land already hooked up to utilities and stuff like that, or if it has permits, that's always going to be worth a lot more. But other than that, it's kind of hard. It depends where. I mean, there's just a lot of land. There's just a lot of land out there that just does its thing. It's like you could buy like $8,000 land plots in the middle of nowhere and it has nothing in value compared to like somewhere in a certain city, and then the licensing and again utilities, all that. VRTX, little cheekly at the bottom here. I think I told you guys that story. I think I made a video of it. Like I had one point, I was in LA once and we were going to buy land to build a house, right? And this deal, it was a great deal. That it was like $1 million for this piece of land on the hill, but the permits were already approved. And it was like you could pretty much $1 million for the land. You spend like $1 million to build the property. So you're total in at $2 million, and all the houses on this hill are going for like $6 to $10 million. Like it was super, super ballin'. It was super nice. It was a great deal, right? But, and the land seemed perfect. It was a land plot, Boeing popping right now. But it seemed perfect. Again, it was licensed. They had all the permits to build this massive mansion that you could sell for $6 to $8 million. It looked like a good flip, right? So we're out there. We drive up to the land plot, and I'm out there walking the property. I was with a bunch of Chads. I don't know if Roykey was with me. I know a couple of people were with me. I know Conroy was with me, and somebody else. They were with us, and we're walking around, and we're looking at the property, and we're like, okay, this land is good. Olma on the high, 20% up. Remember, we got clapped on that on a FDA play. But anyways, I'm walking the property, and this guy comes out, one of the neighbors. Boeing is popping big a little bit, just keeps printing the high ticker. We were at 397 too. Watch where we go from here. So this guy comes out, and he talks to me, and he's like, what are you doing? He's like, what are you guys doing right here? Like, there's a bunch of us. He was actually being an asshole. And then I was like, oh, I'm BA's final trade. There it is. That makes sense. Man, they're not letting me finish the story. Too much news, too much things happening. But he was being an asshole. This guy's being a straight-up dickhead. And I was like, oh, we want to buy this land plot and build on it. And then he starts laughing. He starts, like, giggling. He's like, yeah, right. Uh-huh. Sure. Yeah, okay. And then he says, yeah, good luck. Uh-huh. And then I'm like, and then I tell him, I'm like, no, tell me. I'm like, what's up? Like, what's going on? Like, why are you, he's like, I said, humor me. I said, tell me what's going on with this. And he said, okay, I'll tell you what's going on. And then he lets me know that even though the property is permitted, he didn't know I was Arab. He was a little racist piece of shit. He's like, these fucking Persians bought this and they think they know what they're doing because they got money and they think they could just throw money and just build something and blah, 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 blah. But pretty much, he actually gave me very good info. He ended up telling me that even though the land is permitted, he said the homeowners, nobody in that homeowner area, they wouldn't approve the ground removal. So even though the city approved the land plot to build a house, the neighbors wouldn't sign the form to allow the ground removal to like get construction and like dig out the mountain and then the trash and all of that stuff. The neighbors wouldn't approve it. So pretty much this was a great, great piece of land, but it was virtually worthless. Even though it even had everything. It had utilities. It had connections set up. It had permits. Had all of that, right? But there was another external factor that pretty much rendered this land literally virtually worthless because the neighbors would not allow you to build on it no matter what you did. Unless you got all 10 or 12 of those neighbors pretty much the two people in front of you, behind you, and then to the sides. They all need to sign something. Unless you could get that, then nah. The neighbors just, I mean, it's a small road in the hills. Like, this is Beverly Hills. Like, it's on one of these small roads. Everything's super nice. Last thing these neighbors want is a bunch of construction trucks and building for the next year. Like, they don't want to hear that, you know? So it gets crazy. It gets crazy. He snitched on himself. Well, that's just part of the process. Part of the process. Always heard land is a money hole most of the time. I believe it. It is, but you could pull it off. Wynn Resorts, Swedish House Mafia to play 2-year residency. All I'm picturing is like the scene from Space Jam where they force Michael Jordan to play basketball. Why do neighbors have power? It's some kind of community thing. No, that's very common, actually. I don't know if it's just a California thing, but usually if you I've had this happen many times. Like, if anybody wants to do a big remodel, you usually need the neighbor's approval for it, depending on how big it is. It's kind of part of the process. So it's just common. I mean, because again, you might disrupt your neighbors, or you might need to use some of their space to do something, but usually for the disruption, even if there's no HOA, they will still require that every neighbor pretty much signs off on it. It's not every neighbor, but it's like literally the people in front of you, behind you, to the left, and to the right. So like the people immediately right next to you, you need to at least inform them and get some sort of acceptance from them to do it. Can you make it farmland? You can. Lending Tips told that story. We knew a guy, and he did this in San Diego. He bought an abandoned golf course in San Diego for $2 million, and then he wanted to take the golf course, demolish everything, and then turn it into like 200 or 500 houses. He wanted to build a housing development, right? So he stole the land because it was a golf course and it was crappy. It was dilapidated. He stole the land for dirt cheap. And then he was like, okay, I'm going to build this huge housing development. And then the neighbors again and the city, they weren't having it. They weren't down. They were like, no, we're not going to let you build this land. So what he did, because the zoning of the land, it somehow allowed animals, he fenced off the whole golf course, spent a bunch of money to fence off the golf course, and then he imported a bunch of farm animals onto this golf course. And then he turned it into like a feeding ground, like a mini farm pretty much. And then all the neighbors got pissed because he just came into their multi-million-dollar neighborhood and then just started throwing goats and sheeps everywhere. And then it started smelling like shit. So then he said, well, if you give me approval to build the house, I would love to get rid of these goats, but I mean, I'm just using what it's approved for. So everybody signed off and they let him go and they let him build his houses. So you could pull it off. It just depends. But usually land is like, it's a money pit if you don't know what you're doing, or if a lot more unforeseen circumstances can come up. But I will tell you this, if you get a good land plot and you somehow find a way to extract the value, you're going to hit a 10x, maybe even a 100x. So like there's some people, bro, you could buy some of these land plots in LA for 20 grand. And if you could get it ready to build, you could sell that land for like $500,000. I've seen some people do it, but it's hard. It's very, very, again, you don't know. There's this land has too many variables. You see what I'm saying? That's the only problem, is that if you could figure out the variables, or you're willing and you're able to get creative with any problems, then you could find a way. Otherwise, it's very hard. That's why people pay so much for a good land plot once it's ready to go. So like once you could confirm it and it's guaranteed and there's no briars or barriers, then it's going to be great. It's an investment, not necessarily. Remember, you have to pay property tax still. So you still have to pay property tax on land. Granted, it's not that much. Yeah, very time consuming. Super time consuming. Super time consuming. No, big emphasis on that. You ever have a 9 to 5 before real estate and stocks? When I was younger, and then even as I was older, I worked for people, and I would always be open, even when I was doing good in stocks and real estate. Like I've always been open to even like consulting, or like now that I knew how to get companies set up and all of that. So eventually, I mean, I would get contracting jobs where they would pay me and hire me on for other stuff to do certain things, whether it was anything from marketing, business development, investing, or even real estate. I've had people pay me not as an agent, but they've paid me to help them find a house, pretty much. And literally, like back in the day, like put together their whole real estate portfolio for them practically. So stuff like that. But ever since, I mean, I'd take a job right now. If I get the right contract, I would take it. I have 25, 36 lots in Florida, less than 200K for both plots. Just get them ready to build. Get them, you see what I'm saying? If you do all the work to get it ready for a builder, you can make a lot on that. Renting homes, you got a 6th-floor building in Cologne. I got it from my mom, bless her, but there's an old lady in the 4th that will not move. She has a contract for my grandparents, so it's dirt cheap. How do you guys handle that situation? Just let her stay. Why do you want her out? You see what I'm saying? I know you could probably increase revenue on there, but if it's an old lady, she's been there before, your mom gave you the property, and then she was there since your grandparents, just let her stay. And then if anything, she'll naturally leave that property there, unless you need to repair it. But at the same time, I wouldn't get too trippy on where is Cologne? Is that even in America? Or is that in Germany? Yeah, does she take good care of the property? Yeah. Well, yeah, she'll whether it's life or she ends up moving or anything. Germany. So again, I don't know how the laws work there, or like rental rights and all that. No, I still have 2 more UNGs or 3 more UNGs. And we're up about 500% after today's move. Land in Cape Flora. I'm not too interested in land. No. Unless it's like ready to go, but even then, I'm 10 times more hesitant on it. I don't jump after the land deals like I do with real estate. So like if you gave me a real estate deal like 20% below market, maybe even 10%, like I'd look into it, I'd negotiate, I'll see what we could do with it. But like if you gave me land even at 50% off, I would still hesitate. Just because it's unknown. There's just too much unknown about it that even if you gave me a 50% discount, I would be sketched out. I would be like, why are you giving it to me so cheap? And then I'd be like, well, what's going on? What is there about this land that I don't know about? It's actually trash. She never did renovations, something in the apartment. So once she moved out, it's trash. It needs to be entirely renovated. So until you figure out the plan for what you're going to do with the property and everything else, but just let that lady stay until she leaves. And if it's already messed up, you've already absorbed the loss. You see what I'm saying? So it's already trashed. You're going to repair it anyways. But until then, I would just see, unless she's like making a big problem, you know what I'm saying? But like if she's just living in this house, she didn't take care of it, but she doesn't cause problems, and she's just kind of paying a substantially lower rent. Yeah, you could ask her if she wants to leave. You could offer her and say, hey, I could give you $5,000, $10,000 or whatever, go find another place for her to live. But more often than not, especially if like someone's been in there that long, they're probably not going to want to leave, and it might end up turning to it might be a big issue for you. That's the best part about it. I love it because you guys are like, wow, Josh, you're so nice. You're such a great guy, Josh. Wow. I aspire to be like you, Josh. Wow. You're so honorable, man. Well, thank you. Thank you, Chad. But at the end of the day, it's in your best interest probably to even avoid the problem, because chances are she may make a bigger issue for you. So it's one part about just kind of doing the right thing, but then it's also a very good business move, believe it or not. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's also, you could avoid, just why have a problem and why turn a tenant into a monster tenant when just see, maybe you just talk with her, ask her when she plans on leaving. Apple's popping. Apple new high. And then just go from there and see. But just unless she's lighting the property on fire, you don't have to do much. But ask her, see what's up. What's her plan? Would she be interested in leaving if you found her another place? All of that. And just say you're interested just because we want to renovate the property eventually. But also, too, I don't know if it works like that in Germany. But in America, if you want to get rid of somebody in a property and you say you're going to renovate the property, so like if you're saying, oh, I'm sorry, I have to give you a 30-day notice because I need to renovate the property. So a property's bad and I need to fix it up. Unfortunately, you have to leave the property, right? So if you do that, you have to give them back their security deposit. Did you know that, landlords? So, yeah, you got to keep that in mind. Because I don't know if it works like that in Germany. So, literally, so like if you say, let's say you have a difficult tenant, because this is how you could get rid of difficult tenants. Because, like, let's say you just want to get somebody out of the property. They're an asshole. They're destroying the property, whatever. And you're like, listen, okay, your lease is coming up or whatever. Here's a 30-day, 60-day notice. You got to leave the property because they're going to ask you why. Instead of saying anything, you're like, oh, I have to renovate it. And you make it clear that you need to renovate the property. You have to give them back their security deposit. Because if you're saying, if the property needs it and you're saying, yeah, I have to do this work, then you can't hold them accountable for damages on a property if you plan to knock it down anyways, or if you plan to redo all of it. You see what I'm saying? Not if you evict, but if you give a notice to leave, notice to vacate, and your reason is a renovation, then you have to give back the security deposit. I still got one other building I pray for plans to renovate. She will live for the time in Germany, I have to take care of where she will live for the time I renovate. Well, yeah, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't renovate and put her back in it if that's what you're thinking. I would just say simply, if she's down to leave and you could find her a place, tell her that. Otherwise, just renovate it right when she leaves. Or you could renovate all the other units and go from there. Yeah, just leave it as is. How old is she? And then again, I would just try to talk to her and just kind of get an idea of what's going on there. But just it could be volatile. Just don't let it turn into a situation where now you have you're gonna like mess with this old lady's life, and then if she gets mad enough, she'll make your life a living hell. She's 87. Yeah, I think you'll be chill. Just talk to her. Maybe as she's thought about assisted living. Maybe, I don't know. We'll have an area where we get 100-point daily swings. Yeah, 397 is big. Again, last time we were at 397, we would go straight to like 408, 410, and then right when we broke 397, it got a little crazy, but there is a lot of support here. I already talked to her since I was worried about her falling on the stairs since it's a building. She can make sure she can't sue you for that. and all that. But so she doesn't plan on leaving. Have you asked her if she would want another house? So if you say, hey, we could give you $5,000, $10,000 to go and get another place and we could help you. But if she does say no to all that, just let her stay. And that's it. Honor the grandparents too. If she signed a deal with the grandparents and stayed there, just call it a day. You're going to just at the very least a couple years, I think you're going to, you'll be good. Snap earnings, I think it's going to be big. I'm excited. I'm very excited. But I think the downside is limited after they guided down so big. But if they do any worse than that guidance, that's it. I think the big X factor about Snapchat that we're missing, though, that could really have a big effect is the user growth. So even people weren't worried about Snap user growth. People were worried about Snap earnings, right? They were worried about profits on ad spend, and they were worried about advertisers and all that. But I do think that could be a negative thing that could creep in today, is if the users drop kind of like Facebook did. That could be a little bit scary. Otherwise, everything is guided so low. I think it might stay the same or do very, very well, but we'll find out. But a big surprise could get rid of that. And then if they do surprise to the downside, bro, Google and Facebook are going with it. I would say at least 2% for the mega caps, which is wicked to me to think about. He said, is she nice? She's horrible. Their track record, okay. Pray they don't mention. See, but did you hear what Goldman said about that? That analyst comment I read with Goldman, I think they're so accurate. They literally just said Snapchat just had a messaging problem. They think pretty much they're saying the way that Snapchat communicated the Apple problem, it hurt them more than the actual Apple update. Does that make sense? So the way they guided towards Apple and where they're like, oh man, it's kind of worrisome, and then this and that, pretty much how they communicated it was worse than the actual effect of what the Apple privacy stuff did. So that, and I think that's a new concept to me. I didn't really think about that till today when I read that. So I think it does hold a little bit of weight there. The irony, right? Pretty much they talk themselves down an extra 10, 20%, where Goldman is arguing that if they just brought it up but didn't focus on it, Snapchat could be a lot higher right now. It's actually kind of crazy to think about. Senate passes bill to suspend tariffs on baby formula imports. Who's this? Jack Olzik, Philip Morris. All right, I'm going to go pee real quick. Give me a second. Follow me on Instagram, at The Trading Fraternity. I love you.
Product, as you know, our aspiration is to, by 2025 to be predominantly smoke-free product. We're on the great path organically to do it. The Swedish Match obviously can accelerate our smoke-free journey.
Well, let's talk more about the supply chain issues. It's something I feel like has perhaps in the recent months fell by the wayside a little bit. But I'm curious specifically about issues when it comes to semiconductors for your heated tobacco devices. Where are you getting them from, and what problems are you facing?
And obviously, as the most of the electronics industry, very heavily dependent on the Asia and Chinese source of the electronics. I mean, surprisingly, we had quite a lot of bottlenecks for the most part of the last year. Situation started somehow to improve this year. At least we have a better visibility with regards to fulfillment of our orders. We are not out of the woods yet, but it's enough for us to increase our commercial activities in the marketplace. And we saw the results over the first quarter and the second quarter of this year. We could increase the user acquisition, and this obviously builds the very good base, the trajectory of the growth for the next year.
Interrupt you very.
Why does it
When
sound
we're
like
talking about the chip?
it sounds like one of my ummus talking? I feel like this guy, he don't look like my ummu, but he look like one of my ummus, you know? I'm like, he talk like I swear I met this dude before. LAC volume, that's for the what's it called? Lithium. Elon Musk getting in the lithium business is a license to print money. What's the other one we hit that one time? The other lithium play, and they're only Piedmont, PII, or PLL. Yeah, I like Piedmont. It sucks they did that offering. We hit it on the head, and then they did an offering. Like what? Yeah, but Piedmont, I believe their only customer, or their largest customer, like 80% of their business, I believe it is PII is Polaris. But I believe Piedmont, their biggest customer is Tesla. That was a killer play on Piedmont. I remember that one. I'm not shorting Snap, no. I think Snapchat's downside is limited for earnings unless user growth declines, and then it's going to lead into another problem. That's the only thing that's not priced in for Snap. Like all the worries for Snap, nobody has expected user growth to decline because they've been growing it. So that is, I think, the surpriser that could happen. Are you okay? I was like burping while trying to explain earnings, and it just attacked me. Snap. Snap will keep if Snap does good, it's gonna keep the party going. But if Snap goes bad, that's like the cops showing up to the rally. Everyone's gonna be like, dip. No. It's rolled. So watch out. Watch out. Spy drop 50 cents, run. But it's the bottom. Man, oh man. No Snap. I just have massive amount of Snap calls or shares. Chatadonia, like that. Tell the people that Power Water is back. What? Woo! Ladies and gentlemen, Some of you may not like this moment. Oh, but some of you have been waiting for it, baby. And it is time for the PHILO. And best of all, we get to talk a little bit about what we were talking about today. We get to talk a little bit about defense. Defense. So I'm going to start with some other topic, and you should be able to apply this to being defensive, and it goes hand in hand with everything that we've talked about lately. So I could tie this right in. We could get into the laws of gold. I don't know if I'm going to or not. We're going to see kind of how this plays out, but there is a way bigger topic here for now, and I think it's going to blend in very, very nicely. So what we're going to talk about today, actually, let me tell you the story before I tell you the topic. I heard this the other day. It was actually really cool. So I forgot what university it is. It's like one of these colleges. I want to say it's like Ohio or something like that. And they have one of the first postmodernist buildings, right? So there's a building there, and this is the story. This guy was saying, hey, he was going around this school, and they showed him this building. It's a postmodernist building. And then the other guy said, well, I know what postmodernism is in terms of literature and in terms of like art and all of that, but how does it apply to architecture, right? How do you apply postmodernism to architecture? And this building in Ohio, I'm pretty sure it's Ohio. What it is, it's a building, but it has random staircases that lead to nowhere. And there's like random fixtures and poles in the property that have no meaning. Literally, the guy who invented it, the architect, he said it's a postmodernist house. It's meant to reflect life. Nothing in life makes sense. Nothing connects. We have no meaning in life. There's no God. It's just everything is kind of a bunch of random stuff put together. They said if our life is so like, sporadic and all of that, why would our buildings, reflect something more orderly, right? So that's what the guy told this other guy. And then the other guy responded, oh, wow, that's really cool. But did they build the foundation the same way? Oh, y'all don't feel me. Y'all don't feel me, Chad. He said, is the foundation built the same way? Do you guys understand that? Because that means this building could have random pieces, random parts. They say compare it to life. And they say just a staircase leading to nowhere. There's no rules. There's no laws, right? It's just everything randomly all together. But it's a very good question. But does the foundation apply? Does that mean that they violated the laws of what you could build on? That there's laws to the foundation. The reality is you have to build the foundation a certain way. If you did it with the same attitude as what you built on top of it, it wouldn't hold up. That's just not, it's just physics, reality, it doesn't work like that. So, what do you think we're going to talk about today, baby? Today, we're going to talk about the foundation, my friends. And I'm glad, like I said, I think this could tie into a lot of stuff we've discussed already. And I hope you realize, do you know what your foundation is? Defense. Defense. That's all we've been talking about lately, man. I really hope you guys get it. We've been coming back. I'm bringing you back. Richest Man of Babylon. We're talking about things you should probably already know. A lot of this stuff we go over, it's not as if anything is new sometimes. Like, right? You gotta refresh yourself. EWG, something happened? It looks SPY's coming down a little bit. There's an earthquake in Myanmar. It's the only thing I'm seeing. So, wait. Yeah, it's not moving too big, but keep your eye out for that. We will see. But, anyways, like I was saying, all of this stuff that we're kind of refreshing ourselves on, and I'm reminding you, I really hope you guys realize this is your foundation. This is your foundation of money, of how to grow, of success, literally a foundation for making good decisions. Honestly, I love it. That's why small good decisions are so hype, bro, for real, because it is literally a foundation of how to get things in life, for real. But all this stuff we're talking about, saving 10%, putting your money to work, right? Protecting yourself from future loss or any loss. This is your foundation. So do you see why I've been bringing this up and why I've been worried about it? And I say, listen, I want to make sure no matter what environment, I don't know what's going to happen, but I want to make sure everybody is going to be good. And how are we going to accomplish that? By having a strong foundation. Because if you build something on a foundation that does not follow the rules of a foundation, and that foundation is weak, it's sporadic, it's not built there, it's just like, and you build on top of this thing that is not set in stone, and that it is not able to hold what you're going to put on it, it doesn't matter what you do, because if that foundation is weak, what's going to happen? All it takes is a storm, an earthquake, maybe even the wind sometimes. Have you ever seen that? Oh, y'all don't feel me. Y'all don't feel me at all. We saw it recently. I hate to even tie this into a PHILO, but Terra, right? The Luna. Are you kidding me? Bro, that thing was wind. All it took was a gust of wind and everything built on top, $60 billion. The foundation wasn't able to support it. They built something to the sky on no foundation. And literally, even the wind. And that's what we've all noticed. I'm bringing that up as an example because I want some of y'all to realize this because we deal with this in our daily life. I really hope you realize that. I know some of us in here, it was just a gust of wind. It's like you went through so much stuff, but the thing that really clapped you at the time, it was like something small. That's why they call it the straw that breaks the camel's back. Because sometimes it's usually you built on a weak foundation, then after enough time, it was just the wind that toppled everything down. So what I'm trying to highlight here with this is the importance of foundation, understanding this defensive stuff with gold and understanding the laws and how to make money. This is your foundation, and we need a strong foundation. And honestly, man, I love it, though, because I had a very, very good realization for myself personally. And as much as I want to say this would apply to a lot of you, I can't think for you. I don't know. But what I realized and what I was thankful for, honestly, I was praying the other day, and I'm looking around at a lot of stuff, but I was like, I am happy with the foundation that I have. I truly believe that if I didn't have the foundation that I built over these years, and if I didn't invest into the things that really matter in life, and if I didn't have people who really set in stone what right and wrong is for me, I without that foundation, I think I would have been a lot worse. So I was very, very happy for it. But it doesn't mean that I didn't build dog shit on top of that foundation at points in my life. And it's not as if I had a good foundation, but I built shit on top of it, and it did come crashing down at several different times. So I don't know if it applies to you, but I realize I got a good foundation. It's like I know what I should be doing. I know this. And I know a lot of the chat. Even when I say serious stuff, y'all will joke around. Y'all will hit me with a funny comment, whatever it may be. But I know you know. Like I know I think more people in here than not have a better foundation than a weaker foundation. But it doesn't mean we can't build shit on top of it. Hate to break it to you. So that's what I was thinking about. And really, this is why I'm saying, hey, what you build on top of it is sometimes weak. And you're going to watch things get cut off before. And now the question is, what are you going to do when it comes to either rebuilding or building from where you're at? And then it's going to say, are you investing in the strengths of your foundation, Or do you have this strong foundation, but you're not playing to its advantage? You see what I'm saying? Like, again, you could be saving, you could be doing all of that stuff, but then, bro, it's like if you're blowing your money on the most like random habit, I don't know, well, bro, imagine saving, doing all of this stuff. You work, you do 10%, protect yourself from loss, and then you're spending 30% of your income on like video games or something. I don't know. Some of y'all could be hoes, it could be weed, I don't know, whatever it is. But do you see what I'm saying? You're not playing into the strength of the foundation. Some of you have a great foundation to work, but guess what? You chill more than you work. It doesn't make any sense. Guess what? I've done that in my life. You know I could work hard. I'll show up every single day. I'll wake up in the morning. It don't matter. You guys have seen me with a little amount of viewers. You've seen me with a lot amount of viewers. It don't matter. I'm going to show up. I could work, but there's been times in my life, bro. Oh, I did not. I took that foundation of hard work and I built fun and laziness off of it. Just to be honest with you. That's what I built off. And then I worked so hard. I did so many good things. I got all this money and then I took the money and I blew it on a car. And then I did all of this. I learned everything I needed to know about getting the money, but then I never knew anything about what to do afterwards. And I had no idea about taxes. Come on, Chad. So, hey, sometimes we build weak stuff on top of our foundation. So the whole point of defense, man, the whole point of defense is to make sure we build a solid foundation, stick to it, and build on top of it and work to our advantage. Are you guys hearing me? Because I'll show you, do you know what the foundation is for? And why I'm telling you you are going to build weak shit on top of your foundation. That's why, honestly, hopefully you don't validate yourself like that. I think we had a great talk ahead of this. Because guess what? If I did it, you're going to do it. A lot of people, everybody in the world has done it. You are going to build weak shit on a strong foundation. But that's okay. Because it's going to be what you do with it. You have to just understand the purpose and point. So let me read this one to you. Each one's work will become manifest, for the day will disclose it, because it will be revealed by fire. And the fire will test what sort of work each one has done. If the work that anyone has built on the foundation survives, he will receive a reward. If anyone's work is burned up, he will suffer loss, though he himself will be saved, but only as through fire. Do you know that you are God's temple and that God's Spirit dwells in you? Amen. Netflix popping. And then ACAM, 130 people were saying that earlier. So I don't know if it's already priced in there, but it's popping again. I love that one, man. It's already written. Amen. Oh, they don't feel you. Do you realize how important that is? Very simple. Every day you're alive, everything we go through, there's going to be small events, and man, there is going to be big events. But every single person's work will be tested. The day will disclose it. Isn't that funny? Every single one of us in here has a day. You have a day. I don't know when it is. For some of you, it's tomorrow. Some of you, it's in 5 years, 1 year. But there is a day that is going to disclose what you built on that foundation. I'm not talking heaven and hell, dude. Relax. Calm down. Bro, I'm just talking about the work of your hands and in this life here on this earthly world right now. I'm just like, well, you're all going to have a day where everything gets tested. Your long term already got tested. Your trading account has already got tested. Literally, your love for the stock market has already been tested. The day has already arrived for that, ironically. And it's going to reveal what you built. Oh, I love it, though. You know that? Because it says, guess what? If you built good, you had a strong foundation, you built on a strong foundation, and you kept it strong, awesome. You got a reward coming your way. I think all of us could attest to that. You make the right, and again, I hope some of you who have been building a strong foundation and have one, I really hope you recognize you will reap what you sow. So if you don't see what you thought you were, trust me, you're good. There is a reward for that. But then This is what I'm saying about, hey, every single one of us, we're probably going to build dog shit on top of this at one point. Thankfully, it says this, though, because it says it will get burned up. It is going to collapse. We've all experienced that. It said you are going to suffer loss, but you will still be saved. Oh, man. Y'all don't feel me. Are you kidding me? It said you will suffer loss, but you will be saved, but only as through fire. You're like, oh, am I going to hell? No, I'm not talking about that. That's why I love it. It's telling you that foundation, if you get tested, it gets burned down. Guess what? It's going to hurt you. But you're still going to be saved, but only through the fire. Meaning that fire is literally, you've all been put through fire. The question is, are you going to let that fire save you? After you build on top of something and it comes down and you deal with it and you go through the fire, are you going to build the same thing again? You see what I'm saying? That's the beauty of it. Because if you actually learn from all of these times of building and knocking down and building and knocking down, and it's not saying you ain't going to deal with pain. It actually says the opposite. You will suffer for it. But that fire has the ability to build you back up and keep you saved. If you go about and build in a way now, because again, you know the day will come, we'll get tested again. So in a weird way, the fire will save you if you built bad, because then if it comes down, well, then there you go. Sometimes you got to recognize, well, guess what? Maybe that foundation wasn't solid. Or maybe I built bad on top of it and that wasn't solid. It's like, okay, I'm back to square one. Well, at least thankfully I still have this foundation. But what I built on it was not there. That's what the test showed me. That's what everything we've gone through is exactly. It is a blessing in disguise. But it depends. That's the scary part about human nature, bro. That's the scary part about money. Like, you don't think it's weird that people still make the same money mistakes that were being made 100 years ago? I could go down the list. Trust me. I could go down the list of it. And that's why it's scary, because guess what? I think all of us could relate to this. You ain't never gotten burned and then did the same thing again? Shit, my hand's up. I've traded Tesla. I don't care. That's fine. Are you so you see what I'm saying? It's not easier said than done. So that's why I'm telling you, and this is why I keep reminding you. Those laws of wealth, that defense stuff, that saving, protecting yourself from loss, putting your money to work, man. You always have to be focusing and make sure you have solidified this foundation and be aware of what you are building on top of it and play into your strengths, ladies and gentlemen. So, Chad, it's all about foundation. And that foundation, you're going to realize a lot. And I hope you can look back at your life and see the times your foundation has held or not. And then you got to start asking yourself, okay, if I've gone through some of these tests, how am I going to build from here on out? Am I really, if I just got burned using this material, am I going to go do it again? Or maybe I realized, hey, I only needed a little bit of that material. I didn't need all of it. I didn't need to make the whole house out of steel, but I did need some steel in there. Or I did need some wood. Or I did need to go on this. Or maybe instead of trying to build it up and up and up and up and up, maybe I should have built out one floor at a time. You see what I'm saying? And then above all else, though, I don't care what you're building on it. Because you could have a lot of great ideas. But if you cannot honor the laws of wealth, the laws of money and how it operates, if you can't respect saving, if you can't respect working, if you can't respect, giving money to the people who should be entrusted with it and have proven it, then that foundation is going to be weak. I don't care if you go level by level. I don't care if you build it to the moon. It doesn't matter. So, Chad, I hope you're ready, baby. I really do. And honestly, I could say it with a lot of confidence. I know a lot of you, especially if you are a PHILO listener. I know a lot of you, whether or not you think that. Again, I've seen your messages. We've had interactions. I've seen a lot of y'all. And truthfully, this is the reason why we have such good conversations. This is why a lot of us can relate. There is a lot of good foundations in here. I know it. But it doesn't mean that they can't crack or anything else. So like I'm saying, you got to make sure that foundation stays solid. And yes, there is a couple people who may not have the best foundation. Guess what? It's an easy fix. This is why when we're going over some of this stuff, it sounds corny. It sounds stupid. It sounds, why would we save 10%? Oh, I know. And then the world is telling you, nah, you can't save 10%. Nah, you can't do this. But it's like, nah, trust me. It's easy to get to this foundation. It takes a lot to maintain it, though. So this is why I'm very excited. I think a lot of people, if you really start focusing on this and thinking about what you've built on it, and even if you've built something on it and it has came down, I really hope you could see the valuableness in that. Because I know I have. And yes, ultimately, baby, your foundation is defense. Whoa, man, nah. Nah, bro, for real. But for real, bro, you have no idea. I'm telling you. But does it make a little bit more sense? Does this make a little bit more sense when we yell in defense and then we going back to richest man in Babylon? Y'all have already heard this. I say it every day, read this book. I say every day, but I think that's a foundation. It is the laws of wealth. It is the stuff that for hundreds of years, culture to culture, religion to religion, these laws have remained, and these are natural truths of the world. Again, you will become what you think about. Saving 10%. I could go down the list. But bro, this is all defense. But this is all your foundation. And that's what we got to work on. That's what we got to focus on. Some of y'all, when you go through the storm right now, you shouldn't be worried about the storm. You should be more worried about your foundation. And you should be thinking about the foundation. And then if you know the foundation is solid and you have kept it solid, then you don't need to worry about the storm. I hope they hear me, Chad. I hope they hear me. So, Chad, let's get these foundations built out. Let's keep them strong. Let's get maybe a building audit. You know what I'm saying? Take a look at the building. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to tear down some bad materials to build up stronger. Don't be afraid of the fire. Because I'm telling you, it's going to bring you something in there. It's going to make a bigger, better building. But above all else, understand that foundation is going to get us in and keep us out of a lot of problems. So let's get it, baby. I hope that helps, and I hope you take that to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. We love you, Chattadonia. God bless you. God bless you. It's good. Good PHILO. Good PHILO. I liked it. It got me excited. You know what I'm saying? It's a good one. It's a good one. It's a very, very good one. Honestly, since it's Snapchat and we've been talking about like I need pregame. I need the pregame.
2020, baby.
2020.
Yeah. Got the color, got the put. I can make the money both ways. Oh, wait. I can buy the whole chain. Go away. Got a lot of love and throwing no shit. No games, small change. I just made my own band. Probably trading stats where you still at the snoring. Morning, scoring. I'm just bringing more in. Hissing the DeLorean, sourcing. You could throw your own in. Drop it like a ball when you holding. I'm shorting. Skinny motherfucker, but I'm eating. Seeking, scheming. I get paid for sleeping, dreaming. Hating for no reason, you a demon. Leeching, heating. Wishing you could beat me, ain't easy. I told you I'ma do this, don't forget this shit a marathon. You make it move but stay in the same place, your ass a Peloton. Make 100 off a phone call, now that's a telethon. Benjamin's, Jefferson, YOLO to a ghetto spread. Yeah, you know I invented that. Who's been like a Trinidad? I'm moving like a president, can kill me like a Kennedy. I'm trying to be a better me, but they just keep on tapping me. Release the demon, set him free, he come back, bring me 50 G's. Nowadays it's hella smoke, your game like I'm from Babylon. My capital got stamina, I wrap it up in lamina. Talking in new blabbering, but I'm not understanding, bro. You hating and complaining, but you still watching the channel, bro. I do this for the real ones, but the hate is still involved. I just closed another building, I'ma give it to my bros. It just took a little patience and it took a little hope. Yeah, the faith is never wasted if you reaching for a goal. Do this for the real ones, but the hate is still involved. I just closed another building, I'ma give it to my bros. It just took a little patience and it took a little hope. Yeah, the faith is never wasted if you reaching for a goal. Chicago.
Amen. Amen, baby. Oh, let's go. Defense. Defense. Oh, let's go. Let's go, baby. Yeah, that's it. Y'all ready? Y'all like, ooh, foundation. You like, let's go. That's it. Some of y'all just woke up the beast. You let the lion out today. You're like, oh, it's all about fan. That's it. Defense. You say, you right. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Hey, man. He said, they don't got patience like a bad MD. That's a triple entendre. That one's crazy. Because it's like patience like a doctor, but then like bad patience like a MD, like a managing director of a hedge fund. So I guess it's then just like in general, you know, like you ain't got, like it's a crazy one. It's a crazy one. That one I was like, but it's like, it sounds simple as hell. I don't know. I told that to Uncle. I was like, damn, that's crazy, bro. That's wild. They don't got patience like a bad MD. New York got their polio. What are you guys on the news from like 1929 or something? What do you mean? What do you mean polio, bro? What do you someone said polio? I saw like polio 3 times in the chat. Was y'all a new Instagram update from the Great Depression? What's happening? What do you mean polio? Fucking polio? Legit polio, like polio, like not like polio assassin, but like polio. Someone that you said that right when I said it too. I'm like, yeah, man, it's not polio assassin. Are you sure it's like real polio? Oh man, that's crazy. That's crazy. Say Powell, you got a couple more days till Powell. I think today is going to be, I think Snapchat is going to like, I don't know. It's just like Snapchat is going to, like we're waiting for somebody to walk through the door. It's either going to be Snapchat with like a bunch of like party favors or it's going to be the cops. So I think Snapchat earnings is, it's sad because personally, as much as I like Snapchat, it's very weird to me that Snapchat has a market effect that big. And what I mean by that is that literally Snapchat can move its entire market cap through another stock. AKA Google can lose more by Snapchat's bad earnings or good earnings can move Google the same $30-40 billion, which is wild to me. So that's what we learned from last time. Last time I didn't think Snapchat dropping 30% was going to bring down Facebook. I think Facebook dropped 4% that day. It was a gap down 4% on Facebook. Google gap down like 2.5-3%. It was wicked, if you guys don't remember that. So, yeah, Snapchat is to tech what Iowa is to presidential elections. Wow. Very good analogy. Exactly. It's like, it just, like, who cares about Iowa? Do we have anybody in Iowa? Does anybody live in Iowa in here? I don't think I've ever met an Iwonian. Are they called Iwonians? Honestly, it sounds like you made out of lithium and Elon would love you. But I never met anybody from Iowa. I don't know any Iwonians. Oh, you repping, Tim? Oh, let's go, Iwonians. Yeah, so like Iowa, it's just not, I mean, it's not like one of the big like swing states, but depending on, you know, where it starts out with everything, it has a big impact and could give you an idea of where people are feeling. But that's pretty much what Snapchat is. So Powell is going to rain on the parade next Wednesday, or he might help it out. But until then, I mean, we only got one more day. It's been an epic rally. I don't know if we're going to close green on Friday. If we did, it would be even more epic. But Snapchat really holds the keys, I think, to either sour this by tomorrow morning or get people feeling good, you know? I live in Iowa. Let's go, Iwonians. Iowa or Iowa, like that. Tell the people that Iowa's back. So I'm down. I'm down, bro. I'm down. Iowa MAGA here. I'm up in this brutal socialist democratic regime timeline. Yo, bro, I was just asking where you were from, man. You gave me a full resume. You just told me. I just learned so much about you. I learned so much. That's it. You told me everything, but I feel you on this whole like socialist timeline. It is weird. That's why they call it identity politics, though, because he was like, I'm from Iowa and I believe this. It's cool, man. I love you no matter what. Girlfriend's son opened up the richest man in Babylon. He calls them Babylonians. I feel that kid probably read how I read. I feel that. How do you think I come up with a lot of my pronunciations? I'm with him. With the influx of immigration comes disease. Well, guess what, Cheryl? I'm an immigrant, technically. So all that came with me was free stock market news, and it's fast, and maybe you get a good laugh, Cheryl. Okay? So relax, okay? You're talking to an immigrant, okay? Mama was an immigrant. Daddy was an immigrant, okay? They had to they literally had to come on a rowboat. Not really. We just make fun of them like that. I tell my dad all the time, I'm like, so how was the boat ride over? But he doesn't know what it means. He says, shut up, and then he beats me because immigrants beat their children, and clearly you were not an immigrant. They're more respectable. I'm kidding, Cheryl. I love you, but we don't want that in here, please. Come on. But for real, like, come on. That's it. You got, like, y'all dealing with an immigrant every time. Like, I love everybody. I love freedom, all of that. But when some people go on that line of, like, talk, I'm like, you are talking to somebody who would not be here if there was no immigration. I hope you know that. Like, and I'm thankful for it because, like, bro, imagine Josh Answers still in the Middle East, bro. Are you kidding me? I would be selling you Arab chicles. White House press briefing. We're going to have to listen to that. Yeah, wheat's getting clobbered right now. Ooh, it's back, dude. That's it. It's back to COVID. Or not back to COVID, back to pre-Russia. I think it might pop again. I mean, that's what happened in, like, 2011 and all that. It's crazy to think about. Bro, my mom, though. My mom said that. She was like, honestly, I wish I did raise you in the Middle East, though. She was like, none of you guys would have ever gotten into any bad shit. Y'all would have been like this. She was like, you would have gotten a nice arranged marriage. Like, my mom was like, she's like, I wish you were. And I looked at her. I was like, Mom, you realize if you raised us in the Middle East, we would be living in a hut, Mom. Okay? And instead of trading wheat, we would be dying because of wheat. And it is sad. It is very sad. But I was like, Mom, what's wrong? And she's like, no. Yeah, my mom said I would have turned out much better if I was raised in the Middle East. I was like, damn, girl. Like, okay, I thought I was doing good. Her Josh would be married. No. She don't care about me getting married. She want an arranged marriage. Okay? You know how many times she said that, and then I came out with a slick comment, and I got slapped? She was like, when are you going to have kids? I was like, Mom, I'll go get a girl pregnant right now. Oh, she beat the shit out of me. I was a full-grown adult, and I got beat. I'm telling you. So I was like, Mom, I could go get married 4 times right now. Let's go. You want 4 wives, 3? What? How does it work in your country, Mom? So she would have. Oh, she get mad, bro. She get mad. You don't play like that. Oh man. At what point do you stop being immigrants? Always immigrant. I think after first generation, you stop becoming an immigrant. I mean, technically, I'm not. I was born in the United States, but I mean, we're the only, like, literally, I have like 15 people, like 15 aunts, cousins, and shit that are all just still in Egypt, and then another like 20 or 30 on my like dad's side. Like, it's a little different, but I think it is. I don't know, like growing up firsthand or first generation, it's very different. It's I don't know, like, and that's why I know a lot of us in here who are first generation. It's like, it doesn't matter what our background is, ethnicity or anything. It's like we all have a very similar experience. It's just different. Like it is. Technically, you are not an immigrant, yes, but I would not be here as a result, though. So otherwise, I came real close to being born on a pyramid. You know what I'm saying? It would have been wild. Chat getting very sensitive about this topic. Nah, we just got like a couple people from like Texas getting mad. No, it's okay. I'm kidding, man. I love y'all. The defense chant with the clap you only do twice. Yeah, it's a different one, bro. It's a different one. You ain't never been to a baseball game? They got different ones. Okay, you're not an immigrant. Okay, I'm not an immigrant. You're not a good person. Okay, we'll leave it there. Call it a day. Okay, simple as that. Simple as that. Okay, I love y'all. Shout out my first generation people. Amen. Yeah, the Netflixes came back up. Yeah, I'm kidding. You're not a bad person. It was just a good comeback. So I love you. I don't mean that. I think I'm just having a lot of fun. I'm just having a lot of fun today. Again, I'm excited for Snap earnings. I got the Tesla. I think, dude, are Teslas even hitting still? Bro, that's at 465. Let's go. They love trolling you. I do not feel like I'm getting trolled, so it's good. I feel like I'm having a good time. I feel like I'm having a good time getting a lot of data, waiting for the earnings. It's definitely chilled out, though, from the morning, and I'm surprised that we didn't get even bigger reaction from ECB, so there may be a hangover. So we'll see what happens. We missed you too, Mr. Ben. Caffeine's cracking you up. I need to answer. Powell put in play. I don't think so. And what do you mean by Powell put? So we have to clarify that. Because one version of Powell put means Powell is going to pivot. So that's why they call it the Powell put, because if you know when he's going to pivot, you know exactly how to play it and what to do off of it. The other version is Powell put, a.k.a. buy puts every time Powell speaks. So it depends which one you're talking about, but pretty much I don't think Powell, unless he does 100 basis points, which I doubt unless the Fed futures price that in next week, I don't think 75 is going to scare people. I think it honestly might be somewhat of a bullish or neutral meeting, more or less. I'm actually not as hyped for this one, believe it or not. Now that 100 basis points is off of the table, unless it comes back on the week, I don't really care, but I am very concerned with the yield curve. Again, I'm telling you, this is a golden piece of information, Chad. The fact that the yield curve inverted when the market started pricing in 100 basis points, but did not go back to normal, even though the Fed futures and bonds somewhat did. Again, the bonds didn't fully. That's why the curve is still inverted. But it left scarring on the yield curve, and that is very important because it's showing you how that information last week was very, very pivotal. But now, as we came back, it left some damage in the wake of stuff. But it's not, unless we get 100 basis points, I don't think that's enough to scare anybody over anything, realistically speaking. Yeah, they moved last time because CPI. But the difference was, and remember, I said this on all the watch lists, the last time the CPI 2 CPIs ago, it came in really high, but then the Fed meeting was 2 days later. So the Fed was already in blackout period. Whatever the Fed futures were pricing in, they didn't have time to react to it. So the Fed pivoted and went towards the Fed went towards the higher rate increase, right? The Fed futures. But then this meeting, it hit the CPI was bad. Fed futures made another big move. But then we had 2 weeks. That's why we've already burned another week. And then you saw what happened. And then what happened on the next day, you had Bullard, what was it? Was it Waller? I think it was Bullard, Waller, and then Bostic. They all came out and they said, nah, 100%, 100 basis point, no way, no way. They took it off the table. Fed futures chilled out. And then look at the market since then. We just had a couple of earnings and then boom, it was ready to go. So unless the Fed futures come in back to 100 basis point, I'm personally not really seeing I think, if anything, bullish or neutral Fed, but we'll find out. Again, other factors, again, if energy gets changed or anything out of the ECB, so like coming into the Fed, if the ECB and the euro keeps going crazy and all that, then yeah, maybe the Powell play will be a little bit bigger. ACAM, again, plays might be a little cheaper now, but I don't know. Again, people are looking for 130 buyout price. Oh, Boomer! Feed in the chat, baby. Feed them. James got a membership by Boomer. Tourmaline, membership by Boomer. Willie, membership by Boomer. That sounds like a store I would shop at. Membership by Boomer. I am Willie. DPZY, you got a membership. Original MRTZ. Let's go. Do you think the conflict with China over Taiwan is the black swan in the next 6 months? No, unless China's economy fully gets collapsed and they use it as a distraction. But no, I personally, I don't see any risk for, what's it called? I don't see any Taiwan risk at all of China invading them. I don't think it's close to that point. I think they have so many more problems they have to deal with right now. And the only way it becomes beneficial is if they have something bigger going on. So I personally don't think so, but I will temper that comment with this, is that I also didn't think that Putin was going to invade Ukraine. So keep that in mind. That was this year, but once I figured it out, we got ahead of everything. So pretty much the big stuff like that, I would rather be late than wrong on it. But once you get confirmation, it's easy to get ahead of the pack. But right now, I don't see it as a real risk. And I think everybody is, I think it's fear porn. And I think it's, just people keep talking about it. But I just don't think it's there. I think the tanks in front of the bank is exactly. I think China has bigger problems, but I don't think they're going to go and invade Taiwan after they see that the United States is belligerent and willing to cut off everybody if you don't do what they say. Again, if you don't think China got a wake-up call from the Russia shit, then you have no idea. You realize if we canceled all of that we froze Russian assets in the Federal Reserve. Y'all don't even know the Federal Reserve had Russian assets. Oh, yeah, they had money. They have money in our accounts. They have money in our treasury. And you know what we did? We pressed the button and said, you can't touch it anymore. So, and then we got the whole world to give everybody guns and weapons and ban everybody. And everybody is willing to pay 4 times as much for gasoline just to punish Putin. If you don't think China learned anything from that, then I would just pay attention a little bit and see, a lot of people saw a lot of stuff, but there's a lot of money in China that they have we have of theirs technically. And if we press that button like we did with Russia, it would hurt them a little bit more. And then given their economic problems right now, it would be a nightmare. So again, unless it made sense for them to do that, I don't see it as something they do. Oh, Dennis. Oh, he said, I'm going to bring the love to the Twitch chat, baby. God bless you, Dennis. Dennis, you've been holding it down, baby. God bless you. Horn, let's go. Come on, Twitch. Y'all getting fed too. Oh, Timbuktu, PB and James, Rekboo, T Bowen, Teddy. There you go, baby. I don't know if you could choose the membership, but if you got to make sure you turn GIFs on YouTube. If China had plans to invade Taiwan, when they let conditions around the world get better before they invade, wrong, they would take advantage of inflation of the West. I agree with you on that, but that is assuming that they are not suffering from what's going on. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, you're right on that, and I understand that point. I agree with it. It's like now would be a better time than not, but China is also, they're getting affected by inflation too. It's not as if China is sitting in the position where they, again, their economy is different, but it's not the same as, like, they're still at risk too. That's why I'm saying, bro, they got people refusing to pay mortgages now. You have a mortgage boycott in China. Remember, communism is a slippery slope. As if you could keep everybody in control, it's great. If again, China's been finding a way to do it, but now it's like you saw what happened in Hong Kong. They squashed that. But anything like once the people get upset and if it leads to something like that, they're also at risk of losing it too. You got to realize the United States. So what you said about China and Taiwan and how they would want to take advantage of the West being weaker at this point, you got to realize that we're thinking the same thing about China. You feel me on this? So at the same time, we're like, hey, if we wanted to get more dominance out of China and we wanted to overtake them or whatever, it's like China's weak now too. So it's not as if like China's social situation is volatile. Xi Jinping has that election coming up soon. Things aren't good. China's already doing the tech crackdown, then pivoting. And then again, their economy's in the slumps. Their real estate is down 12 months in a row. Again, they have all this debt. Evergrande blew up already. So, like, do you see what I'm saying? It's like China is not in a strong position to go about trying to play, imperialism, a game of risk, It's just not, it's the same thing for them too. Pretty much both of us are weak at this point. If Rona smokes Biden, honestly, I mean, I don't know. I'm not the real biggest Biden fan as of this last year with what we've seen. I was a little bit more of a fan at the beginning, but God forbid that would happen. But the big risk would be Kamala. Yeah, and I genuinely I don't think that's priced in, and I don't think it's going to occur. But if it did, oh man, I think that would be a limit down day. No one is. Well, yeah. Well, that's why, I mean, honestly, I don't think at this point in the year, I mean, saying you're not a fan of Biden, it doesn't necessarily mean you are a Trump supporter or anything of that nature, simply because Biden literally has the lowest approval rate. It just keeps going lower. So, like, again, even Democrats have already flipped on the polling. Like, Democrats, it's getting just about 50% or lower now. And then some areas they've already flipped. But it's just like, even with the last 36 days of gas prices going down, Biden's approval still hit a new all-time low. So at this point, it's just like, again, as a citizen, just some people are just overall not too pleased with just the broader everything going on. Is the press briefing on? Let's see what they say about young COVID. Oh, it hasn't started yet. But it would be a risk if you had an issue with the president and then Kamala Harris took over, it would be a limit down day, and then it would probably bounce. I think the Pfizer plays are still up. They came down, actually. Bro, that Tesla is still going. That other play went from $1 to $5. Bro, I'm going to hold this one till tomorrow, though. I mean, I've already taken profits. Let's push the final point, but damn. That's why I think I'm like, what, $10 from the money now? Which is wicked. Snap put. I think Snap's still, I mean, it's pricing in 17%, kind of high, but I would take the call side, but I'm only holding shares for Snap. That's it. LT would have been in the money by $19. We sold out. We took 1,000 on that in the morning, and then I rolled over twice. So we're on our third play right now. Still holding the 800. Let's go, baby. 835. I'm just on the last 835. Bro, we flipped. Dude, that was crazy. I would have been in the money on the other play. Pot legalization. We've seen a couple moves, but I think until we see like real noticeable action, I don't know if it's going to go nuts. Ghetto's better than Netflix. Colin G, him on the watch list. Hey, double dip. I'm short shares on EWG. That was my version of double dipping until the premiums get like washed. Maybe today, but I'll give it one more day since some of the event risk went away. Tesla 900, it's expensive. Bro, Tesla, it could go crazy. Again, last time it went above 800, it had this rally. I'm shocked at these plays. Bro, the 815, I bought that at 275 this morning. We sold out at 600. It's at 1300 now. I bought this one at $1.75 and it's at 525. And then the other play is just in the money by $20, bro. This is a monster move. It's a monster move. He's going to make pot legal. I'll just wait till it happens. Like, once it gets confirmed, then you got to play. But otherwise, I mean, literally, I've been playing weed stock since 2014. Like, I've straight up, I've been, like, stock news on a weed bill. I've been doing that since 2014, where we see it go crazy. 2014 was really, really hype. So until it's like we get a little bit more and it gets fully confirmed, then you'll know. That will be a real cultural shift once it's all across the board, legalized, federally, banking, all of that. Bro, I've sat through the banking bill. I've sat through a lot of the things to listen to on it. So I'm the type, I've always said it, just wait. I personally, you could get in early, but for me, once I know everything's confirmed, then that's it. I'm going to go and get it. I don't have any weed stocks. Again, like 2014, I made a bunch of money trading them and like just flipping them. And then ever since then, the only other closest thing I have to a wheat stock is Altria. But I've always said just wait. Because you wait and then it come back. And then once it gets confirmed and you know who could actually be winners and losers, oh my gosh. It's going to go nuts. AAL, yeah, UAL did too. UAL did really bad. Blaine, are you switching to puts? Nah. I'm all right. I could take that one out and just get another $400, or I could just, or I could push it for the gap up tomorrow. I don't know. It's crazy. The rollover, I'm up almost the same amount as I got out of the first one. Oil's coming down. Press conference is live. There it is.
Mostly a runny nose and fatigue,
Oh.
with an occasional dry cough, which started yesterday evening. Given that he meets USA Food and Drug Administration, FDA, Emergency Use Authority criteria for Paxlovid, I have recommended initiating such treatment. The president is fully vaccinated and twice boosted, so I anticipate that he will respond favorably, as most maximally protected patients do. Early use of Paxlovid in this case provides additional protection against severe disease. He will isolate in accordance with CDC recommendations. I will keep your office updated with any changes in his condition or treatment plan. I also wanted to provide you with a brief readout of the president's activities today. The president has been working from the residence, like so many of us have during this pandemic, doing calls with senior staff, including the chief of staff, myself, and Dr. Jha, who's here with us. As we read out, the president also called Senator Casey, Representative Cartwright, mayors of Scranton, Mayor of Wilkesboro, and Representative Clyburn. The president also called a few of his cousins from Scranton who were set to attend today's event in Pennsylvania. And he spoke with Ambassador Giddenstein and Cornyn. You all have seen the photo he posted on and the video that was just released to all of you out of transparency moments ago. The president will continue to work from the residence. Today, as you all know, as I just mentioned, and as we sent out earlier, Dr. Ashish Jha, our COVID-19 response coordinator, is joining us today in the briefing room. And as I tweeted out earlier, Dr. Jha and I spoke to the president this morning, and he said he's feeling fine. He has a little dry cough, as I just mentioned from the doctor's letter, a little runny nose. He's feeling tired, but he's working very hard on behalf of the American people. And with that, Dr. Jha.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm pleased to be with you. As Corinne mentioned, I spoke to the president earlier. I also spoke at length with Dr. O'Connor, who is the president's personal physician. And I'm happy to share the readout of these conversations with you, and then I'm happy to take questions. In terms of my conversation with the president, he sounded great. I asked him, Mr. President, how are you feeling? He said, I'm feeling fine. He said he was feeling fine. He had been working all morning. He hadn't even been able to finish his breakfast because he had just been busy. I encouraged him to finish his breakfast. In terms of my conversation with Dr. O'Connor, we talked at length about what happened this morning. As Corinne mentioned, the president got his regular testing that he does on his regular cadence. After he tested positive, he reported these symptoms that have been described. Dr. O'Connor examined him thoroughly. He found his exam to be normal, to be at his baseline. And then obviously he recommended that the president take Paxlovid. The president accepted that recommendation and has started Paxlovid and has taken his first course already. I want to also just take a minute to sort of mark this moment. Because the president is fully vaccinated, double boosted, his risk of serious illness is dramatically lower. He's also getting treated with a very powerful antiviral, and that further reduces his risk of serious illness. And it's a reminder of the reason that we all work so hard to make sure that every American has the same level of protection that the president has, that every American has the same level of immunity, and why we have worked so hard to make sure that people have access to life-saving treatments like Paxlovid. These are incredibly important things for the president to have. They're incredibly important things for every American to have. And we have worked very hard over the last 18 months to make sure we have plenty of vaccines, that we have plenty of therapies, that people can get tested on a regular basis, as the president does, because testing allows you to identify an infection early and get started with treatment early. And we all know from medicine that early treatment is always better. Let me also take a moment to talk about BA.5. If you've listened to me at all in the last couple of weeks, you heard me talk a lot about this subvariant of Omicron that is now 70–80% of all infections in the United States. It's a reminder to everyone, if you are over 50, the way I am, the way many of you might be, if you are over the age of 50 and if you've not gotten a vaccine shot in the year 2022, you need to go get one. You need to go get one now, because it will dramatically improve your level of protection, reduce your risk of having serious illness. It's the best thing that people can be doing. Let me just finish by saying, obviously we work hard to protect the president, make sure he's been vaccinated and boosted, has access to treatments. We also have been working very, very hard to make sure every American has access to the same things. Because every American deserves access to the best vaccines, the best treatments, and they are widely available. And I want to use this moment to remind everybody of that and to remind everybody to avail themselves of that. Get vaccinated. If you have a breakthrough infection, get treated. It's the best thing you can do to protect yourself. Let me stop and take questions, and I know you will as well.
We'll both take questions, but go ahead, Nancy.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jha. Has the president been tested to determine which variant he has? Is it BA.5? And if so, what does that say about his prognosis?
It's a great question. The virus has been sent off for sequencing. It takes usually about a week for that sequencing to come back. That's under normal circumstances. He's the president. The sequencing will get prioritized. So we should have an answer sooner than that. But you can't just tell from a regular test what kind of variant. So the sequencing results will be back at some point less than a week from now.
And has the president had to halt any of his regular medications now that he's taking Paxlovid? And what are you doing to mitigate the risk from halting those medications?
Yeah, so I had a conversation about this with Dr. O'Connor. There are two medicines he's on, Eliquis and Crestor, cholesterol-lowering medicine, and a blood thinner for his atrial fibrillation, both of which need to be stopped when you take Paxlovid. It's a very standard, common thing that we do when we give people Paxlovid. And you don't need to do anything in those circumstances. They both get stopped for the 5 days that he's on Paxlovid, and then they get restarted, and it's totally fine and pretty normal practice.
Where exactly was the president infected?
Where was he infected? I don't think we know. I certainly don't know if you have any thoughts on that.
Look, I don't think that matters, right? I think what matters is we prepared for this moment. I think what matters is what Dr. Jha just laid out. If we look at where we were a year and a half ago, this is a president, when he walked in, one of his first priorities was to make sure we had a comprehensive plan to get people vaccinated. And so now today, look to today, more and more people are getting closer to having a more normal life. Vaccines are available, and as Dr. Jha said, if you have not gotten vaccinated, please do. If you have not gotten boosted, please do. These are treatments that are going to keep you safe, and I think that's what matters here, is making sure that we continue to do the work. And the good thing is that the president again has been vaccinated and double boosted.
We know that rebound COVID cases have been a concern in some individuals who take Paxlovid. Are there any precautions you can take to try and prevent that? And how concerned are you that could potentially hinder his return to the office?
It's a great question. So let me tell you what we know about rebound. So we've looked at the clinical data on this, because if you look at Twitter, it feels like everybody has rebound. But it turns out there's actually clinical data. If you look at major health systems that have given out Paxlovid to tens of thousands of people, rebound rates are around 5%. There are some studies that suggest maybe 7–8%, some that say it's 2%, but it's in the single digits. So it happens, it's not that frequent. But here's the key point about rebound, which is when people have rebound, they don't end up in the hospital, they don't end up particularly sick. And the goal of Paxlovid is to keep people from getting seriously ill. And so it continues to work. His physician is in charge of taking care of him. Obviously, the president will continue to be monitored, as he is, but the Paxlovid is working really well at preventing serious illness, rebound or no rebound. And that's why he was offered it, and that's why the president took it.
And you mentioned the symptoms that the president has had so far: runny nose, fatigue, dry cough. What other symptoms are you looking out for at this point? Obviously, this is the beginning of this, and what would warrant hospitalization?
So right now he feels really well. Our expectation is that he's going to continue to have mild illness, and he's going to be monitored for symptoms. I mean, you ask him, kind of every day. I asked him, like, how is he feeling? Is he having any other symptoms? He's not. And I think we're going to continue monitoring that, and I don't like. I think that is the plan right now. Is that he's going to get care the way he would. I was going to say the way he would any other person. He's the president, so obviously he gets extra attention, but. I don't think we have any expectations of any other symptoms at this point.
I'm going to go to the back. Go ahead, April.
Come back. I want to follow up on that on a couple of questions. So if the president's oxygen level went down, would he be a candidate to go to the hospital?
So at this point, we don't generally want to avoid hypotheticals. He is breathing well. His oxygen level is normal, and he's. I was going to say resting comfortably. He's actually not resting comfortably. He's working comfortably in his residence.
But that's not hypothetical in COVID, sir. And the next question, in this moment we understand that the incubation of COVID is 2 to 14 days. Has the White House reached out to those the president has been in contact with, in-person contact with, in that period of time?
So CDC has very clear protocols on this in terms of when people are contagious pre-symptoms. The White House Medical Unit is conducting right now a contact tracing, and they are contacting every single person who meets the CDC definition of a potentially close contact.
And speaking of the CDC, this last question, the CDC says if you are in a high-risk area, and a large swath of the nation is in a high-risk area, they recommend wearing masks indoors. In this White House, we're still seeing people back and forth. DC is is in that high category. Is there now a push to tell people to start wearing the masks indoors, especially as the president now we see has COVID?
I actually, off the top of my head, can't remember where DC is on the orange, yellow, green map. So I'm not going to kind of do this off. But the bottom line is we follow CDC guidelines. And the policy at the White House is to follow CDC guidelines in terms of mask wearing based on CDC's COVID community levels.
Go ahead, Ashley.
Thank you. Will the president resume public events in 5 days if he tests negative, or will the White House be more cautious and have him isolate for 10 days?
So the plan right now is to follow. It's actually, we do CDC guidelines, but we actually go beyond CDC guidelines. So he's certainly going to isolate for at least 5 days. And he will return to normal activities after he's had a negative test.
And I'm also curious, what precautions, we saw that video the president put out, what precautions did you take for the person who filmed the video?
Yeah, I just want to touch on a couple of things. So, look, right now we heard from the doctor, Dr. O'Connor, his personal doctor, and he has mild symptoms, and he's continuing to continue to do the work of the presidency from his residence, and I think that's important. And to your question, April, every person reacts to COVID differently. So it is a hypothetical, right? We're going to keep an eye. The doctor is going to keep an eye on him. I think what's important, though, and I really want to take this opportunity to say this, and Dr. Jha said this as well, is that he is vaccinated and he is double boosted, which gives him protection, right? Which makes it puts him in a good position, just like every other American that he fought so very hard for, to make sure that we had a comprehensive COVID plan to get people vaccinated, boosted, and also Paxlovid, right? And so what we need to know is he has mild symptoms, and he is going to continue to do his work, as we've seen from the video. Ashley, I'm going to take your question right now. Look, in the video that you saw, there was his videographer was there with him, wore an N95 mask, had the appropriate distance, the 6 feet distance, in the same situation as well with the photo. And as you saw in the video, he was outside, so we did that outside. And with the photo, he took off his mask so that the American people could see him and see directly, see the work that he's doing and that he's sitting at his desk continuing to do his work. But just wanted to give that. Go ahead, Dr. Zhao. I don't know if there's
Go
ahead.
Can I ask whether there was any consideration given to other treatments other than Paxlovid, such as a monoclonal? It's been unclear how the two work together. Is it more serious cases that get a monoclonal? Can you walk through that?
I think there are two good choices for therapies.
One or the other.
I think there are two good choices. There are people who get both. I think this was a decision made by Dr. O'Connor in consultation with certainly the president, the patient. And I also know that Dr. O'Connor spoke with infectious disease experts at Walter Reed and at George Washington University. That was all part of the plan, by the way. We'd always sort of planned that if the president got infected, we would consult with experts. He did, and based on that, that was a recommendation that Dr. O'Connor made. And the president accepted that recommendation.
Was that an option if the case were to worsen? If someone who gets Paxlovid, things get worse, can they get a secondary?
In terms of his clinical care, first of all, Dr. O'Connor is going to drive that process with consultation from experts, not just at those institutions, really around the country. And I think he's going to make decisions based on what is happening with the president in his condition. Right now, the president's feeling well. He described it as himself as feeling fine with mild symptoms.
And we've seen with rebound cases, second courses of Paxlovid. Would the president, if he had a rebound case, in other words, tested positive after testing negative, get a second course of Paxlovid?
A lot of hypotheticals there of lots of things that might happen down the road. I understand. No, it is, but it's hypothetical. The president feels fine right now. I don't think, I think we will cross that bridge if that happens, but at this point, really focus on just making sure the president continues to do well.
And I'm sorry, just very, very quickly, just to clear the timeline, he popped on a routine screening test and then spoke to doctors about his symptoms as opposed to saying, hey, I have symptoms, let's do a test. That's the order of things.
He was scheduled to get his test this morning. It came back positive. And on questioning, as I understand it from Dr. O'Connor, on questioning, reported that yes, he was having these mild symptoms.
And just to add, you guys saw him yesterday. He was in Massachusetts, Somerset. He spoke for 20 minutes in 93-degree weather. It was incredibly hot. He was feeling fine. Where most of us were looking for water and trying not to pass out, the president was delivering remarks on a very important issue on climate change, as you all saw. I do want to add just that. As we've stated, Dr. O'Connor, you all will get daily updates from Dr. O'Connor on how he's doing. So just wanted to add that, and we'll just continue to okay.
A couple simple questions, if I can. First of all, was the president ever identified as a close contact to anybody else in the course of the last 72 to 100 hours, say?
Not that I know of. Do you?
Well, I'll say this: the process is we are starting our process our protocol process on close contact.
Was he ever identified as a close contact to somebody else, though?
Oh, to someone else? That part we would have to find out. I can't speak to. What I can say is our process, because as we all stated, he is now positive. We are doing our process for our close contact.
So how many people have been identified as close contacts to him without detailing
We
the
are just
specifics?
starting our process, so I don't.
To this point, how many have been?
I'm just saying we're just starting our process. I don't have a number to read out to you. I told you that he called the members, the congressional members that traveled with him yesterday, but we're just starting out our process right now.
Has anyone else at the White House tested positive this week?
Well, as we normally do, if they are a close contact to the president, we normally provide that information. When I tested positive and I was a close contact to, well, out of abundance of caution, actually, I was not, but because I had traveled with him, we share that information. But we have a protocol here that we will continue to follow when it comes to who's a close contact to the president, and making sure that we make that clear. And in December of last year, when he was traveling and there was someone who was a close contact to him, we shared that as well. So we've been transparent on that.
In simple terms, is anybody else in the West Wing or at the White House positive now?
Right now, all I can tell you, our protocol is, if they are a close contact with any of the principals, we share that information.
You can't say beyond that. Let me ask Dr. Zhao one final question, if I can. We saw the president's video, and I understand the desire of the White House to show the president 6 feet away. The individual shooting it was wearing a mask. But for regular Americans who are watching this right now, what would your recommendation be? Should Americans who are positive for COVID, if they are in public or in any place at any time, always wear a mask?
So the CDC guidance on this is clear. People should isolate, and they should, if they're going to be in close contact with anybody else, they should definitely be wearing a mask. The president was more than 6 feet away from the camera person, who was wearing an N95. Again, in that video, you saw that it was outside. So I think it was, from a safety point of view, very safe thing to do.
Thank you, Dr. I can ask the last question of Dr.
All right, I'm gonna call on everybody. I'm gonna call on everybody. I promise. I'm gonna call on everybody. Go ahead.
Thanks, Corinne. Can you explain the testing cadence and the rationale behind it? You know, given the rise of BA5 and the fact that the president's been traveling and having big events, why doesn't he get a daily test?
So the testing cadence is determined by Dr. O'Connor, his personal physician. He gets tested very regularly. I don't really think there's a huge advantage of testing like every day. I think.
Had he tested yesterday morning, for example, he might have tested positive in time to not go to that trip and expose any number of people, right?
The president, the protocol behind the president's testing has been both developed by Dr. O'Connor, but I think also has gone through a lot of vetting. It's what we use to protect the president and those around him, and it's been. I don't have anything else to say beyond the kind of the protocol we have.
Look, like Dr. Jha said, it is between him and his personal doctor on that protocol. He has a regular cadence, as we have spoken about before. We shared with all of you on Tuesday that he tested negative, and the reason why you saw him yesterday. I just said he was speaking in front of many of your colleagues outside for 20 minutes on a very, very hot day, and it wasn't until later in the day, in the evening, that he was feeling a little tired, and he was tested today. Look, this goes back to where we have come from, where we started. The president has done the work to make sure that more than 200 million people in this country have been vaccinated. More than 100 million people in this country have been boosted. That's because we have a comprehensive plan to make sure
this might be the first presser
and so
in like
that is
18 months
here.
where nobody has asked the question about inflation.
To work, and like many Americans, this is we have to make sure that we send out message to make sure to get vaccinated and boosted if you haven't yet.
Does the president, does the White House, are there any regrets about the amount of time in sort of recent days and past weeks that we've seen him unmasked, shaking hands with people, hugging people, fist bumping, in close contact with crowds? In retrospect, was he too casual?
No. I mean, look, I look at this, I've said this before from this podium, we have an incredibly contagious variant, and we've had a protocol that I think has done a very good job protecting the president. The most important part of that protocol, by the way, is making sure that he was up to date on his vaccines and we had access to treatments. The president wants to get out there and meet American people and engage, and we always said that this was a possibility. I think I even said it from this stage that this was a possibility. I think that the protocols have kept him from getting infected, but we knew that this was a possibility with this incredibly contagious variant. The good news is, and this was always the point, the good news is his immune system is very well protected given the 4 vaccine shots he's gotten. He's getting treatment. He has mild symptoms. He's feeling fine, his words.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Dr. Jha, if I could please ask
Honestly, that sounded very negative. I know it wasn't supposed to, but that sounded very negative. It was like when they're like, dude, inflation is coming down. It's transitory. It's fine. Hold up.
I would begin with what's his immune status and what are his access to treatments. And the bottom line is, given how much immunity he has from vaccines, given that he was started on treatments right away, like literally had symptoms this morning, got started on Paxlovid this morning, I think all of those things very dramatically reduce his risk of serious illness. And that's really the goal here, is to prevent serious illness, to keep that risk as low as possible. I think he's gotten that full set of protections.
And in terms of monitoring his oxygen, is that something that will be done hourly, something that will be done a couple times a day? Just walk us through, if you could, the oxygen levels and the concern that could raise.
Yeah. I don't actually know how often. What I will say is that he's monitored very regularly. He's feeling well. His oxygen level was checked this morning. It was normal. And the exact sort of frequency of that is a decision between him and his physician, and really Dr. O'Connor making that call.
You said it doesn't matter where he got it, but how can it not matter where he got it if that is something that, of course, is involved in contact tracing? This administration has taken it very seriously. How can it not matter?
I think
where
what I was trying to say is what's important now is that he has mild symptoms. Is that he is working from the residence on behalf of the American people. That's our focus. Look, we knew this was going to happen. As Dr. Jha said, when he joined me at the briefing in the briefing room not too long ago, he said this is everyone was at some point everyone's going to get COVID. What is important is to make sure that you get the treatment that we have provided for folks. Whether it's make sure you get vaccinated, make sure you get boosted, and then we have Paxlovid that is made available because of this president. So what I'm trying to say is the moment that we're in right now is what matters as we're talking about the president and his treatment and how he's feeling and how he's continuing to work on behalf of the American public. I'm going to move around because I know there's a lot of us. Olin, go ahead.
Thank you. Corinne, you said that he was feeling fine yesterday during his speech, but that he started to feel tired later on in the evening. I just want to clarify. Can you say exactly when he started feeling mild symptoms?
I cannot say exactly when that occurred. I could say that he told us this morning he had a runny nose. He had a dry cough. He was a little bit fatigued. He did say he had restless sleep. And when that occurred, he got the antigen test. Tested positive, and then was given a PCR test. I cannot pinpoint the exact moment. And we were transparent. I got the letter from. We put out a statement as soon as we did the test and were able to put out the information. So we were transparent in giving out the statement. We were transparent in sending out the letter, and we will have daily updates from his doctor on his status.
In terms of the search for close contacts, I understand that's underway now, but there should still be able to be some confirmation of at least some individuals who were in close contact. He was with multiple members yesterday on Air Force One. He was with the First Lady of Ukraine as well on Tuesday. Can you tell us if the Vice President is a close contact, if those members that were on the plane are considered close contacts?
Yes. So when it comes to the Vice President, she spoke to this earlier today. She just gave comments and she spoke with the President. I will let her speak to that. You heard from the First Lady. Of course, she's the First Lady, and so she spoke. She said she tested negative, and clearly she is a close contact. Look, I'll say this. Our commitment since last July is to disclose when the president or one of the four principals is a close contact of staff who tested positive as defined by the CDC. This is a definition by the CDC, or when he tests positive, which is what we're doing to all of our review today. So, for example, we were transparent with the vice president. We were when she tested positive, when the second gentleman tested positive, and we're doing that currently right now with him. So we are transparent when the President Biden was a close contact of a staff member, as I mentioned in December, but for privacy reasons, we will not get into more details as it relates to that. So we're starting the process. I don't have a number, a list of folks to share with you. I think that if I know some of your colleagues traveled with us, if there are any concerns or questions, feel free to reach out to us. We're happy to, if you have personal questions about yourself, feel free to reach out.
I have one more. Just Ashley asked as well, I think, about moving forward the 5-day quarantine, whether or not he would immediately resume. I believe you said that he would quarantine for 5 days and then he would resume when he tests negative. But I just want the connective tissue here. If he tests negative on that 5th day, would he resume his schedule as normal?
Yeah, so the CDC's guidance on this is very clear. You have to isolate for 5 days. CDC says that you can resume after 5 days without a negative test, as long as you wear a well-fitting mask. We go above and beyond that at the White House, and the president will get tested. And as long as he's isolated for 5 days, meeting the kind of CDC requirement, we will wait until he gets a negative antigen test, before he returns to activity.
Go ahead, Steve.
How does the White House adjust having a president with COVID? Who has access to him? Is he staying in one room, a series of rooms? What's the physical situation?
So as I just stated, he is isolated in the White House residence. Look, the president could be a president anywhere, right? It doesn't matter where he's located. He has the technology, he has the tools, what he needs, the communications, what he needs to continue to doing his job.
And has staffing here been adjusted at all? Fewer people around?
There has been no change to our protocol as of date. I think you just asked. No, I gotta go around. Your colleagues are gonna kill me. I gotta go around. Go ahead, Tam. We'll go to the back.
I just want to parse the timeline a little bit. I think there may be a comma in the doctor's statement, and I just want to clarify. Did he start experiencing the cough last night, or all of the symptoms last night? I guess my question is, when did he start experiencing fatigue? When was the first sign of fatigue?
Yeah, I mean,
spoke to the doctor.
I spoke to the doctor. I spoke to the president. You know, my understanding is, again, his doctor spent a lot more time with him than I. I mean, and I haven't spent time with the president. I just spoke to him on the phone. The president felt well all day yesterday. I think late in the evening, he felt some amount of fatigue. After a long day of travel, I don't know. There are a lot of late evenings where I feel some amount of fatigue. I don't know about all of you. He went to bed. I asked him how he slept. He said he just had a bit of a restless night. And this morning got his routine tests that he does. And then when Dr. O'Connor probed him further on symptoms, because he tested positive, that's when he mentioned, yeah, that maybe I was a little tired last night. So I really think his symptoms, you could say, either began late last night or early this morning.
Did he have any fatigue or runny nose or anything like that on Sunday, Monday, or Tuesday?
He felt totally normal and said that he felt, at least to me, he said he felt totally normal all day yesterday.
Has he experienced any fever or brain fog, other symptoms of COVID?
He's had no fever.
Okay, and could we get the president's position here so that we can not play the game of telephone?
I don't think this is a game of telephone. You have Dr. Jha, who is a medical doctor himself, who runs our COVID-19 response. You're going to hear regularly a statement from Dr. O'Connor. And so we are going to be as transparent as we are going to be transparent as we have been. We put out a statement this morning. We put out a letter from Dr. O'Connor. You have both of us here taking your questions and answering them. You saw a picture of the president, you saw a video of the president, and so we are doing this very differently, and we're going to continue to provide information for all of you and also the American public. I'm going to continue to go around. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. While doing contact tracing, will you reach out to some of the officials the president met last year while traveling abroad, or is that too far away?
Yeah, so contact tracing for people in the last 48 hours who were after he tested positive. So somebody met with the president a week ago, they would not be considered a close contact.
You won't, search for maybe people like positive with COVID that he met like last week, or that
are we going to go looking a week ago to see who might have given? That's not. I mean, no. The purpose of contact tracing is to make sure that anybody who might have been exposed is so identified to prevent onward transmission.
Okay, Karen.
Thanks, Corinne. To follow up on Steve's question, I think you had said that there was no change to protocols here. Do you mean the West Wing for change of staffing protocols?
I think that was Steve's question. I just don't have an update on that.
How about the residents, though? Is there a reduction in staff while the president's in isolation?
Well,
and how are operations?
We're going to follow CDC guidance, right? Which is for the president to isolate and to make sure there is a very, very, very minimal footprint, because our goal is to make sure that we keep others safe.
So there are limited people that will be around the president for the next.
Yes, if anyone, to be quite honest, because we are going to follow CDC guidance.
And to follow on what you had said earlier about we'll be getting updates from Dr. O'Connor. Will that be statements every day?
There'll be statements. It'll be daily statements from. It could be directly from him. I believe it'll be directly from him, but you will get a daily statement.
Necessarily come here and do a briefing.
We're going to give daily statements, just like we provided the letter with transparency. The letter he provided to me, we made sure that you all saw, and we'll continue to make sure that you guys get an update on the president on a daily basis. Okay, go ahead.
Just following up on Tam's question, actually, about Dr. O'Connor.
Bro, I'm just waiting for an inflation question, and I'll turn it off. Okay? Otherwise, I'm listening. It's kind of important.
Isn't he at the podium?
I mean, the president has COVID, but I just think it's interesting. We have not heard anything from, like, there's nothing else they talked about.
Right now,
bro, I've been Snapchatting y'all. I was just responding to all my snaps, trying to boost it before earnings, you know? But I'm just chilling here, but I'm like, dude, there's no other, it's just all COVID questions. So I'm trying to see until we get something inflation there.
I think the letter
inflation is peaked for 2 weeks. You're right.
Put out was pretty clear and specific, and said that he is on Paxlovid.
And just follow up on isolation. That's obviously different from quarantine. What does isolation mean in this White House, and what will happen to the First Lady when she returns?
So isolation. Well, yeah, so just for everybody, they know, isolation is when you're positive and you're isolating. Quarantine is if you've been exposed. So that's the kind of difference in terminology. The isolation protocol is he's going to stay in his residence. We're going to absolutely minimize the footprint. I don't actually know what the plans are with the First Lady in terms of, I'm assuming she's going to stay isolated from the president as well. But that's a I don't know if you have anything more on the First Lady.
He said, yeah, I think she's gonna. I don't know, man. Fuck it.
That's her decision, though. We don't try to tell the First Lady what to do. I feel some trepidation talking about what the First Lady will do vis-a-vis the President.
So first of all, the First Lady spoke to this directly. She's feeling fine, so just want to make sure that's clear. And she's going to continue to follow the CDC guidance, and she's going to continue to wear a mask. And so that's what she is going to. That's what she's going to do moving forward. Go ahead.
Dr. Jha, you talked about the testing cadence that he had, but while he has COVID, what's the testing cadence going to be? Will he be tested daily, and will those be rapid tests or PCR tests?
So I don't know that there's much value of a PCR test at this point because they'll be positive for a while, right? So I don't actually know what his testing cadence is going to be. Again, CDC does not recommend any testing for the first 5 days. He will obviously be positive for some period of time. He will stay in isolation for 5 days. He will definitely get tested after that, and will stay in isolation until he turns negative. But any testing he has moving forward will largely be an antigen test.
You said that his oxygen level was normal. Can you be more specific about what his oxygen level numbers were?
Yeah, he's feeling fine. He's breathing fine. His oxygen level was normal. He got a full physical exam. There were no issues or no concerns in Dr. O'Connor's assessment of him in terms of his physical exam.
And last question, I'm sorry. CDC guidance is people who are close contact, who are up to date on the vaccine, correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Jha, are to wear a mask, a well-fitting mask, for 10 days after being possibly exposed to someone. You were on the plane with the president yesterday. Others, members of staff weren't, and you're not wearing a mask.
Yeah, that's why when somebody was asking me, do we have a list of close contact, I am not considered a close contact. According to the CDC guidance, I am not considered a close contact.
Dr. Jha, can you expand on that? Why she's
I could expand on it myself. But according to the CDC guidance, yes, I was with the president, but it was under 15 minutes. I was with him in short amount of time. I was wearing my mask the whole time. So to your question, Peter, when you were asking me about that, it's not that simple. It's not that easy. There's a process that has to go through. And just because I was with the president yesterday, you all saw me with the president, I am not considered a close contact. Go ahead, Jackie.
Thanks, great. Paxlovid has emergency use authorization for patients who are at high risk for progression to severe disease. So clinically speaking, either because of this diagnosis or his age or any underlying conditions or otherwise, is the president at high risk for progression to severe disease?
So if you look at the EUA of the FDA, then it links to a CDC website that gives you what are the risk factors. And age is certainly one of them. And I have made the point that I think anyone over the age of 50 is somebody who is eligible for Paxlovid, and obviously people under 50 if they have serious chronic disease as well. But I believe anybody over the age of 50 is eligible for Paxlovid. The president is above the age of 50.
And then, can you just confirm for us that there were no positive cases around the president in the last couple of days, or that he was not a close contact of anyone who was positive?
I think you've answered this, but feel free.
Yeah, I've already answered. No, I did. I answered.
Yeah,
I told you what
BBBY
our
pop in
protocols are,
13G
and we
filing,
have
so that means
said-
there's a stake, or somebody
I told you
updated
what
their
our
stake that they
protocols
took.
were, and
But it's
as
popping.
we have been
It's
committed
negative
since
4%
the last
right now, but
July,
moving.
We disclose when the president or one of the four principal is a close contact of a staff who tested positive, as defined by the CDC. This is defined again by the CDC, or when he tests positive, as we are doing today, and being very transparent about that. Wait,
Because we didn't hear from you that that's a no?
That's not what I'm saying. I am saying that when there is a close contact to the president, we actually give that information out, and we actually share that individual who's a staff member if they have tested positive. That has actually been our protocol since this past July. So a year.
So we didn't receive anything like that. So am I to assume that there was nothing that happened? There was no positive case where the president was a close contact?
Yes, you're safe to assume that, because that's what we have been committed to doing since the last July, which is about a year ago. Okay, we're going to continue. Go ahead.
The message that some people are going to take from this is that it's inevitable that everyone is going to get COVID at some point. I'm wondering if you think that's a reasonable assumption for people to make about this, and also what does this say about the state of the pandemic and how much longer it's going to be a part of our lives in this way?
Yeah, so based on the CDC data, about 70+% of Americans have been infected. And I have said, I think from this podium, that I don't believe that every American will be infected, but I think infections are obviously, given how incredibly contagious the current subvariant is, that Omicron has been in general, that we've seen a lot of Americans get infected. At this point in the state of the pandemic, I think our strategy on this has also been very, very clear. We have a two-pronged strategy. Number one is prevent serious illness, which I think is essential. And that strategy, as you've heard me articulate, is a combination of making sure people are up to date on their vaccines and getting treatments if they're eligible. And then the second part of the strategy is doing everything we can to keep infections down. And that's recommending masking in crowded indoor spaces in high transmission areas, making sure testing is widely available, working on improvements in indoor air quality and ventilation. Those are the things we're working on. And given that 70% of Americans have been infected, it's obviously a highly transmissible virus. And we are going to continue working on keeping both infections down and really working hard to make sure serious illness is limited. And I think, by the way, that is working. I mean, if you look at how many infections there have been, but where we are right now on hospitalizations and deaths, a tiny fraction of where we've been in the past. So I think our strategy is largely working, but it is a two-pronged strategy that focuses both on serious illness and infections.
Thank you. I have two follow-ups, one for Dr. John and one also for you, Corinne. The through line of this briefing has been that things are different now and that you're better prepared, obviously, because of the vaccine and then some of these drug therapies. So this might be comparing apples to oranges, but the previous president was moved from the White House to Walter Reed, and one of the explanations that was given at the time was that they had better facilities there. Are you confident in all exigent circumstances that you have everything that you need here at the White House in terms of facilities to prepare for anything that may come and protect the president's health?
What I can say is the president is right now working comfortably in the White House, doing well. And there are obviously a lot of resources available here at the White House to take.
I'm out. Chad. Okay. That's it, man. I'm out. Chad, I need you to do me a favor, though. If somebody is still listening to this, just let me know if they talk about anything else. Okay? I could always get the recap later, But I don't know why that was so painful for y'all. I was snapping the shit out of all of y'all. So y'all better go check your Snapchat if you message me, because I was sending snaps, bro. I was acting like a 15-year-old, bro. I was just like, I was taking pictures. I was snapping y'all back. I was waiting. I didn't even get to go poop, bro. I was just like, I was doing my thing, you know. Oh, Big Pop 397. But just let me know, because honestly, there's a lot going on. So I was very, very surprised. Just because again, like, dude, they didn't talk about inflation. They didn't talk about upcoming jobs report data, no inflation, no jobs report. They didn't talk about the oil, the Saudi Arabia meeting, what's going to happen with China, what's going to happen with the bill. That's why I was like, dude, it makes sense, though. I hope you guys realize, you guys don't remember, it was a big deal when Donald Trump got COVID, but the president of the United States, who is above the age of 80, getting a sickness or a virus of this nature, it's pretty wild. So I hope you guys can understand, how it's playing out. But I'm surprised they didn't talk about anything else. I thought they were going to talk about it for like 20 minutes. And then move on from it, but they didn't, and it just kept going and going. So I was like, what's up, man? What's up, bro? Wasn't it a meeting solely about... No, that was a press bro, that was a press briefing. There's no such thing as just one press briefing for COVID. That was a normal press briefing. Like, pretty much, there's not going to be another press briefing today where everybody gets together and asks any questions. This is the only one. The chat is insensitive. Honestly, I don't think that's fair to say. I think it's just more accurate to say that they missed me. You know what I'm saying? Like, they were said it in the Twitch chat too. That's why I was trying to Snapchat y'all. But like, maybe the chat is they just missed me. You know what I'm saying? Like, and they're like, oh, I miss Josh. Can you just get Josh on? Like, oh, it's not even political. Like, they just missed me. You know what I'm saying? I think they just really missed me. And that's it. Who bought this steak? I don't know where it's at. What do you mean, who bought the steak? Habibi, you take me to dinner, you buy it. Okay, yalla, let's see. This guy, what's his name? FCM BBBY Holding. Is this, who is this guy? They already own 6, sole voting power. Freeman Capital, the sole member of the BlackBerry or Bed Bath & Beyond Holdings. Amount beneficially owned, percent class as reported. So it might just be a reporting stake, but they might not have changed it. Indicating is acquired a beneficial ownership. Oh, is he making an offer? They should issue convertible first lien bonds as an efficient means to raising funds. So pretty much this guy took a stake, Jake Freeman, and then this is his letter. He's pretty much, I just skimmed through it, but he's saying that Bed Bath & Beyond is getting clapped, their cash rate is bad, the burn rate, whatever, and then he's saying that they need to, they should offer unsecured bonds in between 1.1 billion and 500 million to get rating. So pretty much it's like an activist. He's trying to take a beneficial stake, and then he's trying to, he wrote a statement saying what the board and what they should go about doing. So he's proposed terms for a trade of senior unsecured notes, and I think he's saying you could swap them out. But I don't think he bought any more, or he already owned it. So it's an activist. He either owned the stake or he took a 6% stake, just so he can, just so he could say that the company, to offer a plan for the company to raise money in bonds. Interesting. So honestly, I don't think it's that big of a deal. If he made a buyout, like, so sometimes you'll see a trade like this, but then wait, is he offering convertible notes? Because if he wants to do convertible notes, he's pretty much saying that they should dilute. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's I'm just skimming it. This is a lot to read. So I don't know if they're convertible or not. It could be. Freeman should issue convertible first lien bonds Yeah, so he's pretty much saying you should do a secondary round of dilution. Pretty much dilute them through again, convertible bonds convert to equity. But convertible means it's convertible. So you could do a bond, or like sometimes you could take equity stake. So I just took a stake in a private equity company recently, and I have convertible. It's a convertible investment, meaning the company, they're going to pay me back like 4% on my money, or at the time of maturity, if I still want to stay with them and I like the company, I could take all of my investment and then the return, and I could convert it into equity in the company at a specific rate. So convertible just means it's a bond that can convert to equity. So if you buy $1 million of bonds, and you could either choose to take the payment back, or you could choose to get equity. Snap earnings leak. I'm not seeing anything, but you never know, homie. Can you make more beginner option and stock videos? If you have any like specific questions, I'm down. Totally down. Earnings will affect it. Tomorrow morning could affect Tesla, but again, I think Snapchat is going to be the one for the party. EWI still in play. They came down a little bit lower here today, which I'm kind of surprised given everything that happened, but we will see. We will see. On that free course you have, remember the tutorials. Yeah, so like if there's something specific, there's so much to cover, and we have so many beginner videos just over the years, but I'm always down to make another one if you guys have like a specific question. I think the selling early, that was a good lesson that we had today, but I'm always down, man. If you have a specific one, shoot me an email or comment it on one of the videos. Did you disclose what company you took a stake in, or are you keeping that close to your heart? It's not a big company. You don't know about it. It's just through a couple of people that I know. They offered it, and I really I like the people who are managing it. I think they're very well connected, and they'll pull off. I think they've only raised like $6 to $10 million so far, so it's pretty small. But I like what they're doing on it, but it's not something I'm at liberty to disclose. Mara pop in. Not Tattoo Chef, not. I don't like investing in companies, even if you could get private deals on one of those things. Like, those are just too late. No, it's not Graham Steph. It's just like, again, nobody knows about this thing. It's people I know. Just people I know, and I really like them a lot, and I like what they're doing with the company. It's like, it's actually more related to, I don't even know how to describe the industry. It's like industrial. But no, I don't like investing in like late stage companies unless it's on the stock market already. But like with private equity, you want to be in early. Like you don't want to get into I want to invest in FTX or some of these companies that if you're investing on the 6th, 7th round, you can still get a good return. But I like to be very, very early with it, higher risk pretty much for any private equity. Oh, it's very innovative. Yeah, it's very futuristic shit. Like it could change the way that a lot of items are shipped, traveled, recorded, maintained. It's very big, and they already have good contracts. So they have contracts with some big entities and big places already in New York and all that. So I like them, but it's a very weird one. I will share it soon. Pretty much. Give it a couple months and let me see what goes on with it. But we have finalized the investment. But then eventually, I'll be able to. I want to share it with you guys. It's a really cool company, and I think some of you might be able to use it for your business if you have one. But it's good. It's an interesting invest. I think I think this is seed A still, or seed B. I don't know. I'm not double check. But it's a good friend of mine, and it's interesting. It really is, but that's a convertible equity. How do you get qualified? You just have to meet a certain threshold. Or in this type of deal, you could also get exposure to family and friends. So there is certain caveats for private equity. If you get the right connection and somebody really likes you, they could take your money without you being a accredited investor, pretty much. So like they could pretty much include you in a family friends round. That's the key. It's a company that only ships via rockets and only takes payment in Dogecoin. Yes. Software. It's like software and hardware. It's a mix of both. It's related to supply chain improvements. It's complicated. I even told them that's part of their problem too. I said at the end of the day, I was like, y'all better simplify this shit, because it could be very complex. But it's definitely, I mean, I hope they execute, because if they're early on it, and if they could actually take, they have good runway right now, but I just hope they execute on it, because they would be the first, or they would be very, very early. It's not Palantir, no. Check out Build It's the company we visited in Dubai. They're fire. What do they do? Explain it like I'm 5 in very important modern business statements. Burlington, again, the Bed Bath & Beyond news, that one's weird, but it's moving. Yeah, Burlington's popping at the high. UNH on the high now. Back to 520. The Netflix continuation is up. You have to document your friendship with that. Not usually. There's no oversight for the most part, unless you go through like a platform or an investing thing. But usually the oversight is very minimal. They just have limits. So you could only raise a max amount with family and friends though. So that's the thing. Companies are limited. Like, you can't raise $10 billion and say it's family and friends round or anything like that. They have limits relative to what they're doing already. So it's like, I think it's like 10% or something. You could have like 10% or less family and friends. Best case for Snap is that they beat the guidance, give better guidance, give better updates. You get a surprise from the memberships in the web app, and there's just more surprise in management, raising margins, ad spend not dropping or not being as bad as feared. That will be the best case for Snapchat. Worst case for Snapchat, they come close to where they guided or even worse. And if users drop, I think Snapchat, the number one risk people are missing right now today is user growth. So, and we're worried about 5 other factors with Snapchat and all these other social media companies, but Snapchat hasn't really been a victim of user growth. But if that does somehow appear at this quarter, that may end up being very, very negative. The bubble is not popped. Their net income drops negative after first positive quarter. That would not be delicious for investors. But I think that meets in line. Like, if that occurred, that would be them hitting or getting worse than the guidance that they have. And remember, they guided down so low last time. That's the part that scared people. It was the guidance. It had nothing. The earnings were a little bit worse, but let's even check. But the guidance is going to be the key one. So I feel you on that, though. I think everything is going to be fine, except I think user growth is a real, like, oh shit element that we got to just keep our eye on, but we'll see what happens. I forgot how they guided it though. I think it was like the earnings did a certain way too. Let me see. I would play Meta off of Pinterest, Meta or Pinterest for Snapchat for sure. That's an easy one because if they get killed too much, then you won't have to feel it, but it could still hit you, and then you could still wait for the other earnings. But I definitely think it's good. It could get a little watered down, though. You got to watch out for that. Let me see. I gotta go down the list. Oh, what's this?
Brag about my Tesla.
This guy just calls me and he's like, yo, am I live? Can I brag about my Tesla? What do you want, sir?
Can I get a, oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry.
Bro, I'm changing my name to GOAT right now. GOAT LT.
Listen, man. Listen, Listen, we had a big talk today about, like, selling too early, so I hate to do this.
I heard the talk.
Then what the fuck are you saying right now, dog?
Bro, I'm just saying, can I boast in my...
What are you gonna boast? You could boast, bro. You could boast about 1 hour, bro. You sold off in the first hour. Oh, I had to. You didn't have to.
I gotta work. I can't be thinking about.
I was sitting right there, bro. I was sitting right there. I said, nah. I was like, I don't know.
Negotiating with people. I can't sit here and be like refreshing my screen for Tesla while I drive. I'm out of data, bro. I'm Sprint. I can't just be doing that. Okay.
All right, man. Well, get your brat. But I'm just saying, you missed out on about $2,000 or $3,000 extra of profit.
All good, bro. It's all good. What's the next play though? What's the next play?
That's it, y'all. Is that how everyone is? You got a little hit now of the Tesla, and now you're like, "What's up, man?"
It's like whatever that stuff Hunter smokes.
Nope.
You get a hit and you're gone, bro. I thought you said I was muted. Oops.
Oh, no.
What's the next play? Snapchat? Let's get some Snapchat calls, bro.
Listen, man. I only do the plays when you're here in person. Are you really trying to call me to get me to roll over? You're trying to get me to roll over the profit into Snapchat. That's what you're trying to do right now.
You're a stock bookie. You're a stock bookie, bro.
That's what you're trying. Y'all, Chad, you realize this? That's what he's trying to do right now, right? He's literally.
I gotta go.
Okay, goodbye, sir. What? Bro, I'm telling you, he's calling me to try to roll the money in the Snap. That's it. He's trying to keep it going, bro. He's like, he's like, what's next, man? He's like, let me brag. Let me brag about it, and then let's go. Let's go for the next one. Chad, what do you think? Should we do it? Snapchat can go crazy. It can't go crazy. You got to gamble to win. It's too late, though. Snapchat's already jacked. Up 62% on the day. Oh, no, dude. These plays are jacked. You got to be a sicko. He bought an 800 Tesla call yesterday for next week. He hit on that one, and then we hit the other ones. Yeah, if they surprise, they can shoot up a lot. I don't know if they go to 40. Do it. He has momentum. They could come up to like $23, maybe. Maybe. I guess maybe 30 if it's really good, but still. Feel good to be positive on Netflix. I know, it's good, right? I still have to wait for my average down, but on one of the accounts we're positive on Netflix. So that's a good spot to be in, though. You see that's why I'm excited about. I'm like, listen, if we're positive right here and we get some good things moving, this could be very, very nice. I would rather just play Pinterest. Honestly, that one could actually be fire. Or I already have Facebook calls are jacked. Pinterest is the only one you could get the plays cheap. Let me check. I'll check Facebook on the weeklies. Nah, yeah, jacked. You do not want this. If you're trying to listen, I'm giving you YOLO 101, just real good advice right here. If you were like, okay, you get this genius idea to go YOLO, 30 minutes left to market, and the option chain looks like this, you're asking for a problem. Again, at least Tesla yesterday, the option chain was down. You see what I'm saying? So look that's Meta. It's like, look at the last 3 days, you're up 300%. Here's Snapchat. Bro, you could have got these plays at 40 cents. They're going for $1. Even if you want the 50-cent plays, they were going for 17 cents 2 days ago. Do you see what I'm saying? It's not really there. Pinterest is the only one where it's cheaper. Like Pinterest at the money. Look at this. This shit's just down. So it's not even like it's not even that crazy. Snap on CNBC.
Wait, are we live again? Are you okay?
Yeah, man. How bad do you want this YOLO?
Man, I was already over it.
Oh, okay. Because I have an option for you, sir. Now remember though, any money made or lost though, I'm using your collateral against the silver bar, okay? And any profits you've gotten today. I have a YOLO for you. If you want to give me exclusive right to execute it, I could do it for you and call it a day. Or do you want more information?
I want more information, but you still, give me more information here.
So instead of Snapchat, because the premiums that are going for like $1 today were going for 30 cents 2 days ago. I just think you're too late. Again, you bought the Teslas when they were down, so that was kind of some of the advantage. But I could offer.
You're prepping me. I don't like. You're like a sales guy.
I am a sales guy. What do you mean? You are. What do you?
Sales 101.
I'm 5'6". I wasn't born with natural ability. I had to learn how to sell my whole life, sir. Okay. So listen, it's very simple. I could offer you a Pinterest. It's a Snapchat sympathy. It's cheap. It's lowest premium, lower than Facebook sympathy, anything. So you could get some exposure to Snap earnings, and you could still have earnings for the upcoming week. How does that sound?
Listen, bro. I'm gonna call my boy Andrew Tate. He gonna tell you Pinterest is for girls, bro. We can't be doing that.
I love women. I would bet on the women any day.
Everyone should love women. Okay.
Yeah.
Male or female.
So I bet on the girls, bro. I bet on the girls.
Okay, so what are my options here? Like you got
Pinterest or nothing. Pinterest, or if you want to take Snap or Facebook, you're paying 200-300% premium. I wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole.
So Snap, Facebook, and Pinterest all go after bell today, right?
No, just Snapchat. But however Snapchat does, it will affect them.
Oh, yeah. What's the word you guys use for that?
Sympathy.
Sympathy. Yes. You know what? Let's do it. I'm down, bro.
Okay. How much?
Down. Let's do half of whatever we made.
So you're up. I think it's like 1,500. So like $700.
Sure, if that's what the math is. I don't think I'm not a mathematician, but it sounds like half.
All right, let's do it. God bless you. We'll let you know when it's executed. You'll get a text confirmation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Sucker. No, I'm kidding. Okay. $3,000 would be $1,500. At 50, that'd be 25. All right, I got one. I think. You guys like this? You having fun? Is this a fun breakdown? Lending tips, dude. That was the last thing I was expecting him to do. I did not expect him to call me and then get us to roll this over. What's your fee? Starbucks and silver. Honestly, that goes a long way. Bro, you pull up with me with some Starbucks, bro. Honestly, it goes a very long way. Like, that's it. That's why y'all think my girlfriend's, like, amazing, bro. She's smart. She knows what she's doing, bro. You bring me food. You bring me I'm a very simple guy, bro. You know, it's just like the wise man. You come bearing gifts, man. I'm with it, bro. I'm with it. That'd be 900. We'll do 30. That's like 500. We'll do 40. 720. Let's try to scam the market maker. Okay. Didn't work. Scam them. Damn, 18. All right, Pinterest next week. Near the money, kind of. A little bit cheaper. $24 calls. Don't trade it. You will lose money. This is a lending tips YOLO. So what do we got? We got 40, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, yeah, 40 contracts. And then this is a sympathy. Honestly, it's a great, we bought it at the perfect time of the day because honestly, this thing did not move. So don't trade it. Not a recommendation unless your name is Lending Tips. And I'm sure you just don't do it. Never mind. It's not live. Oh, don't worry. You good, bro. You good. The economic advisor getting all crazy. Yeah, and then last time was Snap. Yeah, it was just the forecast. I don't know how they did, though, on the revenue number. Let's see. All that chat. Y'all don't YOLO. That premium did not. The stock is up like 1 cent. It's not ran up at all, and the stock is going vertical, low key. Not vertical. I sound like you guys in the chat when you get like one candle. But nah, that premium, it's gonna be tough. That premium has not moved all day, and it's in the middle of getting crushed. So that's the thing I like about this play. Again, is just that it was just going for so much more money. But do you see the difference? It's one thing to go after the play. But do you guys also see what I'm talking about with the premium versus what's it called? The premium versus something like Meta or Snapchat. Again, we had all these contracts up, and you could see it's like all of them pretty much have a similar risk, right? It obviously depends, and then Snapchat's going to move the most out of all of them. But it's like, bro, I bought 18 cents for those contracts today. That's what these same contracts are going for 48 hours ago. Even this morning, they were going for 30 instead of 60. I got 40 of them, yeah. 40. I put $700. Again, it was just, this is all LT. I came up with the play, but he's the one who wanted to go YOLO with it. So I like his momentum. I kind of want to roll with it, but we'll find out. We will find out, my friend. The math, there's more of something in your favor. And the fact is, one, earnings is on the 28th, so you have one extra day to you get the week of the earnings, but then you also, just the premium is at the lowest level. That's all. That's all it came down to. Already up on it. Well, you guys want $50? Again, I tried to get LT to sell out for 50. He was not having it, so I don't think we get excited on it. Market's up. I mean, more earnings. Tesla was a big one, even though the ECB raised rates. That had some effect, but positive news out of Nord Stream. Bonds were a little bit weird. Dollar dropped pretty dramatic at first, but then it's still down today. But I think it's just earnings mode, and then ECB not getting shut down with gasoline was a very, very good sign. And, bro, those Netflixes are back up to about 50% right now on the Netflix one. I bought 600 shares of Snap. Welcome to the club, my friend. So, again, that's why dude, I'm telling you, the long term could get hooked. If Snap does good, and then even the Netflix coming up a little bit, man, it's going to be a very a glorious one. Otherwise, we're going back to growth stock hell. There was negative Nord Stream news. There was. I remember we said that EWG stuff, but at the end of the day, as long that shit's back up and running, that's all that matters, and it has more capacity than expected. So people are going to respond a certain way to that. You think we'll know if we hit the bottom next week? Well, next week will help us out. It might prove to be a temporary bottom, but like I said, we got to get through Powell and all that. But if Powell and the rest of the earnings go good, that will definitely be a good sign for a shorter term or even like a end of summer, coming into summer rally type thing. I could see that. Am I going to get meta puts? I have meta puts already. I have like $3 or $4 grand of meta puts that I made free in March. So I still have those till January. And then I have a free Facebook call already. So I didn't have any exposure on Pinterest. And again, Pinterest is the cheapest premium out of all of them. So hopefully it moves, but we'll find out. If Powell gets COVID, I think he could still do his job pretty easily. Snap misses growth. It'll be the first time ever, which I think is going to happen. And then, yeah, it would be bad. Again, I think that's the thing people are overlooking. That's where everything goes to shit, is that if that user growth drops, that is the biggest risk I see out of all of it. If Snap hits, we're going straight to 400, probably. If Snap is a good beat that could bring up Facebook 2% and Google, we're going to 400 tomorrow. I would say quite easily. Sava moving. Oh, it's getting clobbered. Market doesn't care if it only has 10 users. Well, they want to look at like ad spend numbers and monetization, but don't underestimate. Users is a big one. But they are better. Like, that's it. Like, they are better than Facebook. Remember, the 2 quarters ago, everybody was freaking out because they're like, how in the world did Facebook record its first user decline and Snapchat was growing? So Snapchat hasn't had the problem with user growth, but that's why I'm saying it could be a black swan, right? Is if like everybody's like, okay, low guidance, and then they beat on all the low guidance, but then they like drop off on the user growth, people might react a different way. And that's what I'm worried about. But other than that, if everything else comes in good, we gonna party. Pins is unstoppable. I appreciate the support. I honest, thank you, but I mean, you don't need to pump it, but I appreciate the support. I feel you, and we'll see. Joshy requested me on Instagram. Yeah, this is going to be awkward, man. That's the fake Josh. So you can ask him about breathable merchandise. He probably won't know what you're talking about. You know what I'm saying? So just be careful out there. Do your thing, and you'll be good. I have some Snap under 10, some Snap over 10. Like our average price is $12 on this account. And then on the bigger position, our average price is about $18. So not too bad. And then we have $3,000 coming in from these covered calls. Actually, I should close these. How much are these worth right now? $200 still? Nah, I'll be cheap about it. That's fine with me. But maybe, though. These are till January 23. We could spend $200, take the $3,000 covered call profit, and then depending on what happens, we could always sell another covered call. I don't know. I usually don't like spending the money because that will cut into our deposit a little bit. But remember this old covered call, so we have $2,700 in profit on it. So again, that's $3,000 netted on that. And then we just go from there. And then I'll have 700 shares almost to sell covered calls with. Yeah, because if they do beat good and it comes back, it'll kill my earnings. I think I'm going to close it. Yeah, so just going to cut my deposit by 200. I closed the covered call on Snap shares from the long term from literally like a year ago. I don't know if oh shit, I shouldn't have closed it out. So you could see when dude, this was so old. You have this is like over a year or two old. Taking day off. It's my sister's engagement. Oh, enjoy it, man. Tell her congratulations too. Ooh. Spy ripping up. Do I have to send a long-term alert on that? I don't know if you guys all have that. Overstock. Big slowest point. Snapchat. Snapchat. That'd be cool. I hope it runs up now, because then this is it cost me $200 of my deposit amount to take a majority of the profit, but then now we're really going to see what happened. And then now it changed my percentage. Oh, now it says I'm down 14% because of that. Because I had again, we had $3,000 in profit. So now that it's closed out, we go back to down. So they were factoring that in there, because we were up on this percentage-wise right before I closed that. The balance, but it's cool. Now we have a little bit more upside, and we could always sell some covered calls now. So if Snap goes crazy tomorrow, I could sell another covered call, and we'll be good. I'm holding the deposit for now, but we just closed out the Snap covered calls, and that's about it. Snap is expecting it's like 17 to 20%, but that's only like $2.60, I believe. Now it's at $3. So that's about 20%. It's pricing in about 20% move. That would take it up to like $19.40, $20. And then if they had a really big report, it could go even higher. But even then, that's still a monstrous pricing in, especially with how much the stock has moved up in the last couple days. I made about $2,700 on the covered call, and that took over a year, like almost 2 years, I would say, because I was down on that covered call. So again, it gave us a big portion of profit, but now factoring in the shares and everything else, it's not the same. Like literally, it just brought down the whole portfolio $3,000 off that, because now we don't have it, messed up our percentages a little bit. It was 6 covered calls, all my shares. I was down on it a lot, like a lot. You've been really degenerate on the trades lately? I don't think so. I mean, bro, all the trades I made, like I put $60 on Netflix. We did $50 on Shopify. I covered a covered call. I don't know. We did good. I sold them for like $3 a pop or something like that, or $6 a pop. I got $3,000 or $5 a pop. 6 contracts, $5 each, and then I rolled over another contract there. But yeah, it's pretty good. Damn, really? Yeah, damn, y'all went crazy on there. No, I've actually felt good about, like, I should be YOLOing a little bit more, but I feel a little bit, I'm actually glad I'm not going too nuts, and it's paid off. If anything, I just want to go crazy on the next energy play. I mean, we've been hitting them. Again, we did it on UNG, but, like, I probably should have put, like, 20 grand on that one. But what's yours is yours. I'm chill with it. Oh, you said in a good way, though. All right, I'll take it. I take it either way. Check email. I do not see an email from you, sir. Tradingfraternity@gmail.com. I missed out on UNG. Honestly, I think we're going to get another one by the end of the year. It's like, again, we've hit UNG 3 times this year for over 1,000%. Well, actually, the third one, we're on 500% now. Damn you pumped the Pinterest to 22. It's not too... If you're buying a lot of contracts, it sucks, but not too many, or you should be good. But again, be careful with that play. You guys saw I had to sell, what's his name on it? Mr. Lending Tips. The guy's crazy. So just do, approach with caution and at your own risk. Time for a week call. It could be, but give it, again, cosmic calendar here. But that's what happened in Arab Spring. You saw a giant drop and then things came back up. So the waves might be good. 10-minute rigged. 398.23, ladies and gentlemen, is going crazy. Yeah, we just grabbed 40 Pinterest calls. That was the Lending Tips Sympathy YOLO. That's what he wanted. Oh, I still got my original ones, too. So we good. Pins, popper. Now that's more of a pop right there. So, amen. And now the spreads are widening a little bit. Go to 4. It might, dude. It all depends on Snapchat. Starbucks popping. Dollar dropping to 10-minute rig. Kind of bullish there. Starbucks looks pretty decent, yeah. A lot of things are getting a 10-minute rig move right now, and it looks great. I didn't sell all of the UNGs. I got 3 left. Would I make Pinterest free? No. If you could make it free and you're cool with that, like, you should be able to get, like, what? Like, it's like 20% or something, maybe 10%. We bought 18, 19, 20, 21, 24. You got 20% on it. So if 20, I could go walk away with $140, but that's not why we made this play. But if you could get it and it's cheap, I mean, might as well. You just got free 20%, free earnings play, nothing to complain about. Oh, yeah, we're staying for snap earnings, baby. 9 minutes left. Honestly, I think I should go to the bathroom right now so we have time. So hold on, please. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you.
Into that direction of high 30s or 40s that we associate with market sell-offs. And I think it's a testament to the fact that we know why we're here. We know what the Fed is doing. We're not looking for the old maid card of subprime, a leveraged subprime portfolio back in 2008, 2009. So it's been much more orderly, I would have to say. And I think that is, again, a function of we know the process of what we're going through right now. And by the way, we also know what it will take to get this market to leave the bear backdrop. We know what it'll take. Inflation coming down. And we're just waiting for it like the Fed is.
So say we find out that we're not really at peak inflation. There's so much diverging thinking here. You heard it from Brian Moynihan saying we maybe have peaked. You have John Gray saying it's stickier than you think. And so should inflation rear its ugly head again in a bigger way, then all of a sudden does that throw our very peaceful course off track?
Yeah, I think it does, because then what it would insinuate or signal is that the Fed has to go not just longer, but more hawkishly longer.
She sounds like Janet Yellen about to
cry.
cry.
I think would be extremely dangerous for the market. There's
and
no
without
doubt
the
about that.
I like her. Quincy
what-
Crosby. I like it. That's such a gangster name, Quincy Crosby. And she out here just like kicking game on earnings and stuff. That's great. Yalla. Tesla call. I'm pushing that for tomorrow. All the plays are free. Even if that play expires, even though it's worth $400 right now, we walk away with at least $1,500 in profit. So I'm chill with it, but it's totally up to you. on that one. If you want to go for it, you go for it. If not, then that's good. E-Trade, you can only close contracts 15 minutes after the bell if it is an ETF. If it's a certain ETF, like a SP, like a SPDR ETF usually. So like your UVXY, you can, SPY, all of that. The final Tesla that we bought at $1.75 is worth $400 right now. So, and then, but here's the kicker, you're like $10 from being in the money on it. They're like $10, $15 from being in the money by tomorrow, but it expires tomorrow. So if you get a gap up, that's it. That contract could go to $1,000 easy, just like the second one we did today. Bro, we bought that one at $275. It went to $1,500. I sold out at $6. But so I'm gonna push it. I've already made my place free. I'm down to let one ride finally, and then go from there. And then we'll see what happens with a piniatrist. You know the piniatrist? Very good piniatrist. Yeah, pins is. I mean, we got it at a good time. You know, the stock doesn't move too much, but that's a pretty decent move. Tesla's still near the highs. Netflix, Roblo. Yeah, Netflix getting crazy. Visa. Oh, are they reporting today? I could give it to you. I could give you a quick breakdown on it right now if you'd like. But that could be a good one with financials. No, I don't think they are reporting. I'm not seeing pricing. So you'll be good. I'd wait until you get closer to the earnings. Can I watch TLT after hours anywhere? Like, just go TLT, then switch on extended trading. SPY gun, let it ride, let it ride, let it ride. Bro, volume is kind of big. It looks big, but a little bit lower than yesterday. Still pretty low. 5 minutes left. I would finalize any earnings plays. Again, I'm locked and loaded. I got the Pinterest as a sympathy to Snap. We closed our Snap covered calls from a couple of years ago. We're pushing the Tesla weekly for tomorrow. Speak an hour, forever hold your peace. That's either going to be a big loss or a big win tomorrow. So make up your mind right now. And then that's about it. And then I grabbed the Alcoa play. That one was up, but then turned into a dud. But now Netflix is actually Alcoa might come back up. And then Netflix is killing it. Your Netflix post earnings is up 50% too. Dragon Head vertical mode. Is that like a Yu-Gi-Oh card? I'll sound like a Yu-Gi-Oh card Jerome Powell have. Snap to 25. Let's go, baby. Is it still rocketing up here? This is going to be bro, it's 15% in 2 days. My butt is in pucker mode. Hope these YOLOs hit. Otherwise, tier. Lower the position, dog. Very simple. Very simple. Like I poop a lot. You know what I'm saying? And I'm a big fan of bowel movements. But if that is being caused through trading, we gotta lower the position, dog. Okay, I love you. I love lending tips. Again, I hope you know I do this to lending tips too. You know, I try to get him to lower the amounts. You know how we work it. Again. It's good. He's at least playing with a little bit of profit, but still, just trust me. If you feel that way, use the time now to trim that position. Trust me. Control the budget. Don't let the budget control you or your bladder. Okay? Control the balance. Control the bowels. Very simple. Very, very simple. It's literally less than $200. Well, good, but don't let it. If it makes you, like, if you feel something about it, and you actually care about it, lower the amount. It should be to the point where you don't give a shit. You see what I'm saying? That's fine, bro. That's fine. Tesla internet probe scrutinizes executive CEO. Hold up. Tesla probe. Internal probe. Scrutinizes executive in office of CEO. It's coming out right now. I don't know how big that is or what it means, but SPY's going up. Tesla's dropping. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. So we make our final approach. If you guys are holding on to any bags, please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seat. So we'll be coming through the aisle with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in the description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4:30 p.m. Pacific time. And then we're going to be taking out promptly around 6 a.m., 6:10 out of the Trade-In Fraternity terminal. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 84 degrees and sunny, looking like a beautiful summer day, especially if you went and bought that dip out there or played some Tesla. We are no longer under COVID guidelines, even though Bidonius has it, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in your Cold Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Let's go, baby! 1 minute! Go, 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 go. Earnings on the way. Snapchat after hours. We're going to stick with it. You better finalize it. You had some good news out the euro today. The dollar is dropping. Market is in earnings mode. Snapchat is going to let you know if that party continues. But you got to finalize your play, Chad. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Make sure your plays don't make anything pucker up, and you're going to be good, baby. But less than 10 seconds remaining. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horn, let's go, baby. We did it, we made it, we did it, we made it. GG, ladies and gentlemen, let's go. Let's get this ready for earnings. Hold on, is it black screen still? Hold on, I need my GGs. I need to get a lot of stuff set up right here. There's a lot happening, man. This is it. This is it. I love you. Thank you for being in here. Thank you for liking the video, Chad. But I need my GGs. Give me my GGs. Let's go. I know it's going to come out anytime now. We need that GG. Oh, wait, where is it? How come it's not loading? What is this? Hold on. It's not. I just lagged. I never had lag on the GG. What the hell in the GG is this? Oh, there it is. Oh, let's go, baby. Let's go, Chatadonia. Here it is, the long term to the YOLO, baby. I need my GG. Let's go, baby. Oh, I hope you're ready. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something, baby. All my real money traders working on your craft. Drop a GG. Thank you for the GG. We need it, baby. Bring that good sportsmanship back. That's what I'm talking about. Amen, baby. The real ones working on their craft. Let's go, Chatadonia. Amen. Amen. Where you at, Twitch? Where you at, Twitch? Are you locked and loaded? Oh, yeah, you ready? It's earnings season, baby. What you learn in a month? Eating 1 meal a day, fuck your breaking your lunch. Go for layers, not done. I'ma say what I want. Oh, let's go, baby. GG. God bless the call, baby. Oh, they working on the craft. The real money. Let's go. GG. You get a GG. You send a GG. Good sportsmanship. I forgive you. I love you. Let's go, baby. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. Woo! Oh, another one? No. Cut it. So, Chad, listen, I love you. These earnings are going to come out at any second. Listen, I love you. I love this guy. Josh, I love him. Great guy. Oh, 1.6 thousand. Horn. I love you, Chad. I'm hyped. I'm excited. Are you excited? It's earnings, bro. It's earnings on Snapchat, bro. We live for this. Uh-oh. It's moving. No numbers in yet. Please hold. But listen, I love you. Thank you for being here. Honestly, genuinely, I hope we've made the most of your time. I hope you've been learning. Snap's moving. So is Meta. Hold on. It's not in yet. Well, we love you, man. God bless you. Hold on. Oh, so much going on. Check out the links. Do it all. God bless the members. God bless the stream alerts. Oh, it's not in yet, though. The earnings are not in yet. Hold on. Ooh, Meta's moving off of it, though, too. Bro, where is it? Oh, okay, I still love you. I can still tell you thank you. Okay, thank you for being here, Chad, for real. All the real ones, all the ones holding it down, everybody contributing to a good conversation. All my people with them strong foundations, baby. Okay, God bless you, man, for real. Members, thank you. You've been here over the years. Some of you have a membership badge as long as I held those cover calls. So let's see what happens, baby. Don't throw up. Why are you going to throw up? This is exciting. Oh, Chattadonia. I know it says 410, but it's up another $1. Like, what? What is happening? Oh, yeah, where's the Pinterest, too? Is Pinterest even are they getting some of that activity out there? You go, Pinterest. You get some, too. You get some too, baby. Class of the pony. Oh, I want that boat, bro. Uh-oh. 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 It's popping. It's popping and dropping. Pop, lock, and drop it. Oh, man, it's doing it. Uh-oh. No, it's not leaking. I'm waiting, dude. I'm just literally staring at the wire right now. I'm just waiting for it to come in, and then every time I look over, I see a candle. Look at even Pinterest spazzing out. Facebook's already moving big. We need to get Facebook on here. And we need to get extended hours on the market. Says we got 6 minutes, man. Says we got 6 minutes. Front running is just people trying to get ahead of it. If you feel bullish, then that's it. Then that's it, man. I just puked. It's okay. It's okay. Twitter dump. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hot dog. Nigel about that. Oh, I don't know, man. I'm just saying, Josh knows a lot of the information. All I'll tell you for this Snapposaurus, this one is going to affect the whole animal kingdom, ladies and gentlemen. So, unfortunately, I don't know if you have on your goggles or your trash bag, but just stay seated. Make sure nothing is puckering. If you're puckering, they could smell it. The animals can smell it from a mile away. Trust me, they will attack you, so be very careful, okay? I'm going to let Joshua handle this one, but still, anything could happen, and you know about the Snapposaurus. Again, we saw his wings get clipped last innings, but still, if he's able to regain his flying power, I'm telling you, everybody in the animal kingdom is going to watch him soar. They're going to look at him and be like, oh my God, it's going to look like he was in a Bugatti. I'm telling you, just be careful. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you can get your trash bags if you like, but this one you better stay locked in. It's going to be like the Jurassic Park ride. Have you ever played that Jurassic Park game at Chuck E. Cheese? That's what today's going to feel like, okay? So hopefully you're locked and loaded. I wish I could be here for you, but I think Josh has appropriate tools to be able to handle it, okay? So let's go, Chattadonia. We wish you the luck. And if you do need to hire me for any events, we now have jumpers. If you like a Nigel jumper, you could get a nice jumper in there, whatever you like, and we'll see what's going to happen, ladies and gentlemen, okay? So thank you for being here. I'm going to pass it over here to Josh. Josh, get back over here. I'm sorry I took it over. Oh, that's fine, Nigel. Don't worry, man. Thank you, though. We'll see. You could come back in if you feel the need, bro. Yeah, I'll let you know. I'll be looking classily. Don't worry. All right, man. So thank you. Thank you for that. I guess Nigel, y'all summoned him in some weird way. I don't know how y'all did that. But get ready. You got about 4 minutes, man. 4 minutes. Amen. Amen. Good to hear. Good to hear. Oh, man. Are you ready? Chad, how many? Oh, we're here. Hold on. Let's poll. Fuck it. Poll. I need to poll it. Let's see. There it is. Give me the vote. Poll it. Snap is going to beat or not. Take a vote and like the video, asshole. Okay, it's end of the day right here. We got what, 4 minutes? 4 minutes. Is beat. Let's go. Vote on. Oh, 64. Wow. Maybe I asked the wrong group of people because, I think all of y'all have Snapchat too. So I think everybody wants it to beat, but let's go. Intuitive Surgical. They have earnings. Corsair. Seagate already has earnings. Honestly, it's funny. We're all looking at Snapchat, but Seagate reported. ISRG already came. ISRG getting mollywopped. And then who else? There's one more that reported. First Financial Bank. And I think Capital One too, and then Scholastic. But Capital One just reported they're getting clobbered too. So it's funny, nothing's really moving. ISRG's getting down bad. Let's go. Fubo. Pinterest. Sam too. Oh, Sam popped? That's disgusting. I've never seen that in my life. Never in my life have I seen that. That's amazing. Netflix getting some. You got about 2 minutes, Chad. 2 minutes. Snap may miss, but market's rallying on Fed pivot, so it won't matter too much. Good take. I like it. I feel you on that. That's why we still got Powell, but I think it's going to give us this is a good indicator into some of the consumer ad spend stuff. Never in my life. Bro, I've never seen that happen once in my life. Like, bro, and I've lived a decent amount, and I've traded a lot, and I never, ever have seen Sam gap up. That's amazing, man. God is good, bro. That's a lot of first-time things happening. Why in the world is Snap earnings so important? Honestly, bro, I feel you. Like, I don't know why it's that important. Honestly, as much as I love the company, never would I have expected Snapchat to be able to, like, bro, like, look at it's moving Facebook. Like, look at those after hours. Look at the volume on the after hours on Facebook. That's stupid. Like, what? Like, why does, like, Google and, like, it makes no sense to me. Trust me. But unfortunately, people use it as a bellwether as of late. 1 minute. Uh-oh, Chad. Are you ready? So we already got a lot of votes. Thank you for voting. 1,000 votes. Out of 1,000 votes, 610 people think Snap is going to beat. 390 people think it's going to miss. Oh, man. STX suspended. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. 200,000 channel points on the line. Uh-oh. Just more data. Get ready, Chadadonia. 30 seconds. Bum, bump. Bum, bum. Bum, bum. Bum, bum. That's your heart beating. So, guys, just want to let you know, you own the Snapchat. Just be calm today. No matter what, just be relaxed. Finger to the sky no matter what. I don't know why the therapist said, uh-oh. Oh, Snap missed on revenue. 1.1 billion, estimate 1.14. Active users. Oh, shit, this is going in fast. Free cash flow, negative 147. Oh, they missed. They see daily active users reaching 36 million. Co-founders control 99% of voting rights. Board to issue stock split in form of dividend. And then outstanding Class A. They're doing a stock split, though. Hold on. Wait till people get that one. I don't know how they're going to take it. Uh-oh, Pincher. Oh, no. Oh, no. Where's Meta? Oh, yeah, look at. Bro, Facebook's down 2%. What is this? Oh, no. Again, stock split, but I need to get the estimate numbers. So daily active users, they beat on that. 347 million, estimate 343. Adjusted EBITDA, 7.1 million. Estimated loss was 1.2, so that was positive. Adjusted EPS lost 2 cents a share. Actually, they did good. They just missed barely on revenue. Honestly, no, it wasn't that bad. I don't know. It might be able to do a little pop and lock, but everybody just got clapped, bro. Dude, that candle, look at across the board. Pinterest, Snap, but it wasn't, they beat on the other stuff, but the devil is in the details on this one. Not a buyback, stock split. So they're board to issue stock split in form of dividend of one Class A share for each of the outstanding shares of Class A, then it could reprice. 16% is crazy. That's just the last 2 days. I guess a little bit lower. Now it's just back to where it was last Thursday. Cushion. But look at this. SPY's even dropping off that, bro. Snapchat just clapped the SPY. But it might come back. I don't know. It seems like they missed on revenue barely. And then the loss, I guess, a non-adjusted loss was 2 cents versus 1. Revenues barely came in lower. And then, they give no third quarter forecast. But then they announced a stock split, too. And then user growth, but wider loss in second quarter. Then they authorized 500 million Class A stock repurchase. So it could be a little bit better. But nah, it seems overall negative, though. It was right at the cusp, but remember, the guidance was already lower. I do like no forecast a little bit better. Nah, I'll take it because we were talking about that earlier. They were, what's it called? The way they've been forecasting is just, that's been clapping the stock very aggressively. So unfair for Meta. The buyback stuff's good. They missed by a little bit, but it's like that guidance was already really low. And, bro, look at you just took Facebook down 5%. Stop playing with me, bro. It's crazy. All of them. Bro, even Pinterest. Oh, man. Yeah, look, even Google's down 2%. Like, what? Like, that's insane. Snap is like, it's one thing for Snap to come down, but it's like, dude, now Facebook looks like it just reported. Snap puts. I don't know if I have any snap puts. And then I sold my covered call now after second quarter revenue miss. So everybody's focusing on the revenue miss, which isn't too bad. The other stuff isn't freaking people out, but that guidance was already low. They had good user growth, but I mean, it's just not, again, they missed on really, really low guidance. Tell Snap stay away from Google. Yeah, weighing on social media peers. Everybody's down now 4 or 5%. Jeez. There was 17% estimated in the on the options. Yeah, it's pretty much doing exactly what was priced in on the downside. Earnings compression. Bull trap. Y'all changed your reporting number. I need to end the poll. Y'all cheaters. TLT on the high. Snap did it again. Well, they didn't guide down. They just got rid of guidance. So you could take that how you please. But they missed after having a low estimate. They announced a buyback or a stock split. I don't know which one, kind of how they worded it, but it's a very, very interesting one to say the least. But overall, it's negative. It's negative. The market doesn't like it. The social media stocks, we talked about this impact. They're all getting clobbered. So I don't know, man. I don't know. But pins put should be big, hopefully. Yeah, if you got pins put, it's there. Pinterest might be able to come back to life, but dude, all of this is pretty bad in terms of the effect of what it's having on everything. Let's see. Here's the investor presentation. So again, daily active users has been growing 90%, 30 to 17. 25 penetration in North America. These are just the stats. A decade of innovation. Come on. Give me some numbers. Not pretty pictures. Partner ecosystem. I need dinosaur. Spotlight. This is them. I want to get give me some numbers, dog. Generation more likely than non-Snapchatters to prefer to communicate with pictures over words. Damn, they got you, bro. They're like, yo, we gonna get you from your first car all the way to buying your first home. Why y'all getting married and starting to come on? Why are you gonna go to vacation before what? I don't like what they're advertising to the youth. I love you, but you're unhealthy in love with Snapchat. Why? All I said was the earnings are bad. It was bad. Unfortunately, guidance was lower, and they missed even on that. I don't think I'm sugarcoating anything, despite my love for Snapchat. I haven't bought it since 2020, so I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I think y'all are just in love with attacking something that I love. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Y'all don't feel me. So average revenue per user, what? $33? Interesting. I want the earnings. Margin. Give me 2022 numbers, not 2021. How dare you? Maybe you fell out of love. I just don't. I haven't, like I said, if I haven't bought this stock in 2 years legitimately, I got it very cheap. I loved it from the beginning. I stacked up heavy. I wrote it out, and that's it. But it's I'm not telling you this is a good earnings. I'm saying, the buyback's a little bit better, and, it could have been a little bit worse, but there's nothing sugar-coated on this one. quarterly result. This is just like the investor thing, but this might be it. Like, I guess I'm on the earnings slides, but I just want to see the letter. July 21st. There it is. So revenue still, revenue's still growing 13%. That's good, but that's why Tesla was so good yesterday. People wanted to see bigger numbers at this price point. Gross margin, that's a little bit better. Operating expenses, that's negative. That's negative. This is awful. Right, let me see what they say on negative income. Total marketing, EBITDA. So 110 million decline in adjusted EBITDA, but that's still, they're down by 400. Net loss was 422 compared to a net loss of 150. 270 million higher reflects 110 million decline in adjusted EBITDA, a 91 million unfavorable charge in investment due to combination of prior year quarter gains and current quarter net losses on investment, 51 million higher depreciation and amortization, 47 million higher stock-based compensation due to growth in headcount, 9 million in higher taxes, and impacted by 37 million is expenses related to early convertible notes in the prior year. Yeah, that one, they just spent a lot, but that one's is not. Dude, Google hitting a low now off of that. Hot dog. We're announcing a stock repurchase up to 500 to protect shareholder value from the impact of dilution. Hold on. So total full year grew 3.3 over the year, down 4% from prior year to dilution, elevated by impact of early conversion of convertible notes. In this quarter, which we have historically issued ongoing grants to existing team members. It was the primary driver of the increase in dilution related to stock-based compensation and protect shareholder value from the impact. We're announcing stock repurchase of $500 million. If executed at our 30-day average price, the stock repurchase would be sufficient enough to offset the vast majority of the dilution from stock-based compensation. Given the strength of our balance sheet with $4.8 billion in cash and securities, our hand in total, our outstanding convertible note of $3.7 billion. With no debts maturing prior to 2025, we believe this is a responsible investment to minimize the impact of stock-based compensation on our share headcount. As we look forward to Q3, we're pleased with the momentum we have observed in our community. We estimate daily active use. Wait, they have some guidance. 360 million in third quarter. Thus far in Q3, revenue is approximately flat year over year. Forward-looking visibility is challenging, and it's unclear how long headwinds observed in Q2 will evolve. Given this, we do not intend to provide financial guidance for Q3. So they gave guidance on user growth, which is good. Snap is killing the market right now. I mean, Snap literally brought us down from 398.93 to 397.40, so a point and a half, and then Google and Amazon and everything else are getting clapped. Let's see. We implement these challenges. Sustaining investments we believe are most critical. The future in AR exciting. We may incur transition costs. Don't say that. While our Q2 does not reflect our ambition for our business, we will meet the challenges of the current operating environment by prioritizing the needs and community of partners who are essential to our success, investing heavily in our direct response advertising, deliver measurable return on enormous opportunity in augmented reality. We are deeply grateful for the continued support of our team members, customers, partners, and investors as we continue to innovate and work towards our business goals. So here it is, 3 months ending. That net loss was killer, bro. Very, very killer. But it seems like a lot of stock-based compensation, but it wasn't good. Interest income, that doesn't matter anything. That means they made money on interest income for some reason. Then interest expense. Then they had a 42 million. They said a charge off to something. Income tax. That means they have a gain. Adjusted EBITDA. So again, adjusted EBITDA. I don't think anybody responded. They don't care about the adjusted. The normal one missed. And then free cash flow. Yeah, bro. What? At least they have a lot of money on hand, but for this 3-month change, they spent a lot of money this quarter, and that killed them. That's just revenue hit their low end, and then they spent too much. A lot of dilution. I mean, because again, they're paying for it, but that's about it. But yeah, Snap didn't have what it takes, unfortunately. Again, you're gonna have to probably wait 6 quarters or something. Nothing about Snapchat Plus. It didn't seem like it. Let me check some more updates. Their exposure is fine with the dollar. They didn't mention that. But Snap misses revenue targets as growing competition. That's the headline, but they didn't mention competition. Will slow hiring rate on second quarter. Does not issue future guidance. Snap needs to switch to music. Would you buy more given this earnings? Why or why not? No, I would wait. I like some of the buyback stuff, and I don't know if, again, I think they're saying dividend in the form of dilution, and then they pay us in buyback. But overall, I wouldn't buy it, but I wouldn't sell it. I got my seatbelt on for this stock, just in the sense that, like a lot of analysts have talked about, it's just overall, it's just going to take a couple more quarters till it gets a little bit back up there. And then Sam is down again. Yeah, Sam missed, bro. I was like, wait a minute. Sam cut guidance again. Again. That's why I was like, y'all tripping, man. Down another 10. Sam has cut guidance again. Like the 6th time in a row. The dilution is bondholders converting. That's a big portion, and then the employees and everything else. Bro, I'm so shocked again. Even though we talked about it all day, I'm just shocked Facebook is down 5% off of this now. Like, what? Snapchat's going to go out of business. So, again, I don't know, Bears. Nobody is talking about Snapchat going out of business. It's about the growth rate not being as high. That's it. If you actually go compare Snapchat to when we bought it, the stock is stupid in terms of how they've grown revenue. Again, even if you go look at some of the numbers, it's not like they've even grown revenue 13% or 16% from what they did last year. So they're making more money. They're making more money than the inflation, all of that. They're growing more users than Facebook, but it's the growth rate. So if you're going to pay a future earnings on Snapchat, you need higher than 13%. Although the company's growing, it's just not growing at the same clip, and then things go there. But going out of business, you're giving me a bear case from like 2015, bro. Surrounded by Baz. Segmented Google going down. No, they all do that. It's what we expected. Bonds even ripped off of that. But now maybe some negative questions get brought up tomorrow, just about maybe any consumer stuff or how companies plan to manage it. But bro, even Google is down 3% right now. You said Snap is evil? Come on now. Snap messed up. Snap probably messed. It didn't mess with Tesla too much, but it does. Snapchat is just like it's the first one to report, and it's like it's a good middle ground. Again, they're big enough where they make a lot of money and people advertise with them, but then it's not like it's just like literally again, like let's take a look at Facebook. Like, how many dollars did they drop off of that? From 184 to 170, so $10, $12. That's $24 billion in market cap lost. And that's more than what Snapchat is worth right now. Isn't that wild? That's what I was saying earlier, and I was like, what? Like, hold on. So literally, Facebook sold off over 100% of Snapchat's market cap just in that 5 minutes, 10 minutes, or whatever. It's been 20 minutes. In the money on Pinterest puts. Oh, yeah, you're probably going to kill it on the downside for that. Dude, 7%. Dude, 7% on pins. That's huge. With no earnings and then earnings coming up, bro. It's going to be wild. That's crazy. If Facebook does bad, am I going to buy them for the long term? Maybe if they go below 130. But now, I mean, that's going to be the question, is that what's going to happen here with, what's it called? What's going to happen here with Facebook? Because it looks like revenue, they didn't find a way to increase revenue. If Facebook spent any more money, and then if Facebook's user growth declines, it's not going to be good. All of this, bro. Snap, they missed on earnings. Well, they beat, or no, they don't. I think they beat on adjusted EPS, but everything else missed, even revenue, and they had a really bad guide down last quarter, so they didn't give any guidance this quarter, but pretty much they met their small, they hit that target. Yeah, Facebook sandbag, but so did Snapchat. So is it a sandbag, or are we really about to see again, you got to realize the implications now is that Facebook, if Facebook doesn't do good, that Facebook's going to probably go right back down to 160 and maybe even head down to 130. Winter is coming. Nah, bad news is bad on this one. But long term, right? Yeah, why not? I think I'm still at break even on the other one. And even with what we're at, yes, the long term, man. That's it. Y'all don't talk shit until something happens down. I didn't hear from anybody any other time, any other long term plays holding up. The fact even the decline on the long term outpaces a lot of things in the world right now. I don't know. Y'all just, I feel you. You have every right to be bearish on it, but I'm just saying, we're all your friends here. I mean, y'all could try to kick people when they're down about it, but y'all just, I mean, it is what it is. Like, this is investing, totally aware of it. Like, it's a blessing, baby. I take everything as a blessing. I do. I am relaxed about it. I'm just, dude, it's a bad report. That's it. It's all it comes down to. Nobody's sugarcoating it. That's just what it is. But I'm just saying, just y'all got karma. That's all of what it is. Just when it's all said and done. If y'all weren't talking shit about it at a certain point, but only at this point, then come on. Come on. How quickly people forget. I want that Snapchat. It's not even that. I think most people holding in long, again, unless you added to this thing at $60, we are still in a very good position. It's not literally. It would be nicer if we were up 400% or 500% again, but at the end of the day, it's still, it's pretty wild to think about it. It's like we got a nice position on there. I really can't complain. I mean, I feel blessed, to be honest with you. And then even the long term, I mean, again, just to hate on the long term off of one event is just, that's what I'm commenting. I'm not even commenting on Snapchat. It's just the people who try to shit on the long term when there's literally the worst market in 50 years. It's like, okay, let's talk to me in 2030. You know what I'm saying? Talk to me even next year, and we'll see where it's at. But it's still one of those things. But hey, shout out to Snapchat. Shout out to long term, baby. Got clapped and feel blessed. Yeah, I feel blessed because if I bought in at any higher point, if I went as crazy as I did on other plays, if I didn't buy Abivi and I bought Snapchat instead, I wouldn't. Do you see what I'm saying? So when Snapchat was ripping, we were buying Abivi. What do you guys have to say about Abivi? In the lawn, nobody? Nothing on Abivi? We forgot about that one too. Where my bears at on that one? If you're going to hate on the long term, I want you to hate on Abivi and tell me how those balance out the two. Again, because literally between Snap and Abivi, they have balanced out. I think you're gained on Abivi, and you have the dividend, and you have 3-4 years of drip. Technically, the long term is still positive after receiving dividends, but I don't count those. JPM, we're right at the break even. But don't you hate on the long term, son. Nah, it's cool, though. A balance. Exactly. It's all about. But that's why I'm saying I'd feel blessed about it. Don't feel bad about it. I feel happy about it. Trust me. Trust me. We good, baby. Like, it's something where we just, dude, it's the market. Oh, man. I'm honest. It's a bad report, though. Like, that's the thing. I hope the realism that I provide to you, it's just, dude, that was a bad report. I could only imagine what it means for Facebook, all of that. Again, we have to still focus on Powell, but that just wasn't a good report, man. That just was not a good report considering the last guidance. So it's just like, man, this is how these companies navigate these waters and where we go from here. It just gets that much more interesting. But that one it wasn't a good report. There's no way around it. Does your sister want any Snap at $12 for the long term? Maybe, but again, it goes back to what I say with a lot of stuff. Just at the end of the day, it's not as if Snapchat's the only thing that's down. So it's like, quite frankly, I still like Snapchat, but I would rather take other stuff than Snapchat at some of these discounts. I think the SPY's going to flush. It depends on what we wake up to tomorrow, but this is definitely going to be an interesting one. Yeah, my cost basis on the bigger shares after any of those, it's at 18, and it's not including any money we've made off of covered calls. And then the other account, my cost basis is $12. STX resumed. 12? Ooh. Yo, where's Qualcomm on that? They actually didn't even drop on that. Just dump all your Snap. It's over. I don't need to. I got balance. So, again, even if Snap goes to zero, I really wouldn't care. It wouldn't be, again, that's not, we did not only buy Snapchat. You know what I'm saying? So, I feel you, but if that's how you feel on it, you can. You can do whatever you like. But the balance is, I'm chill with it. I'm not buying any more here. Not yet. These companies aren't Snap. Dude, this is going to make tomorrow that much more exciting. The party, bro. Everybody was partying, man. Bro, we were partying. Oh, dude, there was a party. Oh, we had the run up. It's not down too much, which is good. But, again, I think a lot of people are going to be worried about Facebook now. And we're going to see. But, man, the cops literally showed up. It was the cops, bro. We thought Snapchat was about to be like, yo, I got drinks, I got girls, I got this. Oh, man, it was the police. It's the police. How I'm feeling? I'm feeling like anticipation where I'm like, I wonder how they're going to take it for Facebook. But I feel like the party got some cold water on it. But other than that, feeling good. Can't complain. Can't complain, but can't celebrate, as they would say in Netflix earnings land. If you're not buying Snap, what are you buying then? The latest one we bought was JP Morgan, and I still like JP Morgan. I like Airbnb a little bit lower from here. I don't want to I want until we get the earnings. I would only take it at like $88, $90. But that's about it. And then Uber, I like at a discount more or less. Even though it's down right now too, but it's like I like that. I think it has a little bit more of a better name brand and higher revenue per quarter that comes in. But Uber, Airbnb, and JP Morgan, not in that order. And then I would get more Abivi, but our last Abivi, it went up 60% since the last purchase. So I'm just waiting on that one to come down a little bit. but we like the dividend. But I still like MO. I'm considering, but until I drop more than my dividend payout, I'm not going to buy back into it. So pretty much on a dividend stock, if I'm down on it, if I want to average down, I want to buy once I'm down more than the dividend. Because pretty much, like if I'm down 5% on Altria and I've collected 15% in dividends over the last 3 years, I'm not really tripping on it. So it's like for me to get a real discount, I need it below my dividend yield. And then that way I can feel a little bit more comfortable, especially if it's fallen out of favor or if it's in a decline. Snap cut back hiring too. That one's there also. People are getting so effed on Snapchat. No, that already happened. That was this one. This is just like, you're just flirting. It's not even that bad. That's what I was saying. We've been here. At the end of the day, Snap is not at a price that hasn't been there in the last 30 days, 45 days. It's just it killed it's cold water. That's all. It's just like bro, this is like ice water. Like, this is like somebody waking you up with a ice bath, because it's just literally now this isn't, again, a lot of people, I don't know if people view it like that, but I'm not really viewing just Snapchat right now. Like, do the math. Right now, Facebook already sold off $30 billion in market cap. I haven't calculated Google. I haven't calculated Pinterest. I haven't calculated Twitter, and I haven't looked at any of those yet. But right off of the bat, you already have a $30 billion liquidity sell-off or value disappearing in the market. I would argue borderline $100 billion by the time we wake up tomorrow. If you factor in Snap, Google, Facebook, and then any other indirect effect from it, it's like that's a lot of cold water for what's going on there and what we have. So we're going to see, and that's why I'm like, let's see what happens. CPI didn't bring the market down. Snap won't either. Well, it's not. It's going to be Facebook now. That's the thing that we're looking at. But even then, I do believe when Facebook did drop really bad, it didn't like crash the market, but it's going to fuel some of the narrative here. Snap pivot to EVs and vaccines. Yeah, now we need upside surprises, really. Or not as bad as feared. You see, that's the problem. Snapchat did as bad as it was feared. Do you see what I'm like? Again, compare the narrative of Netflix to Snapchat. Netflix guided super low, but they didn't hit that number. Snapchat guided super low, but they hit that number. So you can't even say it's not even, like, again, that's why I'm like, there is no way to sugarcoat Snapchat's earnings. It's just like they guided lower and they hit lower. So there's no, it was better than we feared, or, it was better than expected. It's like, no, it was as worse as expected. And now they're not even going to give the guidance, which I think could be positive. Again, we had a nice little discussion on that today. So I'm down with that, where it's like maybe I think they were shooting themselves in the foot with all of their guidance. So I think it could be positive, but overall, it does not incite confidence for anybody trying to figure out this growth story right now, especially coming into the third quarter, when it's just like, why did they go down? Like, bro, they just spent a lot of money. Like, that's all it is. Like, they just they said some one-time charges and this and that, but we'll see what happens. Twitter misses in the morning. Do you expect the same? Twitter's nobody really, like, they don't use Twitter as a bellwether for advertising, but maybe the market is a little sensitive about it. So it could, but at this point, it's all about Facebook now. Guiding lower would have caused more damage. They were just, I mean, all of their guidance since the beginning of the year has been awful. And it's remember, second quarter or first quarter, they guided lower, or the quarter before that, they guided lower, but they did good. But it wasn't, what's it called? Like, it wasn't it was better, like, but it's just their guidance sucks. I agree with Goldman Sachs. I think anytime they open their mouth on what's happening, they should just focus on other things. Because, again, here's one thing that you didn't hear about today. What's one thing you didn't hear about right now? There's one thing on the Snap earnings that was brought up every other earnings, but right now I haven't seen one headline about it. Nobody brought it up. It's not the main concept that they're focusing on. It's not the dollar. It's not the dollar, but it's related to Snap. It's specific to Snapchat. And this is what they guided on, and it killed them. But then nobody mentioned it this time around, which, again, I think you got to factor in. No, somebody said it. 2 people said it. Not user growth. The user growth was good. So if you want to find anything good about Snapchat's earnings today, it was user growth. That is not declining. So believe it or not, Snapchat is growing the amount of people that are using it rather than shedding it. Yeah, the Apple stuff. I said dog filter. So the Apple. Remember, the Apple privacy stuff, that was the main story for 3 quarters. They guided down on that. They lost another 10% just by talking about it. Every other earnings, they were like, oh, man, well, Apple, and maybe if we Apple, and we're doing a little better with Apple, how come it's not even talked about as much right now? That's what killed them last time. The last couple times they kept focusing on that and the market panicked on it, and that's where the guidance kind of hurt them a little bit, but you don't see that in any of the headlines right now. When every other earnings headline, it showed up. So it's a little different now, but it's good. So that's me trying to reach for anything positive about this report. But other than user growth being positive and potential for them to not guide themselves down to hell, I could take that as positive. Everything else was bad. It was as bad as feared, and that is something that we haven't seen with earnings yet. Every other earnings has been better than feared. This time around, Snap did as bad as feared, and that's not good. Tesla's still holding up. It's good. STX, SAM, and then one more, the ISRG. Those also dropped big too. So look at these are all earnings from today as well before Snap. So we'll see how it played. But you just had 4 or 5 big companies just clobbered, and then you had Snapchat affect, I'd say conservatively, $50 billion of market cap right now. Microsoft didn't react. How did Amazon? Amazon even reacted a little bit too. That's, again, even Amazon got a little bit of this steam. And then look at Google. Oh, my gosh. ISRG, STX, a couple of banks, and then that's it. So Snapchat blames earning woes on macro trouble. They stumbled, reporting revenue miss due to advertising slowdown, dragging down any other social media giants, Alphabet and Meta, and post-trading. The company is once again pegging the disappointment on broad economic worries. Snap plunged in May after cutting forecasts, blaming weaker economic outlook and sudden slowdown of advertising. Plus, the firm today reiterated plans to slow down hiring, piling on growing signs of trouble in the labor market. Flagged earlier by my colleague, there's still plenty of indications the consumer is healthy and spending freely. Snap may be an outlier. Watch for Twitter on Friday, and then Google and Meta later on. So literally, they're already talking about consumer and everything else. So we're going to see. No, they disappointed, bro. They disappointed. You could hit up every company. Everybody now is praying that Snapchat is an outlier. That's it. And that's it. As if Snapchat is an outlier, then everything's going to be good. But if not, then Houston, we got a problem. That's optimistic. It is. Again, I hope it's not I hope it is optimistic, because otherwise tomorrow will be kind of more of a bloodbath. If Facebook goes down another 5% and Google drops, even Amazon's getting clapped by it, we just better hope the defensives can pick up the slack. This feels just like last quarter. Not even. This feels exactly like last quarter. Because remember, they were coming off a good quarter. Remember, they had the pop, and then they sold off coming into it, and then they guided lower, and then we hit this low point. We're at the same price. Everybody was the same exact thing as last time, except this time they didn't come in with guidance that was bad. They just said, hey, let's forget about it. Apple, because Apple doesn't respond to like ad revenue. even though they are more consumer related, they're not really in that. They're not connected. All crap companies you pumped are almost penny stocks now. Roblox, Snapchat, and Uber. I mean, I think compared to any relative index, all of those stocks are outperforming Cathie Woods by 40%. Again, you're ignoring the Coca-Cola, the Abivi, Altria. I mean, Airbnb's down a little bit. What else, though? There's a lot you're discounting. So that's non-adjusted. That's non-GAAP. So you got to give me GAAP. Give me GAAP earnings, and it boils down to 10%. And not including any dividend. So it's still, I don't even know. The gap would be actually break even. Next question. Objection, cause for speculation. See, this is good. You guys don't remember this. This is the little mini PHILO talk we had earlier. If somebody is talking over your shoulder, oh, there he is. What's up, man?
I knew I shouldn't have got hustled by that Pinterest.
Hey, well, you didn't. How come you didn't want puts? You never brought up any puts.
Where's Andrew Tate when I need him, bro? Where's the top G? I knew it. I should have stuck with my Andrew Tate gut feeling.
But you would have lost on Snapchat too.
I didn't even want Snapchat. I was over it, bro. Snapchat got crushed. What was that?
It's bad earnings, dude. This is actually a bad earnings for him.
What do you mean bad? That's 2 in a row.
I know. I hopefully it doesn't do what Sam does. They did like 7 in a row.
Man, all I know is this could be a bad sign. This could be a bad sign for the markets.
Well, I mean, over $50 billion in market cap from various companies have already been shed. But
but we still got a week. You got weekly or next week?
You have a next week. You're good. You still got time, and Pinterest still reports.
Okay, we good. We need the girls to start pumping.
So, but I have to tell you though that now the silver is mine. Sorry.
The silver's not yours. Why would it be yours?
Because you lost your money, man. That's it.
I didn't lose my money. First of all, we said $700 and we got to
yeah, but that was like part of the profit. But then it's just like now, and then we have holding costs, and then you have underwriting fees, bro. I charge at least 2.5 points off top. So I am just saying, I wish. I mean, maybe if the rates come down, I could get you a better deal. But it's just like you got locked into the Tesla. We refinanced you to the Pinterest. I mean, I don't know.
The silver was a gift from the 3 wise men. All right, you take it and do it what you want.
Okay. That's good. Don't worry. It's okay. I would have gave it to you. It's fine.
We still got hope. Snapchat. Everyone should just delete the app now. I don't know what just happened.
Oh, hey, don't say that. No, I was snapping. Fuck that. Hey, yo, hit me up on Snapchat. I'm gonna respond to y'all snaps today. Nah. You sound like these guys who've been watching for 3 years, waiting 2.5 years to talk shit. No, calm down, sir. Calm down. Hit me up on Snapchat, Chad. No. Do you hear this guy?
2 in a row. I gave him one. I said, okay, it's a fluke. 2 in a row. Delete the app. I deleted Instagram. It's over. Okay.
That's it. That's 2 in a row. Oh.
I mean, it's a social media world. How do you not hit earnings in the social media world?
I mean,
everyone's on their phones.
It sucks. Honestly, I really want to give the defense for Snap, and I want to, I have so many, but it wasn't a good earnings. I don't think there's no reason trying to justify it, but I don't think it is like Snapchat is just a different company. That's it. It's just different than when we bought it. Like when we bought it, they were making $300 million a quarter, and now they're doing over $1 billion a quarter. So I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either, bro. I don't know either. I just know Snapchat didn't hit, and now everyone and their mom in the social media world's panicking.
Well, as they should. I mean, it's very worrisome. They were the first earnings that did as bad as feared. Everybody, like even Netflix said, hey, it wasn't that good, but we did better than feared. So
I have a question. Why didn't Hunter Biden use Snapchat? Like that would have solved all his problems.
I don't know. I really wish.
I don't know why that came to mind. He should have just used Snapchat. He needs a homie to sign him up for Snapchat.
That's true, though, honestly. That's actually, it would go a long way.
That would have solved it. All right, well, until tomorrow, my friend. We live to see another day.
Oh, and should we expect a YOLO from you tomorrow? Are you still in the Are you still in the game?
Am I still in the yellow demon industry?
Yes.
So, we'll find out tomorrow. We'll see how tonight goes.
Okay.
I gotta go meet with some contractors, so we'll see.
All right. Good luck, my friend.
All right.
Have a wonderful day.
All right. Always.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. He said delete Snapchat? See, so that's good. At least I hope all of you sound like lending tips when like y'all, because I don't know, maybe some of y'all sound more like haters on the chat. But it's good, though, because I hope you realize, because he's even saying it, but man, oh, man, I just, so we can have a good discussion with it, but I'm not in the camp of trying to defend a bad earnings when it's not good, so, but I ain't deleting this shit, man. I love Snapchat. No, y'all crazy. Y'all crazy, man. But, Chattadonia, don't worry, Lori, I got you. Don't worry. I got you. I haven't snapped since the Biden thing. Yeah, I'm going to have to, bro. And then I have a lot of snaps, but I know how to do Snapchat now. I realized, because, like, I hate, like, typing, but I realized, like, with Snapchat, this is what I did during the speech. I was just videotaping and sending pictures to people. That's it. So now I realize, like, that's how you communicate with Snap. It's just about sending pictures. Like, and that, once I realized that saved me a lot of time. So I responded to like 50 people, and I just got to send them a picture and was like, what's up, man? What's up? I got to give y'all. So I replied to some of y'all. Some of you got like some sweet, heartfelt messages. If you didn't get one, I apologize. You got to give me some time. Again, bro, dude, I already had like 5,000 people view this Snap story. I didn't even think I had that many people on there, bro. So relax, man. You know what I'm saying? But I got you, bro. I got you. It's funny. It's fun. It's hurt. You're hurt. Don't be hurt, man. Don't be. You should have been hurt when you were spamming some other stuff, getting you banned from the wholesale list. That should have hurt you. That hurt me. You didn't respect me on that, man. Come on. So what are you getting hurt about? Man. That's good. But Chad, I love you. I hope you know you're blessed. But now we have to end the day. Okay? That's it. We got to end the day. It's another sad day. We can end it with Titanic music. Well, I think I might just end it with some, what's it called? I think I might just end it with a little bit of the Uncle still. I think we still like Uncle. But I love you. You better be on the watch list. We're going to have a lot to talk about. The Snapchat is literally on the screen next to the Snapchat logo. You got it, bro. You got it, but I love you. Okay, so I'll see you on the watch list. Don't forget the books, Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World, baby. Okay, very, very great books, and we love you all, no matter what. And get ready for another tomorrow. The rest of the earnings, man, this just shows earnings is going to get crazy, baby. Oh, they don't feel me, but Chad, don't delete it. Please don't delete it. Please don't delete it. I'll give you $1. I'll give you $1 if you don't delete it, man. We need them earnings growth, man. Just please. Right now, I got negative earnings. Okay, I got, you know what it's like having haters for 3 years that come out the woodworks all of a sudden, bro. I'm just saying we got haters. I need to support this stock, bro. So please just don't delete it. I got $1 for it. Bro, I got 75 cents for you, man. Honestly, inflation, I got to downgrade it. I got 75 cents for you, G. Come on, please. Just don't delete it. Just go download Snapchat today and don't send a dick pic, but like just go send something. You know, now, okay, let me just play the music. We got to go. Man, Chattadonia, man. Let's go, baby. So Chattadonia, get ready. Beautiful watch list. Snap, sad. Facebook, sad. But get ready for another wicked set of earnings next week. At least it's Friday, so tomorrow will be a little bit more calm. But Chad, I love you. God bless you. Have a wonderful day. And before we head out, man, please don't forget why we here, why we keep going, why we got that spirit from Nazarene. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I hope. And why we focus on the foundation, baby. Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. 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 So, Chad, I love you. Have a wonderful evening and peace. Oh, hey, Chad. Wait, where did my snap pony go? Is he dead? He's not dead. Don't delete it. Okay. Love you. Bye. I tell you, Snapchat. How come Hunter's not using Snapchat? Would have saved him a lot of problem. I'll tell you, Snapchat. You know what the problem is? They're not truth chat. If they were truth chat, they'd be up to the moon. You see my Spock, whatever. Doesn't matter. You see that stock? It's up. You know why? Because we're the truth. Who's Snapchat, social media? These guys, they censor this, censor that. It's terrible. Terrible, completely. Still, truth chat. Download it today. Good. I tell you, hold on. Sorry, I got COVID. Stand away. Hold on. You only got 15 minutes or less. Hold on. Let me talk to you. Less than 15. Come here. Come closer. I'm not joking. Come on. Hey, it's fine. It's fine. Kamala can handle it. Kamala handler. Huh? Come on. It rhymes. It's good. But listen, I'm fine. I'm feeling great. I'm 6 feet away, 15 minutes apart. Don't worry. But I love you, okay? And just have a good day. And I'm gonna go. They gave me extra ice cream. So I'm gonna enjoy this in peace. That's it. Oh, that's it. I tell you, I got MBS. He got it too. I'm kidding. Okay, I'm kidding. Okay. I love you, Chad. Goodbye. Okay, happy Hanukkah. It's a great holiday today. I love it. Celebrate. Goodbye. Morning.